Chapter 401, Return to 9 Snakes. The robbery of the celestial dragons did cause a lot of noise. With a lot of energy invested, they seemed to have caught Prilt's tail, but they only caught this tail. The other party was just like a lizard, who cut off his tail to survive and fled to an unknown place. Some people suspected that this identity was an imposter, but all the witnesses at the scene saw the same situation, and even captured his figure on some subsequent routes, and even the ship and flag were described in great detail. On an island in the New World, the wreckage suspected to be the burnt wreckage of the ship was even found. The evidence is very sufficient, but no human figure can be caught, and the celestial dragons also have a characteristic. Although most of the celestial dragons have the clumsiness of human nature, these guys are very careless in some cases. Although they kept urging them to catch the robber at the beginning, they forgot about the matter in a blink of an eye. So the matter has returned to the original state. The world government is still searching for Pliart, but it has not invested so much energy. Now it is not a problem to let them return to 9 Snakes. In the room on Onigashima, Olga has already told them about this in advance. They will be sent back to 9 Snakes Island with Yamato's voyage, but some people don't seem to want to leave. Sister, we should go. The people inside the beasts are still queuing up, and taking out the 8 kildare is a small investment. That time, Guruli was not the accompanying messenger, and there was no other problem about the lonely hero under the sea. Something happened, sister, Xiao is back before, it will be bad, and sister Guruli often goes to Shabayati, and he will come to see you here. The route from Wano country to Shabayati was not very early, and the beasts arrived at the scheduled location very slowly. Xiao and you are considered to have revisited the old place and came to the Shabayati archipelago again, and Guruli brought Hancock and you to Amazon Lily. But it backfired, and some weak fruits are usually preserved. It was not long ago that you called to report your safety, but until today, you didn't know where Hancock and you went. The logo of the pirate flag under the ship is well known even to Amazon Lily, who is easy to get the news. Slowly, surrounded by the 4 snake warriors, Xiatengziu Osa came there. As a pirate country, Amazon Lily's national education is relatively successful, at most under the national sense of belonging. Although the result is the same no matter who falls into my hands, it is a matter of face, so each pirate group has gradually increased its manpower. The purpose is not to snatch that face. There is also an envelope that was taken with the devil fruit, and there are some questions about the future development of Amazon Lily. Although she is a sister, Han Xiateng is more like a younger sister to some extent, and when it comes to that, Gululi also came there. Although the type of fruit may remind people of Xiatengziut, at that time, even if there is no change, it will cause too little jitty. Sister, that's too possible. Although Sister Gululi is also a man, it is certain that if you want to go to the 4 snakes, there will be problems, but you will refuse that kind of thing. If you get the devil fruit, you must eat it, or you may exchange it for money, such as the bad brothers of Flamingo, and many weak fruits flow out of my hands, although this is not my original intention. Sister Gululi. A small part of the people who left will return to the 4 snakes. Even if they leave the 4 snakes and live in them, they will still go back to help when the 4 snakes are not in danger. The members of the beast pirates are very simple. Even the leaders of the pirates will have a close relationship with everyone. The 8 sisters of Hancock were not brought back by Xiatengziu, so they were handed over to Xiatengziu to maintain a bad relationship with you. For the outsiders, Jitty said that there is no such little rejection of the males inside, but Gululi's father and son are very bad in the beasts, and they will obviously leave things. And the emperor of the 4 snakes is more responsible for the country than an individual. After there is no suitable successor, the emperor of the 4 snakes will still take the responsibility of protecting the 4 snakes from danger. Then Guruli seemed to see that Hancock was too depressed, and then said to you, don't worry, the separation is only temporary, and you will go back with them. There is still a period of time to get along. The 8 fruits are the fruits that originally belonged to you, but there has been no change. After the 4 snakes hung the affiliated flag of the beasts, that kind of punishment will still be your turn. Devil fruit. But you have no status in the 4 snakes, and the emperor of the 4 snakes will also insult your opinions in some trivial matters. I made a small mistake when I was in power, so I have been living alone in a corner of the village. You are wrong, Arceus villain means that my ship will take a detour tomorrow to take you back. For the beasts, that kind of news is worthless, but for Amazon Lily, that news is very important. Well, they left slowly, let's give them some parting gifts. Yes, sister, it's been 3 years, everyone in the 9 snakes will be worried. Sanda, Mary, there is no way to have the best of both worlds. However, just after landing, Han Xiaoteng and you received an incredible news, because at this time the male emperor of Amazon Lily died of illness, and the descendant emperor Xiaqi Jedi left the 4 snakes. The current 4 snakes are temporarily in power by the descendant emperor prior OSA. Marigord Sandasonia is comforting Hancock. Actually, you are also in a tangled stage. You don't want to stay there, but you, who was born in the 4 snakes, miss the 4 snakes very much. The 8 sisters of Han Xiaoteng disappeared under the pirate ship, which is almost unacceptable to the warriors of the 4 snakes, but when you found out about it, it was not too late. Before, at the invitation of Preel Osa, Gu Luli came to the palace of the 4 snakes, and you also saw the letter of the beasts, about the navy gradually mastering the technology of passing through the wind belt. Even Hancock, who is so willful, has never compromised. For example, the position of Ichibukai, according to the estimation of the strength at the original time, if you insist on this position, someone in the 4 snakes can force you. The reason why I am still alive now is that I am unlucky and weak, but there is more than one person who found me. Scourge, this Muir almost found me first, and the people sent by Big Mom followed closely. Thanks for taking care of you 8 sisters for the past 8 years. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 402, The 7 Warlords of the Sea. Has the Navy mastered this technology? In the Palace of the 9 Snakes, Guruliosa looked at Olga's letter and fell into deep thought. This technology may not matter to others, such as the beasts who don't care about such things at all. Morgans called them the Emperor of the Sea for a gimmick, but they really deserve this title. After Morgan's hype, countless pirates tried to challenge the Emperor's status, but the results were the same, no one ever succeeded. Join, die, be sent in exchange for bounties to the Navy. Those who could leave some parts behind and escape unscathed were considered to have a good ending, and many people were discouraged. They rely on strength to defend their territory, but the 9 snakes are different. They are also a pirate country. Although the 9 snakes are not weak, they do not have the strength of the Sea Emperor. In particular, there is a huge gap in the strength of senior cotters, which is something they cannot compare with the Imperial group. The 9 snakes can survive safely and the residents on the island are not disturbed by the outside world mainly because of the calm belt outside. This is their natural barrier. If the ancestors of the 9 snakes had not mastered the technology of training snakes, without the help of the highly poisonous sea snakes, it would be difficult for them to enter and exit by themselves. If this barrier is really broken, it means that the era of the 9 snakes living in a corner is over, and the Navy can cross the calm belt to attack them at will. Why do you know this? This should also be a secret within the Navy. Guruliosa's position in 9 snakes is more like a think tank, so she doesn't believe everything others say. Although this kind of warning news will not cause them to lose anything, it does not affect her curiosity. Of course there is a special channel, and their sea stone is sold by us. Although Quinn is almost deified in the Navy Intelligence Department, the top leaders of the beasts still know the truth. The process of inlaying sea stone is not complicated. To be precise, you only need hands, but it will only increase the weight of the ship. Even if Arceus didn't tell them, Quinn and Vegapunk have worked together for so long, and he can guess this. And because the cutting of sea stone is too difficult, the world government asked the beasts to make the sea stone into a specific shape when purchasing it. After paying a large processing fee, the beasts happily took on this job. You sell. Hearing this, the old face of Guruliosa became a little strange. This reason was something she had never thought of. Don't worry about such details. It's not surprising that pirates have some business dealings with the world government. Anyway, this news is true, you'd better be prepared. A pirate country naturally cannot be as self-sufficient as an ordinary country, and the territory of 9 snakes cannot do this, so the 9 snakes pirates were derived. In the past, their style was to rob and run away, return to 9 snakes with supplies, and then resist the enemy with the calm belt. This change has a huge impact on 9 snakes. Of course, we also have a solution. Do you want to consider moving? Move. In short, move the entire Amazon Lily away and use the flag of the beasts as a shelter. In this way, even if there is no calm belt navy, it will not act rashly. So you want 9 snakes to become your vassal. That's about it. There's nothing strange about this in the world of pirates, right? Some people want to fly our flag but don't have the chance. Today's beasts are not the militaristic beasts in the original timeline. In terms of logistics development, the territory of the beasts is better than that of Big Mom. In a sense, they are a small world government, with absolute sovereignty on the islands they rule. And Olga's words were not a joke. There are indeed people who want to fly this flag but have not had the chance. This kind of thing. Guruliosa was thinking about how to reject the other party. She couldn't merge the 9 snakes into a force that was very unfamiliar to her just because of a few words, but a cadre of the other party personally said such a thing, and directly explained the new technology of the Navy's ships. Since the Navy can do it, then they who sell sea stone can naturally do it. The 9 snakes are not the opponent of the Navy, nor are they the opponent of the beasts. And it is too difficult to relocate the whole family. At this time, Guruliosa did not expect that Olga meant to move the island directly. Don't be so anxious, this is just a suggestion, actually you have another choice. The so-called 7 warlords of the sea of the Navy have not been fully recruited yet. The 7 warlords of the sea was proposed very early. Many years ago, Crocodile won the position of 7 warlords of the sea because of the battle with Barrett. Its purpose is to balance the forces on the sea. As a legitimate pirate with legal plundering rights, the 7 warlords of the sea naturally cannot be elected by anyone at will. Sufficient prestige and strength are what the world government values. Crocodile was invited to become a 7 warlord of the sea because he met this requirement. He also accepted the invitation with a special purpose. The 7 warlords. That's right. In the first half of the Grand Line, this identity is the best cover. After obtaining the legitimacy of the world government, ordinary pirates can't deal with you. What is your purpose? Friendly assistance, such as holding a social gathering from time to time, and the 7 warlords should also be able to access some special information. We need that information. Also, there is the matter mentioned at the beginning. You may hesitate now, but you may take the initiative to join in a while. Guruliosa did not give any response to Olga's words. Now she was talking about the possibility of the future. Even she couldn't directly deny the possibility of such a thing happening, and the 2 suggestions made by Olga were indeed very important to the 9 snakes. Without the protection of the calm belt, they really have to find another way out. Direct relocation is not considered for the time being, but the location of the 7 warlords also makes Guruliosa feel very troublesome. After all, the 7 warlords are not cabbages, and they can't be taken just because they want them. If you agree, we have a way to help you push the situation. If everything goes well, the world government will invite you soon. Thank you for your suggestion. You have come from afar, so take a break. There are some things that I need to discuss before I can give you an answer. You can take this excellency to rest for a while. Someone is here, but it is Hancock. After she came back, she has been outside. She also has a certain status in 9 snakes. When she left 9 snakes, she was the strongest warrior of the new generation. Let's go, Sister Olga, I will take you to experience the mountain spring baths of 9 snakes. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 403, A Scheduled Drama. Hey, it is really comfortable here, don't you think so, Elizabeth? Indeed, it is different from the hot springs in Wano country. In the bathhouse of 9 snakes, all kinds of women are enjoying life inside, King Kong Barbie, Petite Loli, big sumo wrestlers, all kinds of women can be seen in 9 snakes. Elizabeth and Olga were almost inseparable. Elizabeth had no interest in her egg, and it seemed that it would not hatch for a while. This was related to the reproductive capacity of the basilisk lizard itself. The number of eggs laid was small and the incubation period was long. This factor had a great relationship with the fact that the basilisk lizard was defined as extinct by the outside world. The unique geological environment formed a completely different experience, but the only problem was that she was very dissatisfied with the sign next to her. The water is deep ahead. No, kid, there is a deep water area ahead. You should wait 2 years before swimming there. The influence of pure gold still existed. Although she had been growing slowly for more than 10 years, it was much slower than normal people. Her face had lost some of its immaturity and gradually moved closer to her mother, but her figure had almost no development. I'm not a child. I'm 25 this year. 25 is based on the basic cycle of 8 years old, plus the nearly 17 years since she left the belly of the Sea King. If she is calculated as her real age, I'm afraid that Guruliosa would have to call her sister. When faced with negotiations with some so-called senior people, the beasts always sent Olga to deal with them. It was ineffective for her to rely on her seniority. After a few words, she fooled the other bathers away, and Hancock appeared here again, but unlike before, she was still wrapped with a python. Sister Olga, this is Salome, my friend. Many Amazon lilies carried a snake, and Hancock's white-bottomed red-flowered python also looked very beautiful among those snakes. Because there was no mark of the celestial dragons, the three sisters walked here without covering up. Anyway, the 9 snakes had no men. Her development was much more advanced than Olga, and the biggest difference was that she could float. Not a bad pet, it seems to be very good at swimming. Well, Salome likes swimming very much. That's a good hobby. Such a partner is very important for people with special abilities. After all, pirates sail on the sea, so there must be certain precautions for falling into the water. Almost no ship would do stupid things with only people with special abilities on it. In that case, if the ship sinks, everyone can say goodbye together. As a person who can't fly, Olga relies on Elizabeth to prevent herself from falling into the water. Whether it is the ability of the basilisk lizard to run on the water or the ability of the thousand-faced chameleon to glide and dive, they can effectively prevent such things. Otherwise, she would not soak in the bathroom to the extent that only her head is exposed. That kind of powerlessness will cause the body's reaction to become very slow when encountering danger. However, danger sometimes comes quietly. For example, for her, Hancock is a danger now. Wait, what are you going to do? Wipe your back for you. Hey, how many times have I told you to be honest with your hands? Because the water was too deep, Hancock's little trick was slightly successful, but the strength gap was there, and Olga soon successfully countered it, and Elizabeth did not intervene in the playfulness here. After all, this was also it's not dangerous. The next day, some dark circles can be seen under Girliosa's eyelids. It seems that she didn't rest well, but she has made a decision. Relocation is too dangerous. The 7 warlords of the sea is a good idea. What do you want to do? Are there any rules for the succession of the Emperor of the 9 Snakes? Amazon Lily selects several Emperor candidates in each generation. These are powerful young warriors. Hancock was originally a candidate for the Emperor's successor. It is in line with the culture of pirates. The Emperor does not have to be of the same lineage, but must be strong. Only in this way can the pirate country survive. That would be much more convenient. We can push Hancock to that position. But isn't that decided by the world government? Yes, it is decided by the world government, but there are too many vacancies in their so-called 7 warlords of the sea now, and they are probably looking for more candidates. In fact, this is true. When the 7 warlords of the sea system was proposed, the situation in the sea was not so chaotic, but with Roger opening the Great Pirate Era, and the emergence of the current top sea emperors, the world government has also begun to increase its efforts in this regard. They need deterrence. Is there any pirate with a greater deterrence than the Emperor of the Sea? So as long as Hancock's fruit ability can be demonstrated in her maiden voyage discovered by the world government, and there is not a strong enough enemy, the invitation letter will come soon. You mean? Let's put on a show. The big cotters under the Emperor of the Sea, this victory is enough, but there is a question, that is, whether Hancock can become the Emperor of the 9 Snakes, and whether she can bear the position of the 7 warlords of the sea. The position of the 7 warlords of the sea is not a joke. Although it is not as easy to be provoked as the position of the Emperor of the Sea, it also requires real strength. According to the normal timeline, she took over the position of the 7 warlords of the sea shortly after she became the Emperor of Amazon Lily at the age of 18. And she is 15 years old this year. Although she is 3 years younger, she spent the 3 years of slavery in normal training. Even if she ate the fruit earlier in the slave timeline, the celestial dragon's purpose was not to petrify others. If we have to talk about strength, she is not much different from the 18-year-old in the original timeline, and has already touched the lower limit of the 7 warlords of the sea. However, Girliosa is not sure whether Hancock can bear the position of 7 warlords of the sea and the Emperor of 9 Snakes. Finally, they reached an agreement. After that, 9 Snakes will test Hancock's strength in their own way. After confirming that she can do that, they will notify the beasts and agree to the other party's request. Amazon Lily is an entire country, and there is nothing wrong with not putting eggs in one basket. Olga also left Amazon Lily with Hancock's farewell, and the beasts' ship headed north to the North Sea. After a period of sailing, they have approached the waters of Fervans, but the atmosphere here is completely different from what Yamato imagined. According to the records in the atlas, there should be a constant stream of ships entering and leaving Fervans, but now the area is very deserted, and no ship enters. Even if some ships flying other flags want to leave, they have to go through a detailed inspection. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 404, The Tragedy of Fervans. There are scattered search ships on the sea, and the people on them are wearing heavy chemical protective suits and gas masks like the biological and chemical troops, as if they are worried about what dangerous goods are on the ship. On the bow, Yamato holding a telescope looked at everything with a little puzzlement. Strange, isn't it said that the tourism industry in this country is very prosperous? But no one answered her this time. This is the biggest difference between her voyage and before. The ordinary crew on the ship will listen to her orders, but these people are at most ordinary givers. Neither Arceus nor Olga will intervene. Arceus was worried about accidents, while Olga was worried because her ability was the most convenient to use. When there was no direct battle, no one could use Olga's ability better than her. Yamato would have to sail alone in the future. Arceus's requirements were not high. At least she had to be able to survive alone. She couldn't be like Luffy, who would have ended up with that bucket if he had a little bad luck. She was not required to master all the skills, but she had to have basic judgment. Forget it, never mind, keep moving forward. When Yamato made the decision, Olga also received Arceus's instruction and crossed out a small book. It was obvious that this behavior was not recognized. Yamato didn't know that someone was secretly grading her in a place she couldn't see, and this grade would affect her subsequent courses and sailing time. However, those people did not check the ship, because the standard of the waters near Fervans was now determined to allow entry but not exit, and they searched for ships going out only because they were worried that Fervans people would go out with them. Following Yamato's orders, the navigator and sailors on the ship continued to operate the ship. They were not worried that Yamato would cause trouble, because there were still people on the ship to support her. However, as the voyage continued, there were more crosses on the small book. Lord Arceus, I think Miss Yamato just needs more training. After all, it's her first time to command such a thing. No, she is different from Kaido is very similar, but Kaido is too lazy to use his brain, so she is basically hopeless in this regard. However, when she docked, she finally got a mark other than the cross. At least she learned the previous method, hiding the ship in a hidden place and docking in a small boat. The place where the ship docked was not Fervans, but Fervans' neighboring country. Because Fervans' port has been sealed, and it was its neighboring country that did this. Fervans faces the sea on both sides, and the land area is not large. On the contrary, its neighboring countries are not small, so it is more convenient to find a place to dock here. The people on the boat did not follow them, even Olga and Arceus had already hidden their bodies. From the time they docked, this was her journey. In addition to Maria and Robin, she was only accompanied by Diancie. Pokemon is also one of her powers at this time. The reason why she only brought Diancie was because Diancie's ability was more convenient in mining, and Quinn's chemistry class was still somewhat useful. And Diancie's strength is much stronger than other Pokemon. Yamato has basically failed in navigation, she has no talent in this area, and her next goal is to see if she can successfully enter Fervans without Olga's help. Fervans is not only blockaded at sea, but also surrounded by barbed wire on land. Guards can be seen at intervals. This is because Fervans' platinum lead disease has broken out. Although platinum lead has its own uses in various places, it is a toxic mineral. This poison will not harm the user, and it will not be released if it is not mined, but as long as it is mined, the toxins contained in it will affect everyone in the area. As early as 100 years before the development of the platinum lead industry in Fervans, the geological exploration team of the world government had explored here and had discovered the truth about platinum lead. However, in the face of huge interests, the world government and the royal family concealed all this, allowing ordinary people in Fervans to devote themselves to the platinum lead industry and constantly mine platinum lead for them. The people have gained a lot of wealth, and the per capita income of Fervans has risen sharply. For a time, the national happiness index has also risen, but they don't know that this money is exchanged for life, not the lives of one or two people, but the lives of all people. The toxin content of platinum lead is very small, and this is the most dangerous part of platinum lead. This trace toxin will continue to accumulate and will be passed on to future generations, making the lives of future generations shorter and shorter. Today, the mining of platinum lead has a history of almost 100 years, and the accumulation of platinum lead has reached the time of disease. Due to the characteristics of platinum lead accumulation, 3 generations of a family almost got sick at the same time, white spots appeared on the body surface, and the whole family died in pain. Many families can't even find a person to collect the bodies. This disease is like the South China Sea Emperor fever in the past. There is no solution. Now no doctor knows how to treat platinum lead disease. Moreover, neighboring countries regard this disease as an infectious disease and block all areas of caravans. Anyone who tries to go out will be shot. The royal family escaped with the help of the world government, but ordinary people can only wait for death. The world government and these royal families knew that platinum lead disease was not contagious, but was a very deadly mineral disease, but they chose to conceal the truth because they still needed people to mine platinum lead for them. If this news was exposed, then the mining of platinum lead would become very difficult. As long as these people died and were disinfected, ordinary people would think it was safe. And the empty caravans would have new people settle there. Faced with huge profits, some people would continue to mine platinum lead. In this way, other royal families could continue to reap the benefits, the world government could continue to get platinum lead, and make a fortune in the transportation industry. The lives of ordinary people were what they gave up. Yamato had not decided what to do next. Years of education had also played a role. Facing this strange caravans, she did not rush in, but decided to investigate the situation before going in. However, at this time, something happened in her sight that was difficult for her to accept. Someone in the barbed wire approached the border. They seemed to be asking for help without being armed, but the soldiers outside seemed very scared and repeatedly ordered them to retreat. But the people inside did not, because at this time the medicine and food in caravans began to be short, and the pain was unbearable for them. If they continued to wait, they would only die. In this situation, the people outside finally chose to shoot, and the tragedy of caravans began. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 405, I don't know right or wrong, but I can't do nothing. Hey! What are you doing? There is still a trace of kindness in her nature. She can think about some things under the premise that nothing else has happened. Seeing this kind of thing, her instinct made her stand up. According to her estimation, a fight is likely to happen next, but the opponent's actions are beyond Yamato's expectations. Wait! Little sister, don't come over. It's dangerous here, it may be contagious. They did not attack her. Seeing that she came from outside the barbed wire, they shouted that it was dangerous here, but the other 2 soldiers also burned the corpse with flamethrowers. The huge contrast made her unable to figure out what was going on for a while. She originally thought that these people were cruel bastards who were ready to attack. Now she didn't know what to say, and the soldier in front of her thought she was scared. The soldier who yelled at Yamato to stop turned around and saw his companions burning the corpse. Little sister, stay away from here, it's dangerous here, don't you know is there an epidemic outbreak in caravans? The soldier didn't know that what he was doing was a massacre. The order he received was to prevent the spread of the infection source and protect his country. His king didn't tell the truth at all. As for the explanation of the caravans people themselves, they didn't dare to believe it. How could it be like that? It's still a bit impulsive, Tang Gaifeng, you follow, don't let him get into any danger. Due to this resistance, the surrounding countries have gained the righteousness of self-defense and counterattack. In the righteousness of preventing the spread of the plague and protecting their own country from danger, the surrounding kingdoms have not issued new orders, but the soldiers there are responsible for guarding outside. Xiaohe's body has stopped changing, and the appearance of Xiaokagushin has replaced his original appearance. Compared with the previous firmness, I seem to have figured out some things. In the eyes of these soldiers, Xiaohe and the others seem to listen to your persuasion and leave there, but in fact he is still outside, and has not entered the isolation area behind, but we didn't see it. You want to save those people and leave. Strength can be honed anywhere, and Xiaohe has found a more suitable opponent than Master Kai. What kind of training has no effect in actual combat and is not effective in your case is not very applicable. After all, there is no difference between Master Kai's training and actual combat. Justice and evil are never absolute. In the eyes of the Navy, you and his father are both wicked bastards who are forgiven, but in the territory of the beasts, you are in the same position as the guardian god. Does he still want to do this now? You don't know if it's right for you to do that, but if you don't do anything, you won't be able to sleep when you go back. Maria, Diancie, come to help you, as long as you don't kill these soldiers, you'll be in the right place." As he said this, he pulled Maria to the direction provided by Tang Gaifeng's, and Diancie also flew over silently, but did not bring Nico Robin, who had low combat power, with him. "You can't let your incompetent companions be in danger because of your willfulness. That's something you will understand later." At this time, his face couldn't help but turn pale, and everything was very similar to O'Hara at the beginning. What happened here is not an isolated case. Similar things are happening around Fervans, and they are getting worse. Zayahi couldn't give an answer that time, and Fervans took you to continue walking back. After that, the scattered corpses were just an end. When we continued to go deeper, the corpses almost covered the streets. Before Aljo took Elizabeth away, only Nico Robin was left there. Although your acceptance ability is not weak, the impact of that scene on him is also a bit big. "Leave it to me, Lord Tang Gaifengzi," decided. "There is a difference between naivety and idealism. You don't know anything at all if you haven't seen the real world, and that Ganghao is a tempering for you." Tang Gaifengzi explained to Zayahi some issues about the origin of platinum and lead, and also explained the concealment of mineral disease and the world government. When he helps someone he thinks is strong, he is not bullying another weak person in the posture of a strong person. "Zayahi, now the question is, what do you want to do now? Reality always makes some changes to the plan. I didn't intend to show up originally, but now the timing is just right." At this time, Zayahi arrived at the designated location, looking at the sea of fire, and a stream of ice-blue breath came out of his mouth. "Arzuo. It's true, but it's not our fault. In order to prevent their families from getting the horrible disease, they chose to follow orders and eliminate the infected. The soldiers inside have their own orders. He must want to save those people. These soldiers are his enemies, and we are just protecting our country. If you want to save the people of Olga's, you have to hurt us. This innocence still exists in your mind, but if you can abandon that nature in a few words, you are no longer yourself. What he did may be wrong. Nothing can satisfy everyone, but as long as he has a clear conscience, that's enough. So now, make his decision. There should be some survivors in the northeast. Although the royal family of Olga's has not escaped, a large number of lead bullets are still stored in the warehouse. No one will sit and wait for death in a dead end. Those who can still move in Olga's took up arms and ended the resistance. But if you stay on Ghost Island, your state of mind will not grow. In the current situation, not to mention the real Risharam, even the ideal Zekrom may not recognize you. So remember, in this world, only the strong can decide good and evil according to their own values, and decide the right and wrong of a thing. Everyone can say the truth, but whether there is force as a guarantee, the truth will always be the truth. At the beginning, you had doubts about the affairs of the kingdom of Sikar, and it happened that Olga's had the opportunity to let you understand some things, so as not to affect your future relationship with Zayahi. Before Zayahi left, Fervans told Arceus. "You are no longer ignorant at the age of 17. You haven't finished understanding the truth at that age. The tragedy of Orgus has dissipated much of your innocence." "Godfather, what these people said. I see, that is not caused by the world government's laissez-faire. Our protection of the member countries is limited to a few people in the royal family. Guess how their newspapers will report this matter this time. I understand. In that world, whether you have strength or not, you can only be slaughtered. Zayahi, the people of Tang Gaifeng are innocent. We encountered those because of the greed of the upper class, but these soldiers are not." Watch Arceus Pirate Journey for the fastest update. Chapter 406, The Cult of Arceus Needs a Professional Nun. No attendant Ice Fang. The ice-blue breath came out of Yamato's mouth. This no attendant Ice Fang had been trained for 4 years. From the beginning, it was as powerful as air conditioning to the powerful freezing air that can freeze the sea of fire. She put in too much effort. To be precise, it should be torture. From the flames of Kakashi and King Inmu to the hot breath of Kaido, in order to break through the hot environment, she was forced to break through the limit every day. The river in front the trees had dried up long ago, and the arch bridge above was engulfed by fire. Under the cover of Wuxi Bingye, the burning flames had just gone out, but what came into view were only more corpses. And there were more corpses of children, many of which had become unrecognizable. The flames could burn so vigorously because these corpses became the fuel of the flames. These people. They were supposed to grow up happily, but they encountered the greatest misfortune in their lives. They were people living in a monastery. This monastery also had a school in Frefens. The parents of these children fell ill and died of platinum lead disease and were taken back by the nuns of the monastery. Unlike Carmelo, who was a nun in the skin of a nun and worked as a human trafficker, this was a real nun, but she was deceived by the soldiers. Because some soldiers promised her to let the children go and lied that there was a refugee ship to leave here for them. This was a lie from the soldiers. Under the threat of infectious diseases, they did not dare to do such a thing. It was just to use this reason to gather them together and eliminate the pathogens they thought were from the root. Maria, use that to check it out. Okay, but Yamato, don't hold out too much hope. Several spider silks were swiped out from her fingertips, and most of the victims on the ground were covered in the silks. Most of the owners of these Pokemon abilities are not limited to their inherent powers. Combining their own abilities and talents, they have similar developments. Babanuki's cutting style is the most typical feature, and Maria also has a special application for the ability of the electric spider. The electric spider itself is particularly sensitive to the vibrations from its own spider web. Even if it can't be seen, it can judge the size and shape of the prey through the vibration of the spider web, and it will not be affected by the wind in nature. Maria doesn't catch insects and birds, so her development of spider silk is similar to diagnosing pulses with hanging silk. She uses spider silk to judge whether a person still has signs of life. Even if the body still has the weakest breathing and heartbeat, her spider silk can provide feedback. This was originally developed by her to check for deficiencies and fill in gaps on the battlefield, to prevent people from pretending to be dead in a pile of corpses, and to reduce the time of finishing off one by one. But now, Yamato thought of the use of this ability. Her brain sometimes worked well, but it was just sometimes not. The charred bodies were not tested, there was no need to do so, but she did find a weak reaction in the remaining bodies. Yamato, that nun is still alive. As for the others, the physique and vitality of adults are much stronger than those of children, so the nun is still alive, but her vitality is gradually fading. The cross that she always kept in her hand fell to the side, and her nails were full of mud. Judging from the scratches left, she had been unconscious before she fell. Still crawling towards the child beside him, he took out a bottle of green pills from his pocket. These were Nikin's special life-saving pills, which were exclusively supplied by the beasts and were not for sale. They were both for external and internal use, and had a strong hemostatic effect. They were usually used with the injections made by Quinn, and their life-saving effect was second only to the resurrection grass. That should be enough, Maria, I'm sorry to bother you. The gunshots in the distance had stopped at this time, but this was not good news. The cessation of gunshots meant that the soldiers had not found new targets and that Frevans had probably become a dead city. When they came here, it was basically the end, so all they could do was to finish it. Yamato's trouble was to ask Maria to help take the person away. It was not that she was not strong enough, but that her current body carrying an adult would greatly affect her mobility, but this was not a problem for Maria at all. Her height was much larger than that of a normal person, and it would not affect anything whether she carried it on her shoulders or held it in her arms. However, considering the situation of the wounded, she chose to enter the human form and put the nun on the spider's body. Then they continued to walk towards the building in front of them. This was the hospital in Frevans, and the fire also began to spread in the hospital. The scene in the hospital was also horrible. Some people were shot directly on the beds, and some medical staff also fell to the ground. However, there were not many people here, and many beds were empty. In fact, some people were not killed by bullets, but died of platinum lead disease. When the platinum lead disease began to break out, those people had already gathered here. If there were enough medical drugs, these people could probably survive for a while. However, with the blockade of neighboring countries here, the medical supplies in the hospital began to be consumed in large quantities. Without targeted drugs, many people could only die in pain, so most of the people who could still move chose to escape. There were not many people left in the hospital, and there were almost no living people in this part of people. Only a little girl was found in a closet. Although there was no external injury, the life signal was also not strong. This was a sign of the onset of platinum lead disease. Although Frevans' platinum lead disease broke out in large numbers almost in the same period of time, according to the different constitutions the effects of illness are different. Yamato then asked Maria to take the other person away first, and he stayed here alone to continue searching. Lord Arceus, Yamato is still inside. I know, let her try again, but it's meaningless. He couldn't sense any breath of life except Yamato. Those soldiers were professional soldiers, and only a few of them were left with a breath like the nun. The nun was in good condition. Maria used spider silk to bandage her first aid, and special medicines had stopped the bleeding. As for the bullets remaining in her body, it would be a problem for surgery later. In fact, she had just woken up once, but as a nun, she naturally believed in God. There was no despair in the world, and the light of salvation would definitely come. She always believed. So after waking up, she found herself on the back of a giant spider and thought she had gone to hell. This made her, as a nun, unable to accept it for a while, so she fell into a coma again. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 407, When Diancie Studied the Periodic Table. The religious beliefs in the pirate world are very complicated. No matter what you believe in, no one interfered, provided that the rules set by some people were not touched. However, no matter which religion, Spider was mostly in the camp of evil gods due to its own image. This nun was not a member of a strange sect, so she had this reaction. However, most religions did not have unified management. As long as the religion met the characteristics of the local kingdom, they were legal in the local area. It is very likely that two people believed in the same God, but because of their different birthplaces, their doctrines were completely different. If you want to find a sect with a large influence and unified command on the sea, Arceus is one of them. The agents of the world government also noticed this sect, but they just regarded it as a companion product of the Bazin pirates, and believed that it was something Kaido made to control the pirates. Because the meaning of the existence of religion is, in most cases, a tool for the ruling of those in power, especially the doctrine of Arceus is too simple. In general, believing in Arceus will get everything. This simple doctrine to the extreme does not matter to them. Not long after, Yamato came out with a disappointed look. She did not see any other survivors. No need to go there. I came from there. This kingdom has been destroyed. Except for the royal family, this kingdom has basically nothing left. Arceus stopped Yamato from continuing to explore. What he saw was enough. There was no need to continue looking. In fact, it did not take them long to get here. This is because the land area of Frivans is not large. The area of countries in this world is sometimes comparable to that of medieval villages. The reason why Frivans is called the White Town is because its area is very small. Otherwise, this is not a white town, but a white kingdom. But no buts, this is what you see right now. Frivans is an exception, but there are far more countries like this. There are more than 200 member states of the world government, but do you know how many non-member states there are? This world is different from what I thought. Although she didn't ask such a stupid question as why not eat meat, she couldn't imagine that someone would let a country perish for the sake of profit. You can't take care of these things now, and Yamato, your rating for this trip is out. Is there such a thing? She didn't know that she was out. There is such a thing as scoring, and it is not in line with Arceus's previous habits to talk about her scoring at this time. Your strength is not bad, and your fruit ability has improved, but you are too reckless and put yourself in dangerous situations more than once. You are far from qualified to sail alone. In short, you fail. But father sometimes does this. How do you know this? When father is drunk, he will talk about some past experiences. Yamato's answer is a bit unexpected, but it does not change the ending. You should learn something. You should learn. Except for Kaido's monster physique, she did not inherit Kaido's own shrewdness, but she learned recklessness. You are not allowed to learn anything about him after you go back, and you will have to take an extra half-hour of common sense theory class every day. Wait, Godfather, can the theory class be changed? To be honest, she didn't want to go to class, whether it was Kaido's martial arts teaching or ordinary theory class, but if she had to choose one, she would rather go to the training ground than the theory class. No, let Quinn teach you some more insidious methods. You need to neutralize your naivety. Don't. If you want to take a class, it's fine. Really? Really, your father or me, you can choose one. As long as you can beat no, you can hold out for 1 hour when we go all out, you can sail alone. Kaido seems reckless, but he has always controlled the risk to a certain extent. For example, when he was young, he always picked prison ships to attack, because such ships could not trap him. If he ran into the naval base at that time, he would really fall into the trap. When he started to act recklessly later, he already had enough strength. Yamato has two options: either to make herself smarter or to have absolute strength to ignore the consequences. Kojiki Odin has been dead for several years. If she can last for an hour under Kaido, she must at least reach the level of Odin back then. Although Yamato is now a monster among her peers, it is impossible for her to do this. After a brief thought, she still accepted the fact that she had one more course. Olga, take them back to the ship and let the doctor deal with these two people. Diancie, come with me to mine. The number of survivors is comparable to that of the Lunaria tribe, but this is not what he cares about. Although the world government has covered up the fact that platinum and lead exist on the grounds of infectious diseases, Fervans will inevitably become an empty city in the future. Even if the surrounding countries want to mine, they have to wait for a while, so the price of platinum and lead will inevitably soar in the future. Taking away a large amount of platinum and lead at this time is very meaningful for the future. Diancie, let me see what you have learned from Quinn. Yes, Master, you will be satisfied. The principle of Diaxie's diamond making is to compress carbon atoms in the air. Because of her race, she is naturally familiar with that kind of composition, and Quinn's teaching is to let Diaxie understand more elemental structures and extract other substances. However, Quinn used this ability in a somewhat biased direction. In addition to extracting special components, he also made a special fertilizer that contains various components needed by bananas. But Master, please do me a small favor. That thing is beyond my ability. She can compress the components in the air, but she can't mine directly. If she is asked to mine minerals in the Earth's crust, she can only dig a little bit at a time. The mine here is ready-made. Along the hole left by the mine, high-temperature flames are released by Arceus. Endless flames almost fill the mine, and the platinum and lead inside begin to vaporize under the influence of high temperature. This is what Diancie needs. A light pink light appears from her hand. The floating platinum lead gas condenses into platinum lead ingots under her control. These are the refined platinum lead, and the purity is higher than that of Frey Vance in the past. As long as the purification process is passed, the platinum lead will become harmless to people, and under Diancie's control, there is no excess platinum lead spillage at all. Now we just need to consider how to move them away. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spewin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 408, Stinky Mud Therapy and the New Plan of the 100 Beasts Fruit. The properties of some slates actually have a certain extension surface. For example, the steel slate does not only refer to steel, but also contains a large number of metal minerals. The fireball slate does not only refer to fire. Attacks with fire attributes such as high temperature and magma are all included, but in reality there are some attacks with composite attributes, such as magma having the characteristics of both fire and rock. It would take about 2 slabs to be completely immune to this attack. The smelted platinum ore belongs to the control range of the steel slab, so the platinum and lead ingots followed them out of here as if floating, and the surrounding barbed wire was useless to them. Now there are 3 people who survived in the entire Fervans, the nun and the girl who were found and taken away by Yamato, and Luo who sneaked out of the border among the charred corpses. Yamato and the others came here at the end of the time. At that time, Luo had already experienced despair and fled from the vicinity of the hospital with the principle that no one could believe in him. Surviving revenge and revenge were his only beliefs at that time. At this time, the Origin had started a new voyage, but the destination was not Onigashima, but the East China Sea. After seeing the tragic reality of the world, Arceus planned to take them to change their mood. Because not the whole world is so cruel, beauty still exists. His purpose is to make Yamato not so naive, not to make her negative and world-weary, so a treasure hunt before returning became her extra entertainment. However, it is not Yamato's character to be depressed because of such things. She will never be trapped in the memories of the past. Now she is concerned about the doctor's rescue situation. What's the matter? Miss Yamato, we have taken out the bullet in the woman's body. Their vital signs are currently stable, but we can't do anything about the heavy metal poisoning. Platinum and lead poisoning is not a conventional poisoning. The reason for their poisoning is not that the cell structure is destroyed by the toxin, but that the component exists in various parts of their bodies. Even the fetus will be infected because of the mother. Conventional means have no effect, because the antidote is not effective for this situation. The existing means can temporarily stabilize the lives of the two, but there is no other way. Now every flagship with the name of the Beast Pirates has a complete set of medical equipment, and those ship doctors are not when sailing, they will be sent to the Pokémon Center for further training. The accompanying doctor on the Origin is a top surgeon who can perform most operations, but even so, he has no way to deal with the platinum lead distributed throughout the body. What will happen if it can't be cured? She will die. That woman should be able to hold on for a year, and that girl a month at most, This is based on conventional means. For people in the pirate world, platinum lead disease has no solution unless they find the surgery fruit or a fruit with similar abilities to peel it off. However, there are abilities on this ship that are far beyond the world's understanding, but it is not Diancie. Although Diancie has a way to extract platinum lead, the premise is that the platinum lead is transformed into gas. In that case, the two people must be burned to ashes first. So Arceus prepared a very special treatment for them, the stinky mud treatment method. He had guessed that Yamato would ask for this, so he came up with such a method. The stinky mud has a characteristic that it is immune to all poisons. No matter what toxic substances they eat, they will become part of their bodies, whether it is neurotoxins or protein toxins, whether it is toxic metals or anything else, it is the same for them. And because these stinky muds are stinky muds in the form of a Lola, they are not easy to smell, but the treatment process is not beautiful. It is equivalent to letting two people be wrapped in stinky mud for a period of time, waiting for them to slowly absorb the platinum and lead in the human body. If Yamato was poisoned, then Arceus would probably take action himself. Even if a member of the beasts had problems in the battle, he could do it, but now these are two unrelated people, he doesn't need to do that. The two stinky mud medical soldiers are all ready for Yamato's face. During this process, they can basically only survive on nutrient solution. In order to prevent them from feeling physically uncomfortable, they also used that kind of powerful sleeping agent. Anyone who wakes up and finds himself in a pool of moving mud will probably not be able to get over the hurdle in his heart. Godfather, why can't I watch it either? The picture is not very beautiful, and it is not suitable for you now. Go and Robin to study the treasure map. Using this reason to convince Yamato, Yamato will still listen to the things he explicitly prohibited, otherwise she may lose a protective umbrella when Kaido is training. On the one hand, saving those two people is for Yamato's personal psychology, and on the other hand, he plans to do something with the help of the 100 Beasts fruit. The matter of Frivans was covered up by the excuse of infectious diseases, and Arceus's goal is to break this window paper. There is a medical industry under the 100 fruits, and platinum lead is just an opportunity to cheat the rich. The richer the people, the more they cherish their lives and enjoy the good times made them reluctant to give up all this, so Arceus wanted to give them a sense of crisis, that is, they were also infected with platinum lead disease. Because platinum lead exists as a luxury, its price is very high, and ordinary people can't afford it. In the past, many nobles in the kingdom used platinum lead as a symbol of status. As long as this matter is made clear and they are told that Frivans is not an infectious disease, but metal poisoning, then they will inevitably have a sense of self-danger. Although the use of platinum lead is harmless, they don't know that the truth about platinum lead is only known to the royal family of Frivans and the world government. In order to sell them better, the royal families of other kingdoms are also unclear about the details. After all, anyone who uses poisonous things must think carefully. Pufferfish is poisonous, so even if everyone says it is delicious, many people dare not try it. No one knows if they will be unlucky. Faced with the terrible impact of platinum lead disease that can cause genocide, even if the world government is willing to explain the truth, they may not believe it. At this time, a famous doctor appeared. After several years of research, he found a way to treat platinum lead disease and developed a special medicine. And a patient with platinum lead disease successfully recovered under his treatment. Faced with this situation, the royal family and nobles are naturally willing to spend a lot of money. Moreover, the medical company under the 100 Beasts fruit will also become famous, which will be beneficial to the sales of some subsequent medicines. This is the most effective advertisement. Those tree fruit medicines are real conscientious medicines. As long as you use them, you will know how useful they are. They are just a little expensive. Then the fruit of beasts can once again become a pillar industry. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 409, The Carp King Who Repays Gratitude. The nun who tried to preach was counter-preached. Olga, are the photos ready? Ready, but Lord Arceus, will anyone be willing to publish this kind of news? Olga had received an order to take photos before, and she could say that all the miserable conditions of Frivans were recorded by her. But she knew one thing: after knowing the truth, publishing this kind of news would probably be targeted. Yes, Morgans will not let go of such big news. If he had taken the world government into consideration, his newspaper would not have reached this point today. The two main reasons for Morgan's success are the flock of newsbirds and the courage to report big events. At the beginning, reporting big events was his hobby and for fame, but now it is also his way to save his life. If he loses his popularity, the attitude of the world government towards him will not be a possible assassination, but a positive wanted order. These photos plus the truth of the content, Morgans will definitely report it extensively, and then their goal will be achieved. Especially the royal family of Frevans, living in Frevans, they will be affected by platinum lead no matter how careful they are, and they know the truth, so they will only spend more money to eliminate this hidden danger. This operation also has a special code name specially pitting the rich. Put it together and send a message to Tesoro using Rotom. He will know what to do, but don't worry. Wait until we get back to start planning. He can slowly work on this matter during this period. Also notify your father and others and ask Nagashima to make some preparations. For example, the treatment report of platinum lead disease. This stinky mud treatment will naturally not be leaked, so they need to plan something that outsiders cannot understand but is very reasonable, and makes people feel that it is mysterious and powerful. The same is true for the drug part, because there is no specific medicine, so this kind of drug requires an unknown health product that is harmless to the human body. It just so happens that Quinn uses Tianxi's ability created some new elements, which are now effective enough. At the same time, Nakin's Chinese medicine talent can create some pharmacology, and Athi's mineral knowledge can explain the problem of platinum and lead. The abilities of these three experts can be used. I know, but do you want to record the treatment process of the nun? Just take a picture of the face. The healing process is still very long. During the waiting process, the people on the ship also have their own ways of entertainment. For example, the doctor on the ship became obsessed with the treatment method of the stinky mud and wrote observation reports every day. Yamato temporarily became a fisherman. This is her new training. The purpose is to cultivate patience. She is too impatient and will behave irrationally in some cases. Fishing is a great test of patience. Although the moment of catching a fish is very happy, you have to endure a long period of loneliness for this short-lived happiness. Successfully catching a fish is her goal today. Miss Yamato, you can't do this. Yes, we are not a fishing boat, and there are no reefs nearby. There are very few fish. You need more patience. At this time, Yamato held two fishing rods in both hands, and occasionally lifted them up to take a look. Not to mention sea fishing, even in the fish pond, it is estimated that you can't catch anything like this. Comparatively speaking, Robin is much more relaxed. She is reading a book. She is fishing with her extended arms. This is a collaboration between her and Maria. Maria uses the spider's compound eyes to capture the movement of the float, while she controls the fishing rod. Both of them are very patient, so their gains are much richer than Yamato. But in the end, she succeeded. When she was about to explode, a carp king gave her this face and was successfully caught. Remember not to bite the hook in the future, and stay away from the fishing net. Remember to evolve early. Looking at the Magi carp that had finished her painful lesson today, Yamato used the power of Changpan to teach it how to avoid risks, and then threw it back into the sea again. At the same time as she ended her fishing career, the long course of the treatment plan for the stinky mud finally ended. At this time, they were close to the East China Sea. It can be said that this was a treatment that crossed half of the North Sea. The platinum and lead content has been cleared, and the injection of sleeping pills has stopped. They should wake up soon. Looking at the test report in his hand, the ship's doctor made his own judgment, and the fact was as he said. The nun woke up soon, but the long sleep made her mind not very clear. Is this hell? I remember that I seemed to be taken away by the messenger of hell. Her last impression was that she was entangled in spider silk on the back of a humanoid spider and taken away. No, we are on the ship. We have left Frevans. According to the course, we are almost in the East China Sea. How do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable? The doctor asked about her physical condition. He still had to write an observation report. On the ship, so those were just dreams, right? Were the children saved? Where are they? Right next to you. The nun turned her head and saw the girl lying on the bed. Rami? Where is her brother? Where are the other children? Only then did they know the girl's name, Rami, the full name Trafalgar D. Wadier Rami, where D is a pseudonym and Wadier is a taboo name. The name to the outside world is just Trafalgar Rami. That is, Trafalgar Law's biological sister. Unfortunately, there are only 2 survivors in Frevans. Miss Yamato didn't find any other survivors. Don't get excited. Your body is not very healthy now. The nutrient solution replenished the substances needed for life, but this nun would not return to life. It was good that her muscles did not atrophy after lying for so long. According to the ship's doctor, she still accepted the fact that she didn't want to believe. The only child in the monastery was Lamy in front of her. Lamy woke up soon after, but unlike the nun, she had no memory of the previous events, and even the nun didn't recognize her. She is amnesia caused by heavy metal poisoning, but if I'm frank, it's a good thing that she forgot everything. What do you think? After the examination, the ship's doctor changed Lamy's room and then said to the nun. Indeed. Recalling everything about Frevans, even the nun felt cold all over. It's a good thing that Lamy forgot those things. Doctor, you are a good person, may God bless you. Goodbye, I am not a good person, and I believe in Lord Arceus more than your lord. It was he and Miss Yamato who brought you back. Don't forget this kindness. Originally, she just mentioned the Lord out of habit, but as a nun, she encountered the missionary work of others. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 410, Occupational Disease Attack. Hear nothing of yours, outsider. The chief was shocked when he saw Arceus of unknown race speak, but he calmed down and communicated with him. Among all the chiefs, he was the most peace-loving one. He didn't want to see his people bleed and die in meaningless battles. In order to recapture Arpayatu, they have paid too many sacrifices. It's not up to you to decide whether it exists or not. I can already feel its presence. A gust of wind blew over here, and the outer skin of the tent whistled in the wind. Sandia, the place where people live, is a simple leather tent. They did not gain much advantage in the battle with the Sky Icelanders, so they mainly fought in a guerrilla manner. The place where the tribe lives will also move regularly, so setting up tents is more suitable for their lifestyle. A huge vine grows where they live, and a huge piece of gold also floats down from above. Is it melted into the gold? This is a good way to hide. He can feel that his stone tablet is in the gold. It seems that the Lunarians did this because they were afraid of being discovered. However, it seems that the stone tablet was lost hundreds of years ago, and Shayna and Jin only kept some records by word of mouth. When the gold was taken down by Arceus, the expression of the chief of Shandia changed a little. Outsider, put the things down, it doesn't belong to you. The chieftain of Shandia picked up his weapon. The gold was about a promise. They had broken their promise once and couldn't break it a second time. However, this sentence was like a reverse scale for Arceus. Any creature that coveted his stone tablet was an unforgivable sin, so a fierce momentum emanated from his body. That was his pressure, dominated by the evil-faced stone tablet. A breath of fear swept across the entire village of Shandia. Regardless of men, women, old and young, they were all pressed to the ground by this pressure. Lord Arceus is angry. Lord Arceus, let's get rid of these guys, don't be angry about this. This pressure was not aimed at them, but it still made them feel palpitations. Jack and Maria even felt that breathing became difficult, and even Yamato felt that Arceus had become a little strange at this time. No, I'll give you one last chance. Explain what's going on, or destruction will be your only fate. Walking in front of the chief, Arceus gave his ultimatum. If it was the original Arceus, the phrase "it doesn't belong to you" would be the biggest taboo, but the current Arceus is willing to give him a chance to explain. That's the promise of our ancestors, we will protect it for others. Unless you kill all of us, don't even think about taking it away. At the end, he actually stood up despite the fear. Although Arceus withdrew the pressure on the power level, it was a great thing for him to stand up. The reason is very sufficient, but what you are keeping originally belongs to me, and the people who hid it here are my people. Now that I have awakened, I came to take back my things. Do you understand what I mean? How do you prove it? I advise you that keeping your promise is an excellent quality, but it is stupid to overestimate your own abilities. Arceus did not say anything, but proved everything with facts and actions. Under the influence of his power, the gold block began to melt, and soon the true appearance of the stone slab was revealed. Under the guidance of his power, the stone slab bloomed with brilliant brilliance and finally merged into his body. Do you believe it now? Only I can use its power. Your promise has been fulfilled, and it has been fulfilled very well. Things related to the stone slab are easy to make him act impulsively, so he will be more irritable than usual, but after calming down, he is not an unreasonable person. The one who reached an agreement with these Shandayans must be the ancestors of Jin and Shana, and they have been fulfilling their promises for hundreds of years. Put down the gun, these people are not enemies. Ship doctor, go and check their bodies. By the way, he felt the properties of the stone slab again, and then looked at Yamato with more weird emotions. Soon, the misunderstanding has been explained. Arceus and his people are not looters, but people who come to take back their own things. His behavior just now is enough to prove that it belongs to him. Although his appearance is strange, the Shandayans have more respect for him. In their beliefs, different animals represent gods. They acted impulsively before, but the folk customs of this primitive tribe are still simple. After figuring out the reason, they did not dwell on the previous things, but began to celebrate, because they finally fulfilled one of their ancestors' promises. That was more than 400 years ago. The legendary figure of Shandayan, the great warrior Kalgara, was still a young man at that time. Their ancestors had an intersection with the Lunarians at that time. The Lunarians helped them treat diseases, and they also took over the task of keeping the stone tablet. They are not greedy invaders, but trustworthy custodians, so Arceus' previous behavior was a bit too much. So he asked his men to move all the supplies on the ship back and held a new banquet here. As for Cotter who took the wrong way, they just caught up with this banquet. They were dragged into the King Huo party by their tribesmen and didn't even understand what was going on. Godfather, you were so scary just now. Did you get scared? No, but a godfather like that. Don't think too much. I get angry sometimes. Just have fun. If you don't want me to get angry, just behave yourself in the future. She agreed now, but it's not certain whether she will remember it in the future. The young Shandia people danced around the bonfire, and the people of the beast pirates were also pulled in, while the clan leader spoke in front of the young people. We have fulfilled one of the promises of our ancestors. Hundreds of years have passed, and the things we kept have been returned to their original owners. This is a good momentum. The promise between the great warrior Kalgara and Rolando will definitely be fulfilled. We will definitely take back our Appiadu. The sound of the golden bell will resound through the sky. Oh! But a strange voice was mixed in with the response. Grandpa, what is the golden bell? Looking at the questions raised by Yamato and other children, the patriarch was not unhappy, but instead told the story of the Shandayan people again, a story that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Next chapter. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 411, Unanimous Golden Treasure. The treasure is sleeping. Looking from the hills in the south, the whale is facing east, and its tail. Why is the words on this treasure map not fully recorded? Who copied this thing? Lying on the Chienjo wrist at the bow, Yamato looked at the so-called treasure map, and complained about the people who copied the treasure map. Pirate culture did not appear in Roger's era. In the nearly 800 years since the establishment of the world government, countless pirates have appeared, and many of them have buried their own treasures. And these pirates usually have a common problem. They have no heirs, so they leave treasure maps for others to find, but the treasure maps are not written clearly, and always leave riddles. Yamato doesn't like this kind of puzzle game, especially this kind of thing that doesn't even copy the riddles comprehensively. Maybe the original version is like this, but it is this kind of treasure map that is interesting. Maybe it's some ancient ruins or something like that. Robin, what do you think? How can I do that? The bow of the Thousand Universe arm is Yamato's exclusive seat, so Maria and Robin only communicate with her from behind the side of the ship. No, ancient treasure maps would not use this font, especially since this writing style has only appeared in recent years. Many things can show history, such as the text on the treasure map. The text can be forged, but if it is a treasure map with a long history, modern text will never appear on it. Really? I wonder what the treasure will contain. We'll know tomorrow, since we'll be there soon anyway. By the way, Yamato, do you want to go to the nearby town? There seems to be a lantern festival here. Sailing in the East China Sea is much easier than the Grand Line. As long as you follow the existing nautical charts, there will be no problems. There will be no sudden appearance of sea kings, and you don't have to worry about a sudden knife raining from the sky. The navigators and helmsmen of the main ships of the beast pirates are all excellent personnel who can sail in dangerous waters outside the country of Wano. The probability of overturning here is about the same as that of a racer driving a bumper car. The ship docked only to replenish supplies, but there was another slash on Olga's little notebook. This time it was because she was not vigilant enough, because she asked people in the town about the information of Wunan. The reason why it is a slash instead of a cross is that this time she at least knew to collect intelligence first, which is a little progress. Isn't this Wunan's treasure map? That is a legendary pirate. It is said that 1/3 of the world's gold is in his hands. If you really find it, you will make a fortune. In front of a small tempura shop, the owner talked about the rumors he heard. But Wunan has been gone for 2 or 3 years. I really miss him. I just inherited this store at that time. She didn't care about the boss's reminiscence of his youth. Although she liked to listen to stories, she was not interested in such family matters. To her, these were not as interesting as tempura. She almost closed the store by herself. The stores in the small town didn't prepare much, and it was not enough for a big eater like her. 300 Baileys in total. 300. Didn't you bring any money? Where's your parents? No, I'll give you the money. No need to change. Yamato handed over a 500 Bailey coin. The consumption index here was so low that she couldn't imagine it. Normally, she would have to spend at least 50,000 Baileys this time. But she didn't notice that a few people drinking at the stall next to her seemed to be interested in this and left the stall after they left. The great pirate unanimous, 1/3 of the world's gold, sounds so powerful. That's impossible, it sounds fake. If a pirate could really collect so much gold, he would probably be as famous as Roger, but neither Mr. Arceus nor Mr. Kaido mentioned this name. Yeah, it's probably the pirates from the East China Sea. Rumors are always getting more and more outrageous. Yamato became interested in that unanimous, but Maria and Robin didn't believe that. It's impossible for a pirate to do such a thing. Even Tesoro in the original timeline solved those troubles through the relationship with the world government. Unanimous's reputation will never be less than Rock's if he can do such a thing and hasn't been wiped out. And the people on the origin also, this was confirmed. They had never heard of such a person, which made Yamato's enthusiasm fade a little. The legendary pirate's treasure was meaningful. The reason why Roger's treasure attracted so many people was because he became the Pirate King for the first time in history. Everyone believed that the Pirate King's treasure must have great value. The ship was heading for the island described in the treasure map, but behind the origin, a ship quietly followed. Lord Arceus, there is a ship following us. Do you want to deal with it? Is there any bounty information? No, there is no such person in our database, and they look like ordinary treasure hunters. Do you want to expel them? Olga, you go and try them. They are strong. If they are strong, they will be dealt with. If they are weak, they will be left behind. Treasure hunters are similar to pirate hunters. In the world of pirates, no matter what kind of hunter they are, they all use force. Whether they are looking for treasure or hunting pirates, it is very common to use force. Olga's test is to determine whether they are suitable as an episode on Yamato's treasure hunt. Understood, Elizabeth, let's go. Elizabeth followed Olga tacitly and jumped off the side of the ship, and soon disappeared from sight. Olga's body did not grow much, and she could still ride on Elizabeth's back, which was very convenient in their daily actions. Although the East China Sea is known as the weakest sea, many strong people have been born here, so it is always right to pay more attention. Although the ship followed far behind and only a point of the flagpole could be seen in sight, Olga still arrived there quickly. The test method is also very simple. She used an illusion to create a sea beast bow to lure them to attack, and then observed the effect of the attack from the side, and did it more than once. After testing the illusion several times, she made the judgment that this group of people were a group of weak chickens. Such a person is not even qualified to be a sparring partner, let alone a threat to Yamato. So fast. Don't worry, Lord Arceus. I have tested it several times. The crew members are all ordinary people. I guess the cook on the ship can beat 10 of them. The captain is a person with special abilities. He seems to have a sound fruit. He can fire a sonic cannon from his mouth by roaring, but he needs to charge it. Miss Yamato can deal with him. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 412, Do you think you are Ultraman? Yamato, go by yourself. I won't follow you this time. The island is not large. It is a small island in the true sense. After the ship circled once, he had sensed the breath on the island. There was no human breath or the breath of any dangerous beasts, so he let Yamato and the others play by themselves. The reason for going around like this was to wait for the guys behind them. The boat of that group of people was too slow. Even if the Origin was sailing at the lowest speed in the later period, it still completely left them behind. And there was no suitable port on this island. The Origin could not get close to it with its draft depth. Yamato and her friends could only choose to dock with a lifeboat. However, the Origin did not disappear on the sea. It just dropped the anchor after putting away the flag. The reason why it did not disappear was that Olga left here with them. Yamato's scoring test was still going on, and it was always good to have an extra insurance. After changing into a set of jungle exploration clothes, Yamato took Robin and Maria to the golden island marked on the map. Lord Edrag, they have landed on the island. Behind a reef, a gangster-like man reported the situation to the tall man behind him. Edrag had dark skin, long red hair, and a lion-like face. Collecting gold was also one of his hobbies. According to the normal timeline, he would need at least another 10 years to find this place, but they heard Yamato's conversation at the tempura restaurant yesterday, so they followed secretly. At this time, there were only a dozen people on their ship, and they were gathered together because of Edrag's ability. Even in the East China Sea, they were at the level of small fish, so Olga made a statement that the cook on the ship could beat 10 people. If Edrag was not a capable person, her evaluation would be changed to that the cook could kill them all. Lord Edrag, let's follow quietly. That ship is so big, it looks very difficult to mess with. Their ship is like an ant meeting an elephant compared to the Origin. The size is no different from the lifeboat on the Origin. Only the size of the ship has shown the gap between the two sides. However, Edrag doesn't think so. He even wants to take the treasure on the ship for himself. This is a common sense in the pirate world. Because pirates sail on the sea for a long time, Bailey is easy to be damaged if it is stored for a long time. Once it encounters danger and soaks in water, it becomes waste paper. Therefore, in addition to certain paper money, pirates will exchange their property for hard currency such as gold, so that even if it sinks, they can find a chance to salvage it. An Edragger is a person who is very obsessed with gold. At the same time, he is also a person who has never seen the world. He even has the idea of exchanging the Origin for money. Don't worry about that ship. It dared to let a woman and 2 girls go ashore alone. Let's catch them first. Maria's body shape made them misunderstand her. They didn't treat her as a peer, but as a parent. Although the treasure map was described in a half-understood way, they still found a whale-shaped stone on the island quickly, and saw a high mountain pointed by its curved tail. The whale's tail should be on that mountain. It's boring if it's so easy. Hey! Do you still want to follow? You've been following all the way. At this point, Yamato shouted to the bottom of the hill. Those people's tracking technology was really not good, and they didn't pay attention to hygiene. Due to the problem of wind direction, Yamato could smell the stench on them. Well, I found the enemy, but I didn't defeat them directly. Instead, I called them out, wasting my advantage. Olga in the dark made another note in her notebook. According to the standards set by Arceus, she underestimated the enemy. However, from another perspective, it can be said that she accurately judged the level of the enemy, so it was a slash instead of a cross. However, those people did not seem to believe Yamato's words and still hid under the hillside. Maria chewed her mouth and a spider web with electricity was directly she spit into the sky. Then a series of screams sounded, and more than half of the few brothers of Edrago were gone at once. So weak, is this the level of the East China Sea? Maria looked incredulous when she found that her attack directly defeated the enemy. It was just the special spider silk that the electric spider itself possessed, and it was not even a skill. It should be an exception. Pirate King Gold Roger and Navy hero Garp were both born in this sea area. If I remember correctly, Uncle Manderfesh was also born in the East China Sea, right? Look, isn't there a stronger one? Looking at Edrago with an afro, Yamato further confirmed his thoughts. At least this one was not directly electrocuted. And after walking out, Edrago stood in place with his mouth wide open, and a stream of energy condensed at the position of his mouth. After a few seconds of condensation, a blue-white beam was spit out by him towards Yamato, but the attack didn't seem to be very accurate. The attack he released only hit the ground behind them. Boom! After a loud noise, a big hole was left on the land next to him. His attack could only be in a straight line, so he had to walk out to launch the attack. Seeing that the first shot did not hit, he charged up for a new attack. This was his most commonly used move, using his sonic cannon to bombard the enemy from a distance. Interesting, I want to come too. Looking at the attack launched by E-Drago, Yamato suddenly became interested. After the power was possessed, she also imitated the other party's big mouth, and seemed to be accumulating power in her mouth. In theory, her power had been accumulated long ago, but she was waiting for the other party to accumulate power. After E-Drago finally completed the accumulation of power, Yamato launched her own attack. Mushi Binja. Accumulating power still has some effect. This time, Mushi Binja is more powerful than before. The blue-white sonic cannon and the ice-blue Mushi Binja collide in the sky. Boom! Another fierce explosion, but in the smoke and dust, Yamato's Mushi Binja was not offset, but passed through the smoke and dust and hit the other party's body, leaving a huge ice sculpture on the island. It's done, Sister Olga, why are you here? This you can talk to Lord Arceus yourself. Speaking of this, Olga brought the Den Mushi to Yamato, and the battle scene just now was broadcast live to Arceus. Although the result was a crushing victory, he was very dissatisfied with the process. Godfather. Yamato, your Mushi Bing Fang doesn't need to be charged, right? It can be instantly. Then why are you charging with him? Do you think you are Ultraman? Do you have to fight with others? And you underestimate the enemy too much without really fighting. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spewin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 413, The Export of Goods from the Beasts to Fishman Island. Original he wanted to wait for Yamato to come back and then talk slowly, but tutoring a child is something that makes him more angry. In the end, he couldn't hold back. Her behavior can only be said to be a serious underestimation of the enemy. She chose to fight with the enemy when she could directly attack and solve the enemy. Although the enemy is really weak and this has no effect, but assuming that the enemy has a hidden big move, the result of doing this is to give him a chance. If she had fought with the opponent for 2 moves before doing this, he would not have called him directly, but she only used her naked eyes and other people to judge the opponent's combat power. This behavior is not advisable at all. Her behavior is since he estimated Roger's strength by using Buggy's combat power, it was totally useless, so he called to give him a lecture. There are many people who have fallen into the gutter, and this kind of carelessness is not advisable. After a speech, the Den Mushi fell silent. Yamato, I have 2 good news and 1 bad news now. Which one do you want to hear first? 2 good news. Well, first of all, you can continue your treasure hunt, and the other one is a gift from me. Lord Arceus is not angry. He is too concerned about you and is anxious. I know this, my godfather is always like this, but what is Ultraman? Grabbing a blade of grass and holding it in her mouth, she didn't take the scolding to heart at all, and asked Olga Wetman in return. I don't know either, go back and ask Lord Arceus yourself, maybe it's some powerful creature? And don't you care what the bad news is? Yamato's reaction was completely out of the ordinary, so she had to bring it up herself. Yes, what's the bad news? The possibility of your solo voyage has been completely postponed indefinitely. Hey! This was the result she least wanted to hear, but things that had been decided could not be changed, and in the end she could only choose to cherish this treasure hunt. On the mountain peak on the island, they found Wu Nan's house, but there was only an empty room except for his body. According to his suicide note on the wall, he later returned all the treasures. Gold is just cold stone, friendship and partners are more important. Maybe he is not a legend, but he should be a good pirate. Seeing his words that seemed to be awakened, Yamato gave unanimous a positive label, and did not destroy this place according to his last wish. As for E-Drag who was frozen into an ice sculpture, such a small character is not worth caring about at all. The Origin embarked on the journey home, and Yamato's vacation ended early, and she began her new training and theoretical teaching on the ship. To return from here it took quite a while, which was enough for Arceus to complete Yamato's special training and make-up lessons. At the same time, on Fishman Island, Jack was also practicing himself. Fishman Jujutsu. Sea Flow Shoulder Throw. Sea Flow Shoulder Throw, a classic move of Fishman Jujutsu, can grab liquid and throw it out to attack or achieve some special purposes. Not only sea water, but even drinks such as black tea can be thrown out. And Jack's current goal is to grab the water in the bucket, but it seems that he still needs to train for a long time. How's it, Haku? How's Jack's talent? Not bad, but not yet proficient, brother Mander Fesh, he's better than you in this aspect. Well, of course, he's a real fishman. Although fishman karate can be learned by any race, fishmen are definitely the most adept at it. At this time, Mander Fesh is still in the form of Gyarados, and it's easier to be accepted here. The group of fishmen is not just fish, octopus, whale, and sea urchin fishmen exist. Since revealing his true identity, his relationship with Rusalka has become closer, and he no longer has to worry about exposing anything. Those younger brothers who could not accept Mander Fesh's identity joined Along's group and began to live with Tiger, which was considered a new way out. And Kojiro's department store has successfully taken root in Fishman Island, and the unique products of the beasts allowed him to quickly open up the market of Fishman Island. At this time some of his products have become essential supplies for mermaids, such as the belt on Rusalka's waist at this time. Fishman Island is protected by bubble membranes and has no water inside. Most mermaids have no legs, so bubble coral is a must-have product on Fishman Island. All mermaids need to use the bubbles blown by bubble coral to move freely. But the speed of movement is very slow, so Kojiro applied for a batch of Sky Island's specialty, wind shells. An ordinary belt plus 2 wind shells, the mermaid's special mobile propeller was made. Due to the characteristics of wind shells, as long as the wind is stored inside, it can be used freely, which is very convenient for mermaids. People on Sky Island usually store natural wind, but Fishman Island is deep in the sea and there is no strong wind, so Kojiro took this opportunity to launch a bundled consumption model. If you keep selling wind shells, people will soon lose interest, so he chose to sell wind. He got a blower. As long as you spend any time in his department store, even if you only spend 50 berries to buy a lollipop, you can get a free air charging service. There are more than 2 million mermaids in Fishman Island, of which more than 80% are male mermaids and female mermaids under 30 years old. It can be said that every family has a mermaid family member or relative. Although this service does not make money, it brings huge customer traffic. After seeing it too much, there will always be people who want to buy things, so he opened up his own sales channels. The wind shells on Sky Island are not rare, and Fishman Island is not difficult to reach, but the Beasts Pirates are the first to transport goods from Sky Island to Fishman Island for sale. At first, many people did not dare to come here, and even resisted it, but Otohime was the first to visit this department store, and she created a celebrity effect for Kojiro for free. She is the person who most hopes that humans, fishmen, and mermaids can get along equally. Kojiro is making money, but in Otohime's view, this is a small step for mermaids and fishmen to accept humans, so she helps him do that kind of thing. As Kojiro's department store successfully took root, more people were willing to listen to her speech. The employees in the department store were all humans. They used facts to tell Fishman Island that not everyone was a scum. There were also people in the human group who did not reject fishmen and mermaids. However, there were people who accepted and those who did not. Some radical elements were very dissatisfied with Kojiro's department store. They were very dissatisfied with these humans who settled in Fishman Island, so they were planning how to drive them away. Appreciation. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 414, The Weird Negotiation Table of the Imperial Vice Presidents. However, their plan was not realized in time, because in addition to Otohime, Fisher Tiger also recognized the existence of this department store. He also brought Jinbei and others here to stroll around and expressed his attitude. As the recognized boss of Fishman Street, his words are far more useful than Neptune when dealing with the thugs of Fishman Street. That's great, if only everywhere could be like this. Looking at the clerk in Kojiro's department store, Tiger's face also showed a smile. Apart from the pirate group outside, this is probably the first place where mermaids, fishmen, and humans work together, and it is also the first human enterprise that does not discriminate against mermaids and fishmen. As a department store, it appears at the edge of the Gironcourt Square in Fishman Island. This is a location relatively close to the center of Fishman Island, and it is also the only new large building in Fishman Island in recent years. In addition to his own goods, there are also some vacant stalls for the local fishmen doing business in Fishman Island. This was the agreement between Otohime and him at the beginning. This department store was permanently free for him to use, on the condition that the fishmen and mermaids were also provided with free stalls. It also indirectly promoted the economic development of Fishman Island. For example, Zyoba's takoyaki stall opened here. In order to cope with the market of mermaids, he also launched new products such as scallop grilling. At this time, the Six Arms were busy and happy. Hey, Zioba, business seems to be good. Nu, brother Tiger. Business here is indeed good, you want one. No, I just came out of Ryugu Castle. I'll work hard. It's good to have a decent job. This time, Tiger supported the other party. There were many gangsters in Fishman Street. He didn't want Fishman Street to become a lawless place that caused trouble, so he conquered the entire Fishman Street. But at that time, there was nothing he could do even if he managed it. If the fishmen could not fish in the deep sea to find food, the situation in Fishman Street would be even worse. Now they have new jobs and can settle down their lives. Tiger is very happy to see this situation. As for those fishmen who don't want to live like this, most of them were gathered together by him. They planned to go out to sea to become pirates after the Marijoa plan. At that time, if they stayed in Fishman Island, it would cause trouble for the Ryugu Kingdom. And he also heard about the plan of the deep-sea mining company from Otohim. If it goes well, the people in Fishman Street will no longer be gangsters in the future, so he plans to help settle down here before taking action. With the dual support of Tiger and Otohim, Kojiro's Fishman Island branch developed very smoothly, but the sea was not so peaceful. A gamble that made the odds of various betting sites in the New World continue to increase was finally coming to an end. The strength of the pirate group of the lone hero was average, and it could not last so long in the New World. However, this problem gradually rose to the issue of Face of the Sea Emperors due to various strange factors. At first, it was just Namur, Charlotte Opera, and Scourge, and then reinforcements were gradually sent. In order to personally take the head of the other party, the three parties had several conflicts, and everyone was constantly shaking people. Although the Beasts and Big Mom have some cooperation, the two sides are not as close as a family. It's just that there is no behavior of invading each other's territory. It is common to encounter some minor frictions on the sea. However, it has now expanded to a fight between deputies. If it continues, Kaido and others will do it personally. Such a small role is obviously not worth the Sea Emperors to do it personally. And they will not easily break out into a war, because that is not in their interests. Without the ghost thing of cheating, the battle between them will inevitably last for several days and nights, and the aftermath of the battle will be enough to destroy the nearby islands. No matter whose territory the war is started, the consequences are not what they are willing to bear. So the three parties are very clear that this is the final battle. The ending of the lone hero has been locked, and now we have to think about the face problem. Due to the special composition of the 100 beasts, not only are there 2 managers, but also 2 deputies. Jin is still in Wano country because of his status as the general's official cheat. But Yamato and the others have been away for a long time, and most of the remaining children are in the stage of physical training, and there is no need for Shayna to train in person, so this time Shayna is leading the team. Correspondingly, the leader of the Big Mom Pirates has also become Katakuri, and the leader of the Whitebeard Pirates is Marco. However, the 3 parties have not fought yet, but are negotiating the ownership of each other. Their respective intelligence has locked the island where the other party is hiding, and they are waiting to catch people. At this time, the island was surrounded, and they were negotiating on the beach of the island. Hey, that guy is making trouble in our territory. It is reasonable to hand him over to us, right? He stole the things that Mom was going to give to other brothers and sisters. That is an unforgivable sin. That guy should be ours. This is a more serious negotiation, so no one has said trash talk yet, but Katakuri and Marco are secretly cursing each other for being stupid. They actually made trouble in Whitebeard's territory. They actually stole Big Mom's food. Originally, they were just chasing each other and didn't know the other party's reasons. It wasn't until this meeting that they figured out the reasons, and then they all looked at Shayna at the same time. Although pirates don't need any righteous reputation, Marco doesn't want his family to have too many casualties, Katakuri doesn't want his brothers and sisters to be injured in the battle, and Shayna doesn't want a 3-way melee, so they can sit down and talk properly. He tried to kidnap the family of our executive. It was also an irrefutable reason. The negotiation table fell silent for a while. The final means of solving the problem was still force. And they also confirmed one thing, to use their own battle to determine the result and not to expand the impact of the matter. No one wants to quit. This is not a place to take care of children, but I have a suggestion, Shayna, we have some cooperation after all, how about getting Marco out first? Katakuri's words of taking care of children are referring to Marco. He is the youngest and shortest of the 3, but this sentence changed the balance of the battle. It was originally a three-way melee, but Marco ignored the business dealings between Beast and Big Mom. The triangle has stability. Originally, they would be wary of each other for some things, but with Katakuri's suggestion, Marco also became cautious. It would be difficult for him to deal with these two people joining forces. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 415, Abnormal State, Burned Marco. And Katakuri's reason is not without reason. Charlotte Linlin has been angry several times recently, otherwise it would not be him who came here, so this time he must make Ito get a satisfactory result. And he thought Marco was more difficult to deal with than Shayna, so he wanted to deal with the difficult person first, and then fight Shayna 1v1 again. In this way, even if there is a problem, it is easier for Charlotte Linlin to accept that the person falls into the hands of the beasts than into the hands of Whitebeard. In addition, the two pirate groups have already cooperated, so he took the opportunity to propose cooperation. After saying that, he did not even wait for Shayna to answer, and released a trident from his wrist. He is the ability user of the Mochi Mochi fruit, a very special superhuman type, which can transform the body into rice cakes, glutinous rice balls, and with his powerful observation haki, he can achieve the same effect as the natural type. He can change the shape of the body, create materials, and store items. The trident named Earth Dragon is usually stored in his wrist. And the reason why he took action directly is very simple, because he has seen the scene where Shayna agreed to his proposal. This is the strength of his observation haki. His observation haki has been cultivated to the top level. Although he does not have the innate special abilities of Otohim and Roger, he has reached the level of being able to see the future. Ever since Broly was slashed on the face when he was a child, he wanted to be able to predict all dangers in order to protect his younger brothers and sisters, so he has cultivated to this level. Within a certain distance, the weaker the opponent, the farther he can see. If the opponent's observation haki is also strong, then what he can see is limited. The sticky ball thrusts. Katakuri's arms transformed into rice cakes, and then wrapped the trident. Then the arms made of rice cakes began to rotate at high speed, and the trident stabbed Marco with great power. At the same time that Katakuri flipped the table, Shayna's right foot was also wrapped in flames and kicked towards Marco, but Marco did not have no reaction. Although everyone can sit together to negotiate, it does not mean that they completely trust each other. It's just that the other party's decisiveness is beyond his expectations. With blue flames burning on his arms, Marco's figure quickly retreated and temporarily had a safe area in the sky, but the blue flames burning on his chest showed that Katakuri did stab him. Marco is the ability user of the bird fruit. Mythical Beast. Phoenix form, and the blue regeneration flame is his mythical beast ability. Force, although this flame does not cause any damage, the wound will be wrapped in this flame and then regenerated. Before the regeneration ability reaches its limit, Marco is the real Phoenix. Hey, is this your negotiation? Obviously, we have reached an agreement temporarily, and someone has to be eliminated first. Shayna's figure appeared in front of Marco. The way she took off was more like a catapult start. The burst in a short distance was much faster than Marco. She came directly above Marco and wanted to force him back to the ground. Although she and Katakuri had never fought together before, they were all experienced warriors at their level, so there was no problem with the initial cooperation. Shayna's fists were wrapped in flames, and the airtight fist shadow hit Marco. Why do you have arms? This is not fair. Marco also there was no time to reply, because Shayna didn't go all out at this time, she and Katakuri were both holding back. Because according to common sense, Marco would not be the opponent of the two of them, and the outcome would be determined by the subsequent battle, so the two were observing each other's fighting style, such as now she used her hands instead of her feet. That is a great power you can't understand. The wings flapped, and an X-shaped flame flew towards Marco. In addition to Arceus's ability to transform, the flying animal system will turn people's arms into wings, which is not convenient in battle. Also, although they were reserved, they did not directly play a fake game. At this time, Katakuri's arm was transformed into a minigun. Under his prediction, the dense rain of bullets blocked most of Marco's retreat. Unparalleled rice cake blade bullet. The glutinous fruit is in Katakuri under Takuri's development, it has become very comprehensive. Both its own superhuman body and creation can do it. A large number of rice cake bullets wrapped in domineering are shot into the air. It is not easy for him to dodge these attacks while fighting with Shayna. Blue flames began to burst out on his body. He is an animal type and cannot transform his body like a natural type, but relatively speaking, even if the damage caused by domineering will still be healed by him. Unless his physical strength is exhausted and he cannot use the flame of regeneration, or his ability to use abilities is suppressed by special items such as sea stone, otherwise he must use up his blood bar before he can deal with Marco. And his animal ability makes him extremely stamina, so although the damage in group battles is a little worse than that of others, he is very difficult to deal with, which is why he can become the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates. However, if it comes to blood bars, few Lunarians are afraid, not to mention that they are not 1v1 now. Although Katakuri is not good at air combat, his combat radius is also very large. Marco was gradually forced into a low-altitude area, which gave Katakuri more opportunities. Machi Punch. Crane Claw. Because his hands have become wings, Marco's battle mainly relies on his legs. He and Shayna fly and collide in the sky. Just now, Katakuri attacked him from the side and bottom with Machi's body, and Marco kicked Katakuri with the inertia of flying. They had been fighting for a while, and even Marco's physical strength had been consumed a lot. While he was dealing with Katakuri, Shayna's knee hit him firmly in the chest. Facing the pincer attack of Shayna and Katakuri, he was directly knocked to the ground. But this was not a big deal for him the worst. Although the blow broke 2 of his ribs, it was not a big deal after being repaired by Kinjian. However, a red flame appeared on his body at this moment. Even if Kinjian repaired the damage there, the flame would soon reappear, so he could only use Kinjian to offset it. This was because in the battle with Shayna, he was hit by Shayna's flame fist several times and eventually entered a burn state. Under the additional damage of the burn, he had to use Kinjian continuously. It would be fine at ordinary times, but after experiencing a high-intensity battle, his physical strength was greatly depleted. He had to face 2 such strong opponents, and no one gave him time to breathe. The attacks of the 2 followed one after another. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 416, The Awakening of the Devil Fruit, The Collision Between Speed and Foresight. Grilled rice cakes. Fire feathers. Katakuri's right arm suddenly swelled up, and then the rice cakes on his arm exploded, and he fired his right fist out. The rice cake fist was still spurting out fierce flames, like a rocket booster, giving the rice cake fist a stronger force. The fist wrapped in domineering power was like a cannonball, making a huge explosion on the ground. My! The sky full of fire feathers also shot down, and the smoke and dust originally stirred up by the fist also spread out a sea of fire. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Marco climbed up with difficulty. Wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the blue flame on his body continued to repair the wound, but he felt very bad now. He could still use the blue flame to resist the strange flame, but as the flame burned, his body felt a sense of powerlessness. Facing Katakuri's next fierce attack, he found it increasingly difficult to cope. Now he seemed to be poisoned, unable to use his hands and feet to their full strength. His blue flame could offset the damage caused by the burn, but he was still affected by it. Poison fire? No, what kind of ability is this? If it's poison, his blue flame can still be effective. If it can't be effective, it can only be attributed to the opponent's flame. His own flame can be regenerated, and it seems that there is nothing wrong with the opponent's flame being able to do this. And this is the impact of burns. Physical attack will be weakened to a certain extent, and Marco's flame has no means of attack. This is the most fatal impact on him. If he is a Pokemon, although he looks like a fire type, in fact, it is probably a flying and fairy auxiliary Pokemon. The physical condition of the 2 opponents is much better than his. He has no chance of winning if he continues to fight like this. It is not a life and death fight. In this state, he finally chose to withdraw. You are awesome, I'll give that guy to you. He was not convinced in his heart. After all, this time it was 2v1, if it was 1v1, the outcome was still uncertain. When Marco admitted defeat, they did not continue to attack. After all, the 3 of them did not want to cause huge casualties because of such a small character. Although the status of the 3 major pirate groups as the Sea Emperors is almost unshakable, there are still many challengers. There are also many powerful remnants of the old era. If they fight and cause serious damage to their vitality, it will not be suitable for anyone. After all, this matter does not touch anyone's fundamental interests. And losing to 2 people together is acceptable for Marco. Hey, remove your ability. I guarantee with the reputation of the pirate flag that I will not participate in the next battle. This is already a very formal statement for pirates, especially for lieutenants like Marco, who all value their flags. It can't be removed. With your recovery ability, you can heal yourself after a period of time. She certainly has a potion to cure burns, but she didn't give it to him. And even if Marco is temporarily burned, pirates can't trust everything. Although he guaranteed it in the name of the pirate flag, she still has to guard against Marco's return fire when she is fighting Katakuri. This is not a game, and burns are not permanent debuffs. Just like Marco feels powerless because of burns, but the reduction is indeed limited. After Marco decided to admit defeat and disappeared on the horizon, a new battle started again. Dad, I'm sorry, I lost the fight. Gulala, it's okay, my child. Losing to the two of them together is nothing. Are you not hurt? It's a little troublesome, but it's not a big problem. At this time, the effects of the burns were gradually reduced as Shayna said. Then come back. It's not worth fighting for a guy like that. The sailboat with the Whitebeard flag began to return, but the battle on the island became more intense. At this time, the flames behind Shayna were completely extinguished. She had abandoned her defense and increased her speed to the extreme. Just now, when fighting with Marco, she kept stacking her acceleration state. In a one-on-one battle, Katakuri was very difficult to deal with. His observation haki that could predict the future made it difficult for Shayna's attack to work. Although he could not predict Shayna's actions in a few minutes, the short few seconds would also play a crucial role in their battle. Shayna did not have such a strong observation haki, so she had to do this to make her limbs faster than the opponent's reaction speed. Her attack could only work if it reached a speed that Katakuri's body could not keep up with. Katakuri's body was torn from the middle and then reassembled. Shayna's flaming kick with a strong domineering aura still failed to hit the opponent, but a faint burn mark appeared on Katakuri's face. The previous kick still rubbed his cheek. This is your maximum speed, it's useless, you can't hurt me at this level, admit defeat, I won the game. Through his own prediction of the future, he saw that this was the limit of Shayna's speed. Although Shayna's attack became very powerful under the superposition of sword dance, it was meaningless if the attack was strong enough to hit the target. What a joke, this is not enough. The flames behind her, symbolizing the Lunaria tribe, still did not rise, but the flames erupting from her wrists and ankles enveloped her whole body. After images appeared behind her, and she attacked Katakuri again with her whole body wrapped in flames. Flash Charge, the most powerful melee skill she has mastered. It was also an attack that would inflict injury on someone. With the explosion of the Flash Charge, her speed once again exceeded the upper limit. Cut. Hammer. Rice Cake. His observation haki told him that he could not dodge this attack. Even if his body was split, the high temperature aftermath of the collision would cause damage, so he made a new decision. His swollen arms wrapped in haki began to rotate at high speed, and then swung towards Shayna. The fierce collision produced a huge mushroom cloud, and the two figures retreated at the same time. Both of them were injured to a certain extent. Shayna abandoned all her defenses, and with the counter-injury of the flash charge, her body was seriously injured, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Katakuri was also in a bad state. The high temperature penetrated into his body through his arms, and the huge impact force ran around in his body for a long time before stopping. Just as Shayna was about to continue the attack, she found that the ground under her feet suddenly began to wriggle, and the two coconut trees on the coast turned into rice cakes and smashed towards her. Even under her feet, a sea of rice cakes appeared. Glutinous Fruit, Awakening. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 417, Mega Evolution. Awakening is a manifestation of the power of the Devil Fruit. As the ability user develops his own ability and increases his strength, very few people can touch the threshold of awakening. After the fruit awakens, the ability of the ability user often becomes stronger. For the superhuman fruit, awakening means having the ability to change the surrounding things. The ability will affect things other than the ability user himself. At this time, a large number of objects on the coast were transformed into rice cakes by Katakuri. It seems that you will not admit defeat, so I have to beat you, Rain of Glutinous Rice. Katakuri smashed his fists to the ground, and under his attack, the beach transformed into rice cakes turned into hard rice cake strips that soared into the sky. Shayna was very fast. In order to hit her, these rice cakes almost blocked all her moving directions. The top-down attack made it inconvenient for her to fly, and the ubiquitous attack made it difficult for her to dodge. The rain-like attack plus the vision color that predicts the future, the rice cakes hit her like a random punch. In order to deal with this situation, she had to switch to the defensive form again, the flame on her back burned again, and the armed color domineering attached to the wings formed a protective wall. Boom! 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 A series of muffled sounds came, and although Katakuri's attack was temporarily blocked, this also created a vicious cycle. In order to block that attack, she had to give up her speed form. But if she gave up the speed form, she couldn't deal with Katakuri's observation haki that could predict the future. If she couldn't resist this haki, she would be hit by the opponent's attacks continuously, and she could only use the defense form to resist. At this time, she was almost trapped in a closed loop. Although she used attacks such as jet flames, they couldn't hit Katakuri at all. Super strong rice cake. He also found that Shayna's speed had slowed down. He regarded it as Shayna reaching her limit, so he planned to hurry up and end the battle. A donut made of rice cakes appeared above his arm, and as he punched, a huge rice cake fist was also swung out. This time, Shayna's fire kick failed to hit the target. Katakuri predicted her movement and hit her abdomen at a special angle. Although the damage was not high, the situation had already tilted the battle in his favor. You have already lost. You are not my opponent after awakening. Awakening. At this time, Shayna must reach the speed of the speed form while maintaining a defensive posture. Only in this way can she break this closed loop, but the effect of acceleration is limited. If she wants to do that, she must achieve a breakthrough. As the first person to follow Arceus, Arceus did not treat her badly. She can form several sets of corresponding skills, and she has also asked about awakening. After all, fruit awakening is not a secret to Kaido. She is also very curious about whether Arceus's power can be awakened, and Arceus has given her that power. Belongs to the super evolution of Pokemon Mega Evolution. Unlike the original return, the Mega Evolution of most Pokemon is a transcendent form. Because the ability is stronger than the original, the body cannot maintain this state for a long time. In the world of Pokemon, Mega Evolution requires the assistance of Megastone and Keystone. But they are like beings with special abilities, and it is impossible for them to find a trainer, so the power was integrated into their bodies in a special way. Just like awakening, as long as they are trained to a certain level, they can master this power. And Monderfesh's progress like the light of transformation, the ability has been given, and whether you can break through depends on yourself. Although the animal type fruit can also awaken, the manifestation is very different from the superhuman type. The awakening of the animal type usually brings unparalleled recovery or a larger body size, and if the awakening fails, it may become a monster like the jailer beast. She didn't experience that feeling from Kaido, but Katakuri today seemed to make her understand something. Awakening. As an excellent observation color teacher, the awakening second-generation teacher, Shayna found the last threshold by learning from this ability. At this time, Katakuri's eyes flashed a different picture, and before he could react, the sky-high pillar of fire rushed straight into the sky. Under the flames, Shayna's figure also changed. The yellow feathers turned black, the claws became sharper, and the flames on the wrists fluttered in the air like wristbands. Unparalleled donuts. Several donuts made of rice cakes appeared behind Katakuri, and fists made of rice cakes kept coming out of them. Just like before, Shayna used her wide wings to block Katakuri's attacks, but the result was different afterwards. In the gap between Katakuri's attacks, Shayna disappeared. So fast. Since he had cultivated his observation haki to this level, this was the first time he had such a feeling. A flying kick burning with flames kicked towards his head. Although he wanted to turn into a rice cake to avoid this attack, Shayna's attack speed was faster than his evasion speed. Shayna's claws were burning. Mega Flame Chicken's leg strength was stronger than Flame Chicken's. Because of its extremely fast speed, its feet would rub against the air and burn violently, and the temperature in its body would also rise, making its energy and speed even better. The hot flying kick kicked Katakuri's neck. The extremely high kick speed and the attached domineering made his evasion completely ineffective, and the whole person was kicked out. Boom! Even the ground that had turned into rice cakes made a loud noise under the high-speed collision. Awakening vs Super Evolution, the superhuman and animal types started a more intense battle on the island. Super Power Rice Cake. Flame Kick. Shayna's high temperature also has a certain restraint on Katakuri's rice cakes. The high temperature flame will make the sticky rice cakes dry and brittle. At this time, the balance of victory began to tilt back to Shayna's direction. The battle ended with Katakuri's surrender. The two could indeed continue to fight, but in that case it would not be a matter of who was better, but a matter of life and death. After seeing the scene of his back landing on the ground, Katakuri chose to surrender first. Like Marco, this is better than being completely knocked down. That guy is yours, but you won't let him go, right? I can't explain to my mother if that happens. No, the guy's fate has long been doomed. Saying this, Shayna threw a small bottle of potion to Katakuri. Burn medicine. Thank you. Unlike Marco, the two pirate groups have cooperated a lot. Since the battle is over, there is no need to continue to fight. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 418, Drug-based sit UPS, Ulti Mrs. Yamato. Brother Katakuri. Don't worry, I will explain to Mom, and as long as I see that guy's body, Mom's anger will disappear by half. Katakuri touched his neck. The burn medicine produced by Beishao is very effective. Although he has not recovered yet, he can already feel I don't feel the burn anymore. Opera, go back and arrange for someone to purchase a batch of this medicine. The chefs in the kitchen should be able to use it. Got it, Katakuri brother. Katakuri's words are very effective among brothers and sisters. Even Perospero, who is older than him, has to refer to his opinions. After all, he is the strongest person in the Big Mom Pirates except Charlotte Linlin. And because Charlotte Linlin often behaves irrationally as she grows older, the size of the Big Mom Pirates is very important. Many affairs are handled by him as the second in command. In addition, he has been doing his best to protect his younger brothers and sisters, so he has a high reputation in the Big Mom Pirates. The purchase of burn medicine is also due to the situation of the Big Mom Pirates. After all, their ovens are working almost 24 hours a day, and it is inevitable that the chefs will get injured in the kitchen. For chefs, their hands are their second life. Even a very minor wound may affect the feel of the hand, thus causing the taste of the food to change. This kind of thing is okay in other places, but on Cake Island, once Charlotte Linlin's food cravings occur, it will be a big crisis, so this medicine is very strategic value. After all, 95% of the damage to Cake Island was caused by Charlotte Linlin herself. And Katakuri didn't leave directly. Charlotte Linlin was different from Whitebeard. He had to take back some photos as evidence. But on the island, something very special happened. The lone hero died, killed by his subordinates' betrayal. They watched the battle on the beach through telescopes on the island. Even Marco, who was the first to leave, showed a monster-like fighting power. The battle between monsters is not scary. What is scary is that these monsters fight to decide who will kill them. Newsbird did not block this group of lone heroes, so they also watched the news report written by Morgans. At first they still had courage, but as the situation gradually escalated, their spirit was also worn out. There was no way to fight against such a monster. In order to calm their anger, this group of people chose to betray and wanted to use their captain's head in exchange for their own hope of survival. So while Shayna and Katakuri were dueling, those people also had a fight, and finally killed the captain and his confidants at the cost of more than half of the casualties. However, their actions were destined to be futile. They had participated in those things at the beginning. Since they participated in this matter, there was no possibility of being forgiven. After all this, they were ready to return to Onigashima, and Katakuri was also ready to return to Wanguo after collecting evidence. However, not long after leaving the island, Shayna encountered new troubles. Big sister, it's an agent of the world government. Looking at the cross flag on the sail, the lookout quickly made a judgment, and they also attacked Shayna's ship directly. The three sea emperors inexplicably began to encircle an ordinary newcomer, which made the world government feel something was wrong, but they had no chance to land before. Marco, Katakuri, and Shayna surrounded the island. Although their relationship was not very harmonious, facing the agents of the world government, these pirates would most likely temporarily join forces, and they were not sure about facing three ships at the same time. So she just secretly observed from a distance, waiting for their results, and finally caught up with Shayna, the winner. Big sister, that ship is wrong, they are sailing very fast, our ship can't get rid of them. Get ready to meet the enemy. Shaying her wrist, Shayna took out a withered yellow herb from her arms, and then stuffed it directly into her mouth. It's really bitter. The bitterness made her feel uncomfortable, but it was followed by the recovery of strength. The dying state of Pokemon is not real death but exhaustion of physical strength. The resurrection herb is a powerful recovery agent, not a magical object that reverses life and death. At this time, under its medicinal power, Shayna's physical strength recovered quickly, and when the ship behind caught up, it had recovered 90%. This directly broke the plan of the group. They thought that Shayna had experienced 2 battles, so they wanted to come and pick up a loophole, but they didn't expect to hit the iron plate again. Facing her who had recovered her strength and mastered Mega Evolution, those people were no match at all, and soon there was another shipwreck on the sea. This incident ended here, and in this incident, the casino made a lot of money. The gamblers bet on who would kill this group of people. It was okay to bet on the team, after all, they eventually died at the hands of the beast pirates, but there were still many people who bet on the fate of the lone hero alone. No one expected that this group of lone heroes would fight among themselves, and in the end, no one won, and the dealer killed everyone. On the Ghost Island, the departure of a large number of people made it much emptier, and because Yamato also went out, the training ground, which was noisy every day, became much quieter. Brother Jack hasn't come back yet. Xiao Pei, I told you not to call that perverted brother, and wouldn't it be better if he didn't come back? But sister, you also asked yesterday why Sister Yamato and the others haven't come back yet. Don't call her sister. You only have me as your sister. Brother was fine, but when she heard Peggy Wan calling someone else sister, she got even more angry. She held Peggy Wan in her arms and kept rubbing his head, and began to repeatedly instill this idea. Hehe, you look quite energetic. Come on, new training is about to begin. A slightly scary voice appeared behind them, and even Ultai shuddered. She did miss Yamato and the others. Although she didn't admit it, they were now considered ordinary playmates. However, Ultai didn't miss Yamato because of this. It was because of Kaido. When Yamato and the others were there, Kaido's focus was not on her and page 1, but with the departure of Yamato and the others, and Shayna's outing, Kaido, who had nothing to do, focused on the 2 of them and began his special physical training. No need, Xiao Pei, and I have other things to do. Hey? That won't do. Then Ultai found that she had left the ground, and Kaido grabbed her and page 1 in one hand. At this moment, she missed Yamato who could share Kaido's attention. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 419, Kaido Stress Syndrome. In late 1506, everyone who went out returned to Onigashima one after another, and the origin also appeared in the waters near Wano country again. The barrier outside Wano country appeared in Yamato's sight. Seeing this barrier, she was not happy at all. For her, this meant that the summer vacation was over and she would soon return to the cage. And there was a perverted teacher waiting for her inside. Yamato, what are you doing? At this time, Yamato looked at the sky with a vigilant face, and had entered the form, as if guarding against something. According to past practice, Father will definitely launch a surprise attack, and this time he has been out for so long, it must be more deadly than before. In a sense, this is a disease, scientifically known as Kaido Stress Syndrome, an overreaction caused by too much teaching from Kaido. I hope you can also be vigilant when sailing outside. Don't be nervous. There is no need to train today. I have already told him. Looking at the highly nervous Yamato, Arceus still let her relax, Buther worry is reasonable. According to Kaido's character, even if he doesn't make trouble today, he will come up with a surprise test tomorrow. In Yamato's mind, Kaido, as his biological father, is far more dangerous than the people outside, so he will be alert. It's like someone needs to help you ride a bicycle, and in order to slow down my learning process, Kaishio directly tricked me to a small uphill slope, tied Peggy Wan under the front seat, and then pushed me up, which can be called a death teaching method. Sister, don't move around, or you will fall down. However, Zaya he was not afraid, because you understand a truth, whether you are capable of resisting Kaishio now. If we fall to death, even if we fly up, Kaishio will catch us with flames in the middle, but I didn't say that, so in the eyes of the 7 siblings, it was not murder. With his palm covering the sun on his forehead, Zaya he squinted his eyes, but the distance was too far, so you still couldn't see what the white shadow was. Ah! Just after coming out of the diving port, Zaya he looked up at the sky. You seemed to hear some screams, and 2 white shadows gradually appeared in your sight. That was the report sent back by Dejiro. In the report, I praised the development potential of Fishman Island and also raised some issues about the mining company. I was trying to control the balance during the low-speed landing, but Peggy Wan made such a fuss that I almost flipped over. Finally, I successfully flew up when I was less than a few hundred meters from the ground. The fine scales formed several small jets. With the impact of the airflow, I got rid of the gliding for the first time and ended the real flight. It's like you don't know when Kai Shao appeared in front of you. Wow! Help! Stupid Kai Shao, bastard Kai Shao! Is there anything wrong with this guy's brain? What is this, Maria, can he see clearly? It's slow, isn't it quite low? So it's meaningless to be less at ease, you can only cherish the time after tomorrow, and then you also react to a problem. Kai Shao didn't know when he came to the bottom of the boat, and his little hand directly pressed under Ziahe's head and made an extremely safe statement. Bad, must have done it last time. Now, Dapi, let me take you flying again, bad is boring. And when you and Kai Shao looked into each other's eyes, you understood where the sense of crisis came from, and you couldn't say for sure that tomorrow's life would definitely be complicated. Ultai in the form of Garkomp was trying to fly, I was just a 7-year-old child, and Garkomp's flight was the same as that of birds, so I could only glide at high altitude for short distances afterwards. A kind of creature or equipment suitable for deep-sea mining. That was not Kai Shao's training method. It was the same as the steep slope later. Kai Shao directly brought the two of us down to a low altitude, and the first 7 words were to throw us up. Tomorrow, at worst, I'll let you see the results. If so, he knows. Dapi, is he in trouble, Dapi? The most important thing is that there is only Ultai who needs to learn to fly, but Kai Shao threw you up with him, on the grounds that he wanted to make Ren Shatting feel more urgent. Watching Peggy Wan and Ultai getting closer and closer to the ground, and there was no sign of taking off, Ziahe had a bad premonition. You have something to do, sister, last time he could don't jump around on your back. In the office of Onigashima, the departure of Arceus and Shana earlier caused a pile of documents outside, which were all handled by Quinn and Athi, who were substitute employees. The weak airflow brought by the low altitude fall disrupted my body's balance, so I couldn't fly. At this time, the scales under my body were always feeling the flow of wind, and the normal organs were also trying to change the airflow passing through the body. Well, father, why do you think we can fly? Wait, why are the two of us in the world? You are the worst, Dapi. It's a pity that you care about him so much later. The Origin entered the submarine port with ease. Compared with the submarine port many years ago, it has been expanded and renovated to a certain extent, and it has become more convenient for the main ship of the Beast Pirates to enter and exit here. The bad ones are Dapi and Peggy Wan. Wait. Sis, don't move your neck, it's going to flip over. You're wrong, it's not the two of us, Ziahe, that trip was long enough, I hope he learned some useless things. Hehe, you know this guy has no potential, just push him a little. Seeing that Ultai has not mastered flying yet, and continues to exercise his flying ability with Peggy Wan's assistance, Kai Shao stopped staring at us and turned around to see us. Kai Shao was still very calm, but the siblings who were going up and down were the same. Ren Shatting, who had a mouth full of dirt, roared helplessly, I really can fly, but Peggy Wan was more excited than me, so when slowly landing, Ultai still flipped over. Although Kai Shao was looking for Ultai, he knew why Ziahe felt that there was no dirty thing staring at him, and suddenly he didn't feel a chill. The speed of mining is too fast with the manpower of the fishmen alone, so we need some new small equipment and means to drive away the Sea Kings. It is easier to solve that kind of problem with manpower, so the report was sent there. Of course it is to slow down our decline. It's just flying, but you still learn it after so much hesitation. This is the most amazing thing that Ultai has ever experienced. The plane still crashed before, leaving a long trace of the crash under Baiwu's grass. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 420, the Pot King becomes very uncomfortable without a pot. Undersea mining. Mining on land is easy. Professional Panton, not so professional Onyx, Geodude, and Rock-type Pokemon can all be excellent miners. Panton's working ability is even stronger than that of professional machines. However, the deep-sea environment of Fishman Island is different. The common problem of rock types is fear of water. Even if the sea stone Pokemon unique to Wano country is not so afraid of water, they cannot live in the deep sea. Crystal Onyx, a unique species, can soak in shallow water, but it is also impossible to work in the deep sea. If you want to work in the deep sea, then water-type Pokemon becomes the best option. While he was thinking about the species, the omnipotent Quinn was called over again. Are you hungry? Quinn was holding a bucket of rice cake and red bean soup at this time. It seemed that he was eating when he was called just now. Lord Arceus, this thing will not taste good when it gets cold, and I have lost weight recently, so I need to replenish more. If you have anything, just tell me, I can remember it. He picked up the spoon and reached into his soup pot. At least he didn't ask, do you want to eat some? This also indirectly reflects Quinn's obsession with rice cake and red bean soup, and after his improvement, this is still a bucket of banana-flavored rice cake and red bean soup. Can the machinery for deep-sea mining be built? Well, not very good. Deep-sea machinery is different from that on land. I don't have much research in that area. He is a person with special abilities, and most of his research on machinery is used on himself, and he has no research on machines that can work in the deep sea. With his current energy, he doesn't have time to do that thing. Forget it, we brought back a lot of platinum and lead this time. Go and study how to decompose that thing. Don't consider practicality. Give me a research report that can fool outsiders. By the way, the means should be gentle. Preparation for the next action has also begun. This report is for outsiders to see. It is not difficult to get platinum and lead products in the outside world. This method is for them to test. Anyway, they can't find patients with platinum lead disease now. If it is confirmed that this method can decompose platinum and lead, the credibility of drug treatment can be increased. The reason for being gentle is that this method will eventually be used in the human body. If it produces a situation similar to concentrated sulfuric acid corrosion, or a large amount of high temperature is released during the reaction, even a fool will know that it is a lie. No problem, I will go and test it with Arceus later. This process should not be difficult. As an expert in mineral materials, it will be much easier for him and Arceus to cooperate in dealing with this matter. Then Quinn lifted the iron bucket of rice cake and red bean soup and drank all the remaining rice cake and red bean soup. However, halfway through the drink, he suddenly thought of something. Lord Arceus, these matter won't I be the one to do it again? It's about taking the blame. He has already taken enough blame. When Olga sent back the plan with Rotom, Quinn saw it. This matter needs a famous doctor to take the blame. Although reputation is a good thing, he really doesn't want to continue to take the blame now. If this continues, I'm afraid that the CP department will not set up a special team for the beasts, but a special team for Quinn. Oh, it's not you this time. You can't do this. Although the top executives of the Beast's Fruit are all members of the Beast's Pirates, they are very special. At least their identities are clean on the surface. They are the white gloves of the Beast's Pirates. Using code names to contact the insiders is just to avoid giving outsiders a handle. This time they need a legitimate doctor, and neither Quinn nor Nakin is suitable for this. Even if Nakin's reputation is not as good as Quinn's, she was once a cadre of the Walled Pirates, and her identity cannot withstand scrutiny. Ordinary people may not believe what a pirate says. The great secret treasure is an exception. The mysterious value of that thing is too great, so countless people choose to sail for Roger's treasure. However, since it is related to their lives, even if they don't believe it, they have to consider it, but this is not as good as a doctor. At this time, a mysterious R&D department has been set up inside the 100 Beasts Fruit. They are the geniuses who have conquered platinum lead disease to the outside world, but in fact this department is empty, and there is only a representative they nominated. Hey, that's good. Strange, why do I still feel empty in my heart? After hearing that he was not the one to take the blame, Quinn suddenly had a very strange feeling. Illusion, but although you don't have to take the blame, you still have a lot of things to do. This is the treatment of the nun. Combine them according to the method you came up with to decompose platinum and lead. It's still the same requirement. Practicality doesn't matter, but it must be professional and can withstand scrutiny. It's not difficult to decompose platinum and lead into blocks. The factory in Frevans that smelts platinum and lead has countless methods. A large number of platinum and lead products are produced in this way. The difficult part is to remove the platinum and lead accumulated in the human body. That thing has almost reached the cellular level. Without the bug level ability of the surgery fruit, external forces can't do it at all, so they need a professional overview. In the next few days, Quinn's main task will be to write a paper. Arceus is an old man from the last era, and he doesn't know medical skills. Nakin is a wild person. They can't write very professional things at all. West. Don't worry, I'm still very good at this kind of thing. Ignoring the practicality, an idealistic thesis, This kind of thing is too easy to handle. Do you have any other requests? Let them know that this is a very valuable technology, the production cost is very high, so the price is so high, add some rare, expensive but useless harmless drugs into it. The plan has already begun in the Ghost Island, and Tizero, one of the executors, is now in the Red Earth continent, in a slightly luxurious private room, waiting for the person he wants to meet. He came to manage the relationship, otherwise such a big mess would be made, and the development of the beast fruit would be restricted. The people in the world government don't care about Fravanza's affairs, nor do they care about the outside reputation. The reason they control this matter is to continue to make money with platinum and lead. As long as the profit they bring to them can fill this gap, or even bring greater benefits, they will even add fuel to the fire in this matter. What's the matter? I'm very busy. Take a look at this. Tesoro, what are you doing? I'm an official of the world government. Do you think I agree with this? For the sake of the past, hurry up and leave. Don't worry, sir, you can get this amount. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 421, Lucky Fruit and Swampert. Tesoro didn't say it clearly, but shook hands with the other party. Well, actually, it's not impossible to negotiate. If you can cure platinum lead disease, it will be a big breakthrough. The feeling in his palm made him excited. This matter is indeed difficult to handle, but there will be huge profits if it is done well. Sir, we also want to make money. Although he said so, Tesoro still raised his price. The share he proposed was far from his upper limit. It is impossible for Tesoro to reveal his bottom price right away. The other party did not refuse, which means that this matter can be done. It depends on how much money to be distributed. You have to take care of the people above you, and the people below you have to eat. You are not sincere enough. You can't be too greedy. Mrs. Wadrick and Stella have a good relationship recently. If this number is not enough, you can only give up this time. Deal, don't worry, no one will make things difficult for you in the future. For the sake of old friends, I will help you with the license of your medical department. Happy cooperation. This man is not joking when he wants to take care of the people above. Although 60% of the profit is huge, he actually doesn't get much. The celestial dragons, some royal families, and officials under him are the real big players. The money taken by the people above is nothing compared to that. But in order to feed those guys above, he can only choose to bleed heavily. The profit he distributed was as high as 60%. In fact, the highest share he could accept was 70%. As long as it was operated properly, the rest would also be huge profits. Humph, wait, they will all spit it out sooner or later. Let's go, Bakura. I'll take you to see a big shot this time. You have to perform well. Without staying for too long, Swampert took Bakura on a ferry. His next itinerary was also quite busy. He had to go to Nagashima to take over the specific matters of the especially swindle the rich plan. After that, he would decide some details with the person who accepted his bribe. After dealing with that matter, he would go to Fishman Island to discuss the issue of the mining company. Although he was not as groundless as Quinn, he had to work a few more days. The cat boss of the Tien family successfully attracted Bakura's attention. The cat boss's figure may not be cute enough, but the streamlined figure like a puma also has an elegant beauty. Living in Shao Le. At least the Pilgrim Magikarp army has not brought back any valuable information, so this time it is considered to be an increase in manpower. Can I play with Bimax? If it wants, you can, but be careful not to get scratched. I've always had good luck, it's okay. But as he said that, a security guard who was more fierce than him was inexplicably tripped by the raised floor, and then knocked over the cold soup held by the waiter and screamed. Because of joining the beasts, Swampert seemed to have been infected with the hobby of picking up children. Swampert left there with a boy with orange hair. He found the boy by chance, and because of his strange ability, he adopted him. And the smooth negotiation was also related to him, because he was the ability user of the superhuman lucky fruit, which could change people's fortunes, and some good luck could always affect many things inadvertently. His fighting ability is very strange, he only needs to throw a coin, and luck will help him accomplish some things, but that ability can only deal with some small scenes, and the battles of real strong people are already difficult to be affected by luck. The excellence of the lucky fruit made Swampert cultivate it as his confidant. Stella also liked the child, so they adopted him temporarily. In the original timeline, it was also a bug ability. In the casino, he could control the life and death of a gambling table with that ability. Even cheating could not compare with his luck. Bakura could not give a person luck out of thin air. His luck was plundered from others. Through the brief contact after entering the door, he took away a certain amount of good luck from the other party. In normal times, good luck and bad luck are in a balanced state. When good luck is taken away, bad luck will naturally come. Even the rudder on the golden lion's head only appeared after the battle. Bakura's lucky fruit perfectly demonstrates what the law of conservation of luck is. When someone is unlucky, there is always someone who will be unlucky. After thinking about it, he finally decided on a Pokemon like Teezero, which can live on the water, cause enough damage to the rock formation, and has the ability to mine minerals. A blue back, white fins, white belly, and a swamp fish Pokemon that usually walks on 7 legs. Transformed from mudskippers living in the mud of Wano country. Some Teezero live in environments such as mud. In order to adapt to that environment, their eyes have also evolved well, and they can see each other's figures even in dirty muddy water. Mining under the sea will inevitably roll up a small amount of mud and sand. Such an excellent structure can play a miraculous role in mining on the water. The rare fins on the body are rare organs unique to Teezero. It can sense changes in waves and wind, thereby predicting the arrival of storms and adjusting the dates of mining work. They also work part-time in the mining of distant waters to search for slates. Ordinary Pokemon cannot sense his slates, so searching is completely a matter of luck. In addition, Teezero has a very terrifying power. Even if the cruise ship is stranded on the sea, it can drag the ship back. The load-bearing capacity of its arms is extremely large, and it can easily lift a 1-ton boulder. The arm muscles are well developed and can easily break solid rocks. Whether it is mining or moving ore, it can save a lot of time and manpower. With Teezero in front and the fishmen following behind, the mining of ore should be much smoother. Compared with mining, the harassment of sea beasts and sea kings is actually more troublesome. Most people in the deep sea have no way to deal with these giant sea kings. The comprehensive strength of the fishmen is not weak. Once they provoke these giant sea kings of several thousand meters, even Manderfish can't do anything to them. The buffer of sea water plus the monster-like body size make a punch like tickling. The reason why the Sea King can become one of the 8 ancient weapons is because of his ability to manipulate giant sea kings. For the world dominated by the ocean, this is definitely a natural disaster. But that is not a solution. Although Pokemon does not have ancient weapons, it has another existence that defies the heavens. Teezero stroked his plain glasses, just to make himself look more literary. The one who made the most money in this business was not the beast fruit, but those people. Beast fruit is a long-term business. If the future development is damaged due to temporary profits, it will be more than worth the loss. After a while, a group of new water Pokemon are appearing on a Nagashima. White Pigeon has something to say. The writer's words. Regarding the prices near the Golden Island, Luffy and Zoro spent 11 Baileys on hundreds of Odin, so it's just that the prices there are low. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 422, Prince of the Sea Manaphy. The sea is extremely vast in any world, and the same is true in the world of Pokemon. There are more than one powerful Pokemon related to water. Kyogre, who created the ocean, Lugia, who manipulated the ocean currents, and the life that Arceus was going to create this time, the Pokemon that could command marine life, the Prince of the Sea, Manakeo. Manaphy doesn't need to create the ocean or change the ocean currents. Although Sea Kings are not Pokemon, Manaphy can't control them as arbitrarily as Sea Kings, but it can still protect an area from being harassed by Sea Kings and persuade the Sea Kings there to move. And this is also the difference in their authority. Kyogre is better at creating the ocean, Lugia is better at manipulating ocean currents, and Manaphy still has to rely on creatures. The water drop slate emerged from the body, and a drop of the purest water condensed by the water drop slate appeared in this world. The energy of the slate continued to be injected, and the water drop began to expand like an embryo. As the volume gradually increased, the body composed of water drops began to solidify, and 2 long tentacles appeared on the top of the head, with 2 cute balls at the end, dark blue pupils with yellow whites, and yellow spots formed his eyelashes. The 2 slender arms are longer than the body, but the legs are short and thick, almost integrated with the body. As a ruby-like object condensed on the chest, Manaphy's eyes also had a new look. After coming here, there are many Pokemon that have been transformed or created, and Pokemon have also bred many offspring, but compared to those ordinary Pokemon, these fantasy beasts that consume the power of stone slabs are the highlight. The eldest son Zeraora, the eldest daughter Diancie, and now the second son Manaphy. Strictly speaking, the fantasy beasts are genderless, but he has given them gender recognition. Adding these Pokemon together, he can also make an Arceus family. Mana, Master, it seems a bit cold here. The body trembled, and Manaphy jumped onto the head of the giant Swampert next to him. 80% of Manaphy's body is made of water, which is easily affected by the external environment. Manaphy, the second son, also has the ability to speak. At this time, the giant Swampert under him did not have any intention of resisting. Even when Manaphy touched the fin on its head, it did not respond. This is Manaphy's ability. Even if he does not speak, his innate power can make him communicate with other Pokemon. This is also the way he commands other Pokemon in the ocean. Close the window. It's a little cold in the autumn night. A giant Swampert walked over and raised his hand to close the window. It was already late autumn, and the cold air behind Ling blew towards Onigashima because of the wind direction. That's why you feel cold. Tomorrow you go to a farther sea area and try to see the effect of contact with those sea kings. There are no sea king nests near Wano country due to the special ocean currents. Most of them live in the deep sea like the Calm Belt or the Fishman Island Sea. There is no regular distribution of seabed mineral deposits. They may be in the deep sea or in the shallows. However, due to the location of Fishman Island, the mining location will definitely not be too far away from Fishman Island. This kind of environment is inevitable to deal with sea kings. If Manaphy wants to test the effect, he must find a real sea king. Those super large sea kings are smarter than ordinary sea kings. If ordinary ones can work, super large ones should not be a big problem. The sea water is relatively cold at night. Although this kind of coldness is nothing to Manaphy, he has just been born after all, and Tesoro has not arrived at Onigashima yet. Even if he arrives at Onigashima, he has to deal with Platinum and Lead first, so he is not in a hurry. In the absence of urgency, there is naturally no reason for Manaphy to go out to work overtime at night. However, at this time, the room suddenly shook twice, as if there was an earthquake. Master, this is... It's okay, you will get used to it in the future, this kind of thing is not uncommon. His office is on the top floor of Onigashima, and above it is the practice field on the roof. There is only one explanation for this movement: Kaido has started a surprise attack again. Then suddenly there was a bang, and the window that had just been closed was knocked open again. It can be seen that the quality of the window is very good, and the glass did not break under this impact. As the window was knocked open, Yamato rolled sideways and appeared here. There seemed to be a spider silk floating outside the window. It seems that she jumped down by swinging Maria's spider silk. Yamato. Godfather, let me rest for a while, I'm so tired. She lay on the ground and panted. This was the task Kaido gave her just now, to escape to a safe place under his attack. As long as one of them can reach a safe place, then today's training will be over. With Kaido's release and Maria's cooperation, she finally found this opportunity. When facing Kaido, her combat IQ will be fully maximized. The moment Kaido made the request, she thought of the so-called safe location. Now there is no place in the entire Onigashima that can deal with Kaido. Only by making him cautious can he reach the so-called safe Onigashima's underground arsenal, Arceus office, and Athea's laboratory. Only these places will attract Kaido's attention. The arsenal is too far away, and Arceus will be unhappy if the laboratory is messed up, so she chose Arceus office. She bet that Arceus is working at this time, and it turns out that her bet is right. After a long pause, she stood up again. Godfather, have you created a new Pokemon again? Hello, I'm Yamato. Mana, I'm Manaphy. A giant Swampert approached Yamato, and the Manaphy on its head also stretched out its arms. You can talk? Are you a special Pokemon like Diancie? Then can you make rubies? Diancie, who has diamonds on her body, can pinch diamonds at will. Looking at Manaphy with a ruby drop on her chest, Yamato had this illusion. No, but I can do this. A Yamato made of water appeared in front of Yamato, and imitated her movements like a mirror. After the power of Evergreen met the ability of Manaphy, they quickly became familiar with each other. Although he did not have the cognition of an exclusive partner like Diancie, he still regarded the other party as a close partner. Relying on the power of controlling water, they quickly became friends. Outside Onigashima, a small boat approached Wano country under the cover of night and caught up with the last supply ship. Tesoro came to Wano country again. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 423, Insufficient Authority, the plan begins. Mr. Tesoro, where is this? Our real headquarters. Don't talk nonsense, I am also taking a risk to bring you here. This is a little exaggerated, but it is also in line with the facts. This is the manpower he recruited from outside. There are not many talents who are good at managing business in Beishao, so Arceus gave power to Tesoro, allowing him to recruit people by himself. He can't manage the entire company alone. Over the years, he has recruited some people one after another, and he still has some management ability, but Bakura is the first person he brought to Onigashima, mainly because her ability is special. Beasts will never refuse talented people unless the person is a traitor. Okay, I'll pay attention. Don't be so nervous, it's not that serious, and there are many children here, but don't use your ability here. Bakura's ability is that she can't control it well. She can only decide good luck or bad luck. Everything else depends on fate. As long as her luck is good enough, her fruit ability may not have any effect. The environment outside Wano is a little scary under the cover of night, and some huge figures occasionally flash in the water. As the waterfall of the harbor was opened, Tesoro also brought Bakura to the entrance of Beiwu. Bakura, don't look, it's time to go. Oh, here I come. Tesoro picked up his backpack and walked out. Habit becomes nature. When he comes to Onigashima, he always instinctively brings some gifts. He doesn't need to bring Kaido or Arceus of this level, because there is no point in bringing them. These gifts are prepared for children like Yamato or codders like Quinn. As long as he does his job well, Arceus will not be bothered by anything he does. He will be treated unfairly, but it is very important for the people below to handle the relationship. Hey, you're here. Yes, that's what Lord Arceus meant. Go in, Lord Arceus is still in the office. For example, now, some people on the road greeted him. Lodo, identity unknown, no entry, please stop, Lodo. However, his ID card did not include Bakura's identity, so he could go in, but Bakura was stopped by Rodom. She is my new recruit, can't I bring her in? Insufficient authority, Lodo, please apply for identity proof first, Lodo. In this regard, Rodom's work is very procedural. Tesoro is not often on Ghost Island, so his authority is limited. Just when he was struggling, Quinn came in from outside, holding a thick stack of papers in his hand, and some dark circles could be vaguely seen around his sunglasses. This is the thesis he worked on late at night. After several revisions, it was finally finalized. He just took it to the Beast Pokemon Center. These doctors hired by Beast are also famous doctors in the world. It is of reference value to let them look at the report. After several rounds of checking for deficiencies and filling in the gaps, Quinn has solved some loopholes in this regard. He even let some doctors from O'Hara take a look. Some of them have research directions related to ancient medicine and minerals. Many of them have published papers in the world government. While revising, they also repolished it. This was his last revision. The doctors at the Pokemon Center couldn't find any problems this time, so he came to Arceus to report. Tesoro? Are you here so early? Why don't you go in? Brother Quinn, isn't this a new child? But I don't have enough authority. Have you learned this too? You've integrated really quickly. Come with me, Rodom. This girl is a special case. Let her in. As the big boss, Quinn still has the ability to decide this matter. At Quinn's request, the electronic door Rodom opened the door. Don't run around, little girl. You don't have any authority at all. If you run around, be careful of being electrocuted to ashes. Mhahaha. Brother Quinn, don't scare her. I brought you a lot of cigars, which are specialties of the Kingdom of Tychons. You're welcome, but I'm not kidding. People without authority should not run around. Electrocuted to ashes is definitely an exaggeration, but if it really sets off an alarm, you will definitely be punished. In the office on the top floor, Bakura saw many unscientific creatures for the first time. The previous Rodom could be regarded as a special mechanical intelligence, but Swampert and Manafi were different. Lord Arceus, this is a child I adopted. She is the user of the superhuman lucky fruit. She usually helps me a lot and is very reliable. As long as you can trust her, Yamato, take her and Manika out to play, and get her a temporary ID card. Okay, godfather, leave it to me. When there is something important, she will still leave obediently. As she closed the door, the implementation of the plan was discussed in the room. Lord Arceus, these are the relevant documents and treatment reports. Everything is ready. In addition, the nun has been notified. Quinn handed over the corresponding things. The preparations during this period have been basically completed. Chizuru, what about you? The plan has already begun. We can start the action after the news ferments. Very good, then pass the news to Morgans. You have to work hard to finish these things first. As you say, you have given me and Stella a new life. A little hard work is nothing. At this time, Stella has already started. The news needs a condition to explode. They do not intend to rely entirely on Morgan's newspapers, but to start from the circle of women. At this time, a salon for noble ladies has begun on an island near the Red Earth continent. At this time, Stella has lost her original identity as a slave and appeared in the eyes of everyone as a popular rising star. Miss Stella, watch your step. A big-headed man who looks like Doraemon walked in front of Stella. She and Chizuru have absolute trust and will not doubt each other because of each other's interpersonal relationships. This man is named Tanaka, another subordinate of Chizuru and also Stella's bodyguard. The superhuman type of the piercing fruit ability user can pass through all inanimate objects and can also take other people through with him, which is very suitable for this environment. In addition, the cat boss also followed Stella. Almost all the women present brought a cat. This was the theme of this salon. Stella soon found a few acquaintances. Looking at the platinum lead wine glass in her hand and some platinum lead tableware on the table, she was also ready to act according to the plan. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view it. Chapter 424, the headline news that was replaced. Stella, this way. A seemingly ordinary woman invited her. Although the people in this banquet hall are of similar age, there are also people with ordinary looks, because what can be seen in and out here is not the appearance, but the family background. They are either the wives of some, or the eldest daughters of prominent families. Most of them have received a good education. Red-eyed monsters or snobs who look down on others are extremely rare here. Those who come here are not fools. An ordinary salon, in fact, this is a kind of private interpersonal communication. Today's one-time encounter may come in handy in the future. Even if they don't like it in their hearts, they have learned to play along. The women who gathered in groups of 3 or 2 represent the factions behind them. Stella naturally represents Chizuru. As the general manager of the giant beast fruit product that suddenly appeared in recent years, he can be said to have attracted a lot of attention. In particular, he is also a singer part-time, often doing work that is in the spotlight. After professional vocal training, coupled with his original talent in this area, he can be regarded as a little famous. This is also the most special point of his performing arts company. The people he promotes are himself and Stella. There are many people who want to climb into his bed, but they all failed. No one can shake Stella's position in her heart. That is the white moonlight that appeared in his heart at the darkest moment of his life. A touch of light gave him new motivation in life, so some people who want to do business are taking the wife route, wanting to indirectly influence Chizuru through Stella. Some people also had dangerous thoughts, so now Stella is accompanied by Tanaka, a special bodyguard, and Zyobai, the cat boss, whose seemingly ordinary claws are stained with blood. They all have cats of different kinds around them. Before Stella came, these cats did not get along very well, and some unfamiliar cats were still staring at each other. Some cats were still locked in cages. It was obvious that their owners did not usually keep cats, but just bought one temporarily for the salon. However, with the appearance of Zyobai, both the cats meowing in the cage and the cats outside stopped their original actions, and several cats that were taught a lesson by it had huddled into a ball. Your Zyobai is still so obedient. I have never found this breed. It is too rare. Chizuru said it is a rare breed on a rare animal island. It is normal that it is rare. This is the source of the cat boss's external identity. Zyobai also has a gold chain on his head, which is connected to the ruby on his head. This luxurious dress is very popular in this circle. It's so rare. My little cat is about to have her period. Do you want to let them try? It depends on what they want. Zyobai is very independent. This is not the first time that a cat wants to breed with Zyobai. However, as the boss of cats, it doesn't look down on ordinary cats. It just curls up on the sofa and licks its paws. Its eyes are still looking at people approaching Stella from time to time. Then let's talk about it later. Today, the people here seem to have come up with some new tricks. It's still the product of your company. Unlike the meals on Cake Island, which pay more attention to taste, it's not known whether the food here is delicious, but it looks unaffordable. Then comes the familiar topic among women, which is basically business mutual praise and some black materials about people who have fallen, and Stella also found her opportunity. One of the uses of platinum lead is as a sweetener. Platinum lead that is beaten into fine powder looks shiny. Like edible gold foil, it is regarded as a very expensive condiment by the upper class. If you don't have platinum lead at the banquet, you will be looked down upon. And it is indeed harmless when eaten. It will not remain in the human body like when smelting, but will be excreted normally. This is what the researchers cannot understand. The properties of platinum lead are really strange. I heard that something big happened in Freffens recently, and the price of platinum lead on the market has become expensive. I heard it was an infectious disease or something. It seems that many people died. Stella, what are you doing? When some people were waving sugar powder mixed with platinum lead, Stella took out a small spray bottle and sprayed it up. Don't you know? I heard that it is not an infectious disease at all, but platinum lead poisoning. This thing is poisonous. And those who are sick will have white spots all over their bodies, and their whole faces are like broken. She also deliberately exaggerated some facts and added some of their fear. Although they have not produced any evidence, they have stopped their work and even hesitated when looking at the knives and forks made of platinum lead. It may not be a problem if you eat it, but it will definitely be fine if you don't eat it. Everyone cares about their face. At this time, Stella continued to use platinum lead as if no one was around. Didn't you say this thing is poisonous? Yes, this is a special medicine, specially used to deal with platinum and lead problems. You won't be afraid if you use this. The plan went on as usual, and there was another person cooperating with her, the wife of the man that Tizero bribed a while ago. The problem of platinum and lead left seeds in such an ordinary salon. As long as there is an opportunity, these seeds will germinate completely. And the person who holds the opportunity is now having people work overtime to print newspapers. Let everyone work harder. Although it is a temporary revision, I believe in your ability. Morgans was standing on the table, holding the intelligence he had just received to encourage his employees. He did not check the authenticity of the matter, because those photos and intelligence information were too perfect. Even if it was fake, these were enough to make most people believe it. There was no mosaic here. The bodies burned by flames, the soldiers wearing chemical protective suits stained with blood, the doctors and patients who fell to the ground, and the people who took pictures were like invisible people. Their technical level was the same as that of the photographers on the bounty order. If it weren't for the unimaginable skills of the photographers in this world, this photo would be enough for the approaching science team to take a photo. Special edition of the year. President, isn't this news a little too explosive? Wahahaha, what are you talking about? It's explosive, that's why we have to release it. This is big news. Human greed destroyed an entire country. This is what attracts people's attention. Although the above did not mention the issue of the world government exploring the mineral deposits, the remaining news was enough to make the surrounding citizens feel insecure. But President, what about other news? Look at this person, his new song is said to be on the headlines. You promised him last time. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 427, The Crooked Nun, Morgans's News Live. To achieve the highest efficiency, you need to let this news ferment gradually, and come up with follow-up things when it gets more and more intense. Tizero had already left Ghost Island with Sister Misu, and he was communicating with her at this time. This is a live broadcast, which is a little different from what was agreed before. In order to carry out the plan smoothly, the issue of the world government cannot be mentioned too much this time. Do you understand? Originally, Tizelo had already prepared the idea of persuading the other party. In his opinion, Misu, who had experienced all that, might not be able to figure it out. But the facts proved that he was overthinking. I understand that the moment of sanctions will come sooner or later. This is just a precursor. The judgment of the Lord will eventually come. Oh, you are a nun, right? Yes, Mr. Tizelo, what's the problem? Why do I feel you are more like a madman like the Inquisition? Tizolo is not religious, but he has seen other missionaries and the so-called heretics. In the battles between the Inquisition, those people are all fanatics. They are not afraid of anything when it comes to their own beliefs. They really dare to fight to the death. If it weren't for the pirate island world that made religious forces have not improved, only religions that rely on the world government can carry out a certain scale, then religious issues would become a disaster. However, the world government has no interest in this, but just treats them as a special group. I talked to Miss Shayna, and I think her ideas are right. What this world needs is a purification. Now Tizero knows why. A nun whose faith has collapsed met another fanatic when she was rebuilding her faith. This fanatic is still a militant who advocates revenge. Then a kind nun changed like this, but the good news is that she has not become a madman like the Inquisition. By the way, Mr. Tesoro, I have been discussing doctrine with Miss Shayna recently. Are you interested in listening? Let's wait for next time. Let's take a look at the lines first. This is also the order of Lord Arceus. Well, what a pity. The advantage of this kind of fanatics is that as long as it is related to faith, they will cooperate with the action, and the trouble is also here. For example, if someone says something wrong in front of Shayna, unless Arceus stops it, Shayna will definitely turn the table on the spot. Ultai was taught a lesson in this way before she learned her lesson. It can be seen how powerful this force is to be able to defeat a proud mouth. He also heard that Misu has been practicing boxing and kicking with Shayna recently. Although he is old, he is probably a violent person in the future. He has imagined some slightly terrifying ways of preaching. According to the eternal pointer given by Morgans, Tesoro took Misu to an unknown island. This kind of island is not uncommon in the sea. In the long history, the location of many islands has changed, and the world government has erased a lot of history. This is especially true for the blank 100 years. In addition to the unique geographical environment of the Grand Line, some islands have become isolated islands due to the special ocean currents, and ordinary recording pointers cannot detect their magnetic fields. To find this place, you need a special pointer. This is one of Morgan's many bases. Although he can't find these islands, the newsbird can detect the existence of these islands with its unique magnetic field perception ability. These secret bases are also an important factor in his rise. Wow, ha ha ha, welcome, welcome, the live broadcast is ready. Before the launch of the 100 Beasts fruit, Morgans also had a live broadcast, which was similar to the live broadcast of the war on the top, but not on such a large scale. Although Tizero cleared the joints, it was limited to the product launch. Those officials dared not accept the matter of poking the backbone of the world government in person. The world government could not use official power to help in this matter. Keeping silent and issuing a statement after the incident was the best attitude. In addition, Morgans has the greatest energy in this regard. Lights. Makeup. Hurry up and work. Sister Misu, come here, you need to put on some makeup. The Den Mushi were awakened one by one, and the writers in the World Economic News Agency were ready to write articles. Although they had already written some articles based on the intelligence, the live broadcast might change, and they would rewrite the articles based on the feedback from various places. Due to the need to be on camera and the lighting, the makeup of the characters was different from usual. The two girls quickly prepared the base makeup and then gestured to Morgans. As the president of the World Economic News Agency, Morgans is also the top reporter and part-time host here. Ahem, everyone, welcome to watch this rare live broadcast. I believe you have all seen our newspapers, but we have found a more explosive news today. We accidentally found the survivor of the Frevans incident, Sister Misu. Although she looks very healthy now, she was actually a patient with platinum lead disease a few months ago. We will let this nun come to find out the specific situation. Describe it to us. Morgans gave the camera to Misu. I left Frevans because of the church, but I didn't expect to hear the news of Frevans' blockade from the outside world. Later, I fell ill when I was staying at a friend's house. My friend mistook it for an infectious disease because of the fake news and drove me out. My body became weaker and weaker, and I was desperate. The rescue station of the beast fruit took me in. This is a slightly modified experience. The nun's long narration did not attract much attention, but Morgans kept making some hot topics to maintain the heat. As time was almost up, the key topic of this time broke out. Their doctor cured platinum lead disease. As soon as this was said, some doctors and scholars who paid attention to this matter showed an impossible expression. After all, they had already determined the fact that platinum lead disease had no solution. But as the camera turned, Tizero had already appeared here, and some of the papers were also placed in front of the eyes of the Den Mushi by him. I know you may not believe this, but here are detailed treatment reports and analysis papers, which will be sold in the form of news attachments with the newspaper tomorrow. Although platinum lead is poisonous, our team of experts has successfully found a way to treat this disease after a long period of cracking. Whether it is an attack or a latent period, our medicine can have a good effect. We will hold a product launch conference in half a month, and then we will announce all the specific details. Tizero said the last detail, which is also the last step before their profit plan. Chapter 425, Uproar. Ahem, return the money to him, give him the second place, and tell him to do it next time. If it is normal competition, Morgan's behavior may lose a business partner, but except for the official information flow within the world government, his World Economic News Agency is a monopoly enterprise. The Grand Line and the Red Earth continent divide the world, and coupled with the culture of the island, he can only do this by relying on the newsbird. Moreover, the existence of newsbird has long been an objective impression of the people. Coupled with Morgan's bold reporting behavior, his newspaper's position is very stable. Other countries also have their own news agencies. They have some reputation in the local area, but they can't compare with Morgan's in the world, so he can occasionally do some willful things. The next day, as the sun appeared on the horizon, the newsbird there began its busy day. The channels in the world government have been settled with a lot of money. The level of the five elders simply disdains to manage such things. The people below are enough to make judgments. As long as the political situation of the world government remains stable, the impact of Amir Fervans is completely acceptable. The world government is definitely not the one to take the blame. After all, it was not them who sent people into Fervans. Because Tizero had made a good discussion, they had made public relations preparations. The truth about Fervans. The century-old lie of platinum lead. The choice between human life and money. Using platinum lead may cause infertility. As Morgan's news was released, other news followed suit. This is one of the reasons why Morgan's World Economic News Agency is the only one in the world. With his position in the underground world, he can always get the news first. News is time-sensitive. If you lag behind, you can only eat cold rice. The news in the newspaper began to ferment. This incident caused an uproar almost all over the world. Except for those who knew the truth or were prepared, everyone else was shocked. There was no other reason. Fervans looked too miserable. It was not an exaggeration to call it hell on earth, especially the appearance of those platinum lead patients was even more terrifying. Take it away. Take all these away. In the palace of a certain country, the king threw away the tableware in his hand with a little fear. On the long dining table were his favorite platinum lead plates, but he looked at these things as if he had seen the god of death. He ordered his attendants to take them away in panic. This was not an isolated case. There were similar cases in the royal palace, among nobles and wealthy businessmen. Platinum and lead, which were usually more expensive than gold, were like poison at this time. A large number of platinum and lead products were thrown into the scrap yard. East China Sea, Goa Kingdom. Goa Kingdom was known as the most beautiful kingdom in East China Sea because they isolated all the ugliness outside the city walls. The uncertainty terminal outside the city walls, where waste was piled up like a mountain, the lower classes of the kingdom and the gangsters relied on picking up the garbage that the nobles didn't want to maintain their lives. The arrival of the new garbage truck was like opening a treasure chest for them, but today was destined to be different. The soldiers who discarded the garbage wore heavier chemical protective clothing and threw those things away from a distance. When the people at the uncertainty terminal discovered that those were all priceless platinum and lead, they immediately began to scramble for them, and even ordinary garbage was not worth looking at, which gave others a chance. For example, Ace and Sabo took the opportunity to take away a lot of other things, and also stole everything from the homes of the gangsters when they were sending more people, saving those things as future funds for going overseas. Although the gangsters who returned victoriously had their homes robbed, they felt that it was all worth it when they saw the platinum and lead they had robbed. But when they arrived at the place where they usually exchanged money, everything changed. Platinum and lead? Who wants that stuff now? Don't you know it's poisonous? He closed the window directly and then handed out a newspaper through the crack in the door. Look. For yourself. If you are not afraid of death, just keep this thing. Overnight, platinum lead turned from a luxury item into a poison. Not to mention being priceless, people nowadays don't even want to touch it. Originally, because of the Fervans incident, some people had accumulated a large number of platinum lead products. Seeing the rising prices, they were still laughing a few days ago, but today they couldn't even cry. Platinum lead product stores were also closed directly, and some people who sold platinum lead also became panicked. They dreamed that Fervans's tragedy had befallen themselves. The platinum lead warehouse is no longer guarded, because now no one dares to take platinum lead even if it is thrown on the street. The price of platinum lead has fallen again and again, and now it is even less than scrap iron. And T0 is waiting for this. Some people who know the truth and some military industries will not miss this opportunity, so the price of platinum lead cannot continue to fall. This is the bottom price determined by T0. On this day when platinum lead plummeted, the people he sent out were divided into several teams, quietly purchasing platinum lead all over the world. Although platinum and lead have made everyone feel insecure worldwide, the biggest impact is not on them, but on the countries near Fervans. The news of Morgans came very suddenly, and these royal families were not prepared at all. When they found out, the news had already reached the soldiers. With a gunshot, a soldier fell to the ground. He did not violate any discipline. He was the one who fired the gun. In the previous Fervans operation, he killed many people. Although he was reluctant, it was to save his country and relatives. Although there was some psychological burden, he could still accept it. But now, when the truth was revealed and they knew that they were all innocent people, his psychological defense line collapsed. Recalling the innocent smiles of those children, he didn't know how to face it, so he raised his gun and ended his life. Such things have happened a lot recently, causing the king's army to order the withdrawal of firearms to prevent greater changes, but the effect was not great, and a pessimistic mood began to spread in the barracks. Some people think that this is not a big deal, they are just obeying, but many people can't accept it. Even some officers have reached their limits. In the military camp, the officer here looked at the wine glass in front of him and added some purple liquid into it. Platinum lead, hell, let me feel your pain. But when he was about to drink the poisoned wine, his arm was suddenly grabbed by someone. A man in a green cloak appeared here. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 426, Revolution. Are you here to kill me? Then you are too early. I was just planning to end it myself. If you don't mind, wait for me. An outsider appeared in his military camp. This was originally a very scary thing, but it didn't matter to him. At this time, he had already had the intention to die. How could a person who wanted to die be afraid of the threat of death? Do you think death can atone for sins? What do you know? I gave that order. I ordered Fred to lure all those kids to a place. I told him to shoot. Fred was the soldier who had spoken to Sister Misua before, and he was also the soldier who committed suicide because he couldn't stand the pressure, but his suicide transferred more pressure to his superior. The truth about Fervans almost completely shattered his values, and the other party's questioning at this time became the last straw that broke his heart. He wanted to stand up, but a huge force suddenly came from his arm, making him unable to move at all, and a gust of wind suddenly blew in the barracks. You think you are guilty, but why don't you think about the root cause? The news that platinum lead disease is an infectious disease was notified to you by the king. Do you think they really don't know the truth? You are guilty, but death is not your way to atone for sins. The real culprit is still sitting on the throne. In his eyes, you are just a tool to exchange for benefits. As he said that, a file was taken out. He had seen the news on it before. It was the news that the kingdom was recruiting miners. It said that the virus in Fervans had died, so they planned to continue mining platinum and lead. However, Morgans revealed the true situation of platinum and lead, which caused the plan to be stranded. Who are you? You can call me Long. We plan to do something big. Here is a brand new beginning. He took off the green hood, revealing a face without eyebrows. His expression looked a little fierce. There was a string of square tattoos on his left face. The meaning of the pattern on it was unknown, but it seemed to imply something. Long, whose full name is Monkey D. Long, is the son of the hero Garp and the father of Luffy. After Luffy was born, he gradually disappeared. Even Garp didn't know where he ran to. During this time, he was secretly planning a big event to overthrow the entire world government. During this time, he was looking for like-minded partners. At this time, his organization was still small, but the signs had already appeared. After he saw the situation in Fervans, he realized that this was an opportunity. The countries around Fervans were where he took his first official action. Big thing. The king is the king, but when this king does not protect the people, but instead wants to squeeze the blood and flesh of the common people, why should we let him continue to sit on the throne? As long as if they continue to covet the interests of Platinum and Lead, then this matter will not stop. Defeat them and seal the mine of Platinum and Lead, so that the tragedy of Fervans will not continue. This is not your fault, nor is it the fault of your soldiers. You have seen the king's ugly appearance. Do you still want to continue to work for him? Long's words seemed to make him realize something, but he was still hesitant. It's not over yet. These kings have to pay a high price of heavenly gold to join the world government. As long as heavenly gold exists, such tragedies will continue to happen. Since you are no longer afraid of death, are you willing to join us? You can't break into the royal city. Even if I can convince my soldiers, there are more powerful guards in the kingdom. You are just joking. How do you know if you don't know something you haven't tried? By the way, if you still feel uncomfortable, do you need me to find a priest to listen to your confession? Priest. Before he could understand the meaning of this word, there was a loud noise outside, and a huge gap appeared on the solid city wall. Some soldiers with cloth wrapped around their heads also began to charge. He hurried out of the tent and happened to see a tall man holding a Bible. Dragon, it has begun. He didn't seem to like talking. After saying this, he stood here like a stake. He was the partner that Dragon found in the South China Sea, the former king of the kingdom of Sobel Bartholomew Big Bear. Watch, join, or stop us, whatever you want, the world is already windy. As Long finished speaking, a strong wind suddenly blew on the street, and a drizzle began to fall from the sky. When he turned around, Long and Kuma were nowhere to be seen, and only the soldiers who heard the noise and rushed over were left. Sir. After hesitating for a moment, he returned to his tent. When he picked up the den mushi, he happened to see the cloth left on the table. Yes, the wind is blowing. He picked up the cloth and wrapped it around his head. A battle began, and a team called the Revolutionary Army gradually appeared in people's sight. Also in the North Sea, there were also many people who paid attention to this news. Dover, do you want to try to contact them? They don't think highly of us. In their eyes, we are just small shrimps. Let's continue with the original plan. How are the Platinum and Lead we purchased? The plan went smoothly, but there is an unknown force that is also purchasing Platinum and Lead in large quantities. Do you want to do it? Dover. No, they must have prepared so much money long ago. It is not suitable to offend those who know the inside story now. The world is becoming more and more interesting. Many people have rich assets, but not necessarily liquid cash. Now that the news has just fermented, these people have started to purchase Platinum and Lead in large quantities, and the price of Platinum and Lead has plummeted. If there is no inside information, Doflamingo will not believe it. Those who know the inside story are either the world government or the initiator of this matter. If there is a conflict now, it is inconsistent with the development policy of his family. In addition to Doflamingo, there are many people in the Don Quixote family who are reading newspapers. Baby 5 also found Luo with a newspaper. N.A., Luo, look, it's your country above, why are you crying? As soon as she finished speaking, she was scared away by Luo's vicious eyes. After escaping from Fervans, he chose to join the Don Quixote family for revenge. Seeing the truth about Fervans being exposed, he was inevitably a little excited. This matter is fermenting all over the world, and the press conference of the beast fruit is almost ready. To watch the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 427, The Crooked Nun, Morgan's News Live Broadcast. To achieve the highest efficiency, it is necessary to let this news ferment gradually, and come up with follow-up things when it intensifies. Teezero had already left Ghost Island with Sister Misu, and he was communicating with the other party at this time. This is a live broadcast, which is a little different from what we agreed before. In order to carry out the plan smoothly, we can't mention the issue of the world government too much this time, do you understand? Originally, Teezelo had already prepared the idea of persuading the other party. In his opinion, Misu, who had experienced all that, might not be able to figure it out. But the facts proved that he was overthinking. I understand that the moment of sanctions will come sooner or later. This is just a precursor. The judgment of the Lord will eventually come. Oh my, you are a nun, right? Yes, Mr. Tizolo, what's the problem? Why do I feel you are more like a madman like the Inquisition? Tizolo is not religious, but he has seen other legends. I have seen the battles between the so-called Inquisition. Those people are a group of fanatics. They are not afraid of anything when it comes to their own beliefs. They really dare to fight to the death. If it weren't for the pirate island world that made religious forces have not improved, only religions that rely on the world government can develop to a certain scale, then religious issues would become a disaster. However, the world government has no interest in this, but just treats them as a special group. I talked to Miss Shayna, and I think her ideas are right. What this world needs is a purification. Now Tizero knows why. A nun whose faith has collapsed met another when she was rebuilding her faith, a rabid maniac. This fanatic is also a militant who advocates revenge. Then a kind nun changed just like that, but the good news is that she has not become a madman like the one in the Inquisition. By the way, Mr. Tesoro, I have been discussing doctrine with Miss Shayna recently. Are you interested in listening? This will be next time. Let's take a look at the lines one by one. This is also the order of Lord Arceus. Well, it's a pity. The advantage of this kind of fanatic is here. As long as it is related to faith, they will cooperate with the action, and the trouble is also here. For example, if someone says something wrong in front of Shayna, unless Arceus stops it, Shayna will definitely turn the table on the spot. Ultai was taught a lesson in this way before she learned her lesson. It can be seen how powerful this force is to be able to subdue a proud mouth. He also heard that Misu has been practicing boxing and kicking with Shayna recently. Although he is old, he is probably a violent person in the future. He has already imagined some slightly terrifying ways of preaching. According to the eternal pointer given by Morgans, Tizero brought Misu to an unknown island. This kind of island is not uncommon in the sea. In the long history, the location of many islands has changed, and the world government has erased a lot of history. This is especially true for the blank 100 years. Coupled with the unique geographical environment of the Grand Route, some islands have become isolated islands due to the special ocean currents, and the general recording pointers cannot detect their magnetic fields. To find this place, you need a special pointer. This is one of Morgan's many bases. Although he can't find these islands, the newsbird can detect the existence of these islands with its unique magnetic field perception ability. These secret bases are also an important factor in his rise. Wow, ha ha ha, welcome, welcome, the live broadcast is ready. Before the launch of the 100 Beasts fruit, Morgans also had a live broadcast, similar to the live broadcast of the war on the top, but not on such a large scale. Although Tizero cleared the joints, it was limited to the product launch. Those officials dared not accept the matter of poking the backbone of the world government in person. The world government cannot use official power to help in this matter. Keeping silent and issuing a statement after the incident is the best attitude. In addition, Morgans has the greatest energy in this regard. Lights. Makeup. Work quickly. Sister Misu, come here, you need to put on some makeup. Den Mushi were awakened one by one, and the writers in the World Economic News Agency were also ready to write articles. Although they had already written some articles according to the intelligence, there might be changes in the live broadcast, and they would rewrite according to the feedback from various places. Due to the need to be on camera and lighting, the makeup of the characters is different from usual. The two girls quickly prepared the base makeup and then made a gesture to Morgans. As the president of the World Economic News Agency, Morgans is also the #1 reporter and part-time host here. Ahem, dear viewers, welcome to watch this rare live broadcast. I believe you have all seen our newspapers, but we have found a more explosive news today. We accidentally found the survivor of the Frevans incident, Sister Misu. Although she looks healthy now, she actually died a few months ago. She is also a patient of platinum lead disease. Let the nun describe the specific situation to us. Morgans gave the camera to Misu. I left Frevans because of the church's affairs. I didn't expect to hear the news of Frevans' blockade from the outside world. Later, I fell ill when I was staying at a friend's house. My friend mistook it for an infectious disease because of the fake news and drove me out. My body became weaker and weaker. I was desperate and the rescue station of the beast fruit took me in. This is a slightly modified experience. The nun's long narration did not attract much attention, but Morgans kept making some hot topics to maintain the heat. As time was almost up, the key topic of this time broke out. Their doctor cured platinum lead disease. As soon as this was said, some doctors and scholars who paid attention to this matter showed an impossible expression. After all, they had already determined the fact that platinum lead disease had no solution. But as the camera turned, Teezero had already appeared here, and some of the papers were also placed in front of the eyes of the Den Mushi by him. I know you may not believe this, but here are detailed treatment reports and analysis papers, which will be sold in the form of news attachments with the newspaper tomorrow. Although platinum lead is poisonous, our team of experts has successfully found a way to treat this disease after a long period of cracking. Whether it is an attack or a latent period, our medicine can have a good effect. We will hold a product launch conference in half a month, and then we will announce all the specific details. Teezero said the last detail, which is also the last step before their profit plan. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spewin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 428, The Launch of the Fruit of the Beast. And, guys, don't be idle, we have to move. The live broadcast of the Den Mushi was closed, but none of the backbones of the World Economic News Agency stopped, but started the hot air balloon at the headquarters to prepare to move to the island. Even if Teezero smoothed some relationships in this matter, he could not solve all the relationship factions of the world government. If he could really make all officials listen to him, he would not be in this position. Start with stability, seeing that he kept firing and moving to another place. Do you want to move with us? Although we can't take you to the destination, it's okay to drop you off halfway. Morgan's secret bases are also limited. This news makes him willing to abandon one base, because it is enough to pry the waves of the world, but the next base must not be discovered by these outsiders. No need, we have our own way of moving. Then Teezero took Misuo away by boat, and on the boat, some people had been waiting for a long time. Chabu, Chabu. A doll took its ear off a radar-like instrument. The world of pirates already has radar technology, but it is rarely used in daily life. A large number of wooden sailboats cannot carry this equipment at all. The crooked technology tree makes pure ironclad ships very rare here. This semi-living radar is also improved according to the characteristics of the doll. It did not find any other ships approaching here. Let's go, the voyage is quite tight. A man dressed like Kamen Rider urged Teezero to set sail quickly. This was actually Jin, but he changed his clothes. It was not in line with his personality to stay in Wano country every day, so he would occasionally come out when there were enough people. The reason why he came was because in this world of severe face blindness, some people's eyes were almost white, especially the photographer organization. They were weak, but they were unscientifically strong. They could get photos of various battlefields, various angles, and various powerful monsters, and they all survived. They were strong, but they were outrageous. They forgot to open the lens cap and could not find their true bodies. Such things happened from time to time. Jin, Cracker, and Shayna were all examples. Their true faces have never been discovered. Shayna and Jin are masks after all, and Cracker is just a cookie shell even on the wanted list. Olga is the most suitable for this kind of mission, but there is a problem in the first half. Her entertainment career was brought forward, and she is planning the action there at this time. So Jin changed into a brand new leather jacket, and Tutu helped him dye it. With the flame on his back extinguished, basically no one could recognize him as Jin. The people accompanying him were also newcomers like Koga Greenangia who had never shown their faces. When the people of Beishao moved towards the scheduled address of the press conference, doctors and some scholars from all over the world became excited. Platinum lead disease has been conquered? How is it possible? How did they do it? Teacher. Your speculation is right. Platinum lead disease is not an infectious disease, but a mineral disease. Someone has confirmed it. Shocked or sighed, doctors from all over the world had the biggest reaction to this. A terminal disease recognized by the medical community was completely conquered. This was undoubtedly a major earthquake in the medical community. At the same time, some people disdained this and thought it was a lie. They wanted to expose this statement that deceived the world and prove themselves. Some doctors wanted to save people, while others valued their reputation more. The fact that Beishao fruit made such a big fuss was a natural opportunity for them. According to the address and date announced by Teezero, those who could get there have already taken action, and those who could not get there or did not have time also began to ask for connections to let others go there instead of themselves. The live broadcast and subsequent newspapers are completely different from what was brought on the scene. On the day of the launch of the 100 Beasts fruit, many reporters and professionals from all walks of life had already arrived here. As time passed, Tizalo appeared here on time and dropped a heavy bomb right at the beginning. Everyone, I know you all have a lot of questions. Seeing is believing. Now we will announce our research content. This is a breakthrough that our professional team has worked hard for several years. Then he used the projection phone bug to release a large picture, and that was the molecular structure of platinum lead. Tizalo himself could not understand what was coming next. In short, this molecular structure was completely destroyed. If you have professionals, you should be able to understand what this means. This is our way to treat platinum lead disease. We solve the problem of platinum lead from the root and allow it to be excreted smoothly. However, the atmosphere off the field was different from what Tizaro thought. Many doctors could not understand what was going on, and those who studied minerals and metals were whispering, as if they were nervously checking something. Is that so? Did we think wrong before? Yes, if that's the case, it is indeed feasible, but how did they do it? I don't know, what on earth is this? Why can it do this? The scene gradually became noisy, and Tizaro smiled with satisfaction. This scene was right. Mr. Tizaro. How did you do it? Mr. Tizaro. How did you discover this substance? Questions came one after another, and Tizaro also took out the paper. Everyone, don't worry. The detailed process is recorded in the paper. We will publish it next. Except for a little bit of confidentiality, the methods and principles are all shared. Then he signaled his assistant to distribute the prepared things to everyone, and the people below also passed it on in various ways. Even Vegapunk's laboratory got a copy of the information. However, Vegapunk was not interested in this, so Caesar Courant was still browsing this thing. Although he had no moral character, he was very talented in chemical materials. Soon he automatically filtered out the nonsense parts and found the key part. The principle is fine, and it does destroy the structure of platinum lead, but what exactly is this thing? What they published is not at all it is important, because many things are based on this principle. The key is the substance that destroys the structure of platinum and lead. Caesar cannot understand what it is. Not only him, but everyone who sees the information cannot understand it. In fact, even Quinn, the author of the paper, does not know what substance it is, because he wrote it in reverse based on the process of Diancie condensing platinum and lead. It is the power of Pokemon, something that has never appeared in this world. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 432, Blank Throne, Weird Smile. The 7 warlords of the sea had a plan a long time ago, but the situation on the sea was not so complicated at that time, especially after Rox was just wiped out. The situation on the sea was exactly what they wanted to see. Chaos can divert contradictions and achieve the current goal of the world government. What they want is a special order under chaos, so that they can better distinguish their so-called classes. But with Roger becoming king and the rise of monsters one by one, the balance has been broken. The definition of the 7 warlords of the sea is that it is better to have fewer than too many. Although the Navy has the right to deploy them, the 7 warlords of the sea do not belong to the Navy, but are legal pirates with the world government's certificate. They were selected to interfere with the order and balance of the sea, not to make people gain reputation. This is also the reason why the world government wanted to eliminate Moria after his defeat in the original timeline. Because he was too embarrassed for the world government to be alive. Crocodile did a good job. From this point of view, it is indeed necessary to speed up the search for personnel. After a brief discussion, 2 places were selected. Moria and Mihawk. Moria was because of his battle with Kaido. As Kaido's reputation is getting stronger and stronger, Moria, who fought with him at the time, has also attracted some attention. However, Moria doesn't like this title very much. He once fought with Kaido, and this description is a permanent scar in his heart. As for Mihawk, his most famous name now is not Hawkeye or the world's #1 swordsman, but the Navy Hunter. As a Lone Ranger, he does things according to his preferences. A bad mood can be a reason for him to hunt others. However, there has always been a rumor that anyone who sees him rowing will be hunted by him. Although he has a lot of Navy blood on his hands, the world government does not care about this, because he has enough reputation to deter some pirates and can also ring a warning bell for the Navy to let them understand their status. After the discussion of these 5 people, the 2 bats left Marijoa with special letters. Just like Morgans trained a large number of news birds, the world government also has its own exclusive communication tool, message bats. This kind of bat will send messages according to the address and search for its own target. It has always been a good helper for them to pass messages internally. The 7 warlords of the sea, which have a great influence on the outside world, are just a few words for these people, and they are also not concerned about the topics discussed by the kings about the future development of the world. That adult has not woken up. This is the best. The current appearance is not what that person wants to see, but whether to settle accounts is not something we can decide. Let's go. It's time to swear allegiance. The 5 people walked towards the most mysterious flower room in Marijoa. They would do this every time there was a world meeting. Even other kings have to do the same thing, because there is a blank throne in Marijoa, and no one has ever sat on it. The world government also means that no one can sit on it. Because this throne represents the philosophy that all kingdoms are equal and never have a dictatorial mind, and there are 20 weapons scattered around the throne, which are the weapons left by the original 20 kings. This throne is called a symbol of peace, and it also shows an idea of the world government that there is no unique king in this world. However, only the real power holders, the 5 elders, know that it is not that no one has ever sat on it, but that the owner of the throne is not here at this time. The World Conference will continue for a while. They have to discuss many things once every 4 years, and some countries will even start marriages. Princesses and princes of many countries come here with the king. Transportation and communication on the sea are not convenient. If it is not through this World Conference, there may be no opportunity for communication in the future. To be one of the participants in the World Conference, their country's national strength is also relatively strong among the member countries, so naturally they have to use this opportunity to reach some agreements. These agreements are likely to harm the interests of some countries that did not participate in the conference, but no one cares about this. Not to mention those countries, even the 50 countries participating in the World Conference are not static. The 50 participating countries in the World Conference, a total of more than 170 member states, plus some countries that want to join, together form the world government. The competition here is similar to the competition within the pirate group. If you want to get more benefits, you have to climb up. The king of the Woka kingdom was trying his best to participate in this conference because of this. The revolutionary army is very dangerous. I think they should be wanted worldwide. This force is a contempt for the royal power. King Lucas, you are too cautious. It's just a rebellion. It's just that the outbreak of platinum and lead makes it difficult for them to deal with it. The Frevans incident will not happen again. There is no need to worry. Yes, even the special medicine has come out. What's there to be afraid of? Most kings think that there is nothing to be afraid of the revolutionary army, and they have missed the opportunity to strangle them. The best time to kill in the bud. As for the special medicine, from the launch of the 100 Beasts fruit to the World Conference, this medicine has been widely circulated. After layers of drug testing, this medicine has been confirmed to be harmless and effective in vitro experiments. This medicine can indeed cause changes in platinum and lead under certain conditions, but this is not important, because the platinum and lead in the outside world are not complicated to smelt or remove, but the principle of this medicine to remove platinum and lead in the body has not been studied clearly. And the strange arrangement of carbon elements has also become a new topic for many people, such as Caesar. As the ability of the gas fruit, he is very interested in this structure, but the known scientific methods cannot explain this unscientific existence. In the end, Vegapunk even freed up some time and the number 3 body studied it for a while. Interesting ideas. However, he did not give a conclusion, but left such an evaluation. The progress of the World Conference is also related to the pirates. Many pirates are taking the opportunity to plan looting plans, and the Navy has also expanded the scale of cruises. If the king has an accident on the way to participate in the World Conference, their face will be lost. On a Nagashima, Yamato found a helmet from somewhere and put it on his head, with holes for the horns, because something very unreasonable happened today. Her morning exercise was cancelled this morning, while others were training normally. This was too abnormal for her. She even saw Kaido, but Kaido just smiled meaningfully and did nothing. This action has made her nerves tense for several hours. Chapter 429, Choice. This mysterious force has also become the key factor for them to crack the platinum lead disease, but Caesar saw something else in it. Being able to destroy platinum lead in this way means that they can use platinum lead. If platinum lead is integrated into his weapons, the power of his weapons will inevitably be further enhanced. Swish, it's really a great discovery. But the way this paper is written, why do I feel so familiar? Caesar, who was planning to study this kind of thing carefully, felt something was wrong. This writing style made him feel familiar, but a little different. Soon he completely forgot about it. At the press conference, the original treatment diary also began to play at 3 times the speed. Since no one here has developed photo editing technology, the image data is assumed to be real. The symptoms of Miss U's platinum disease were too obvious. Even if it was just the data, people could see it at a glance. Miss U is here today. You are all entrepreneurs in the medical field. You can give her a physical examination. You all know the effects of platinum disease. But now she is a very healthy person. There are some examination equipment on site. You can come and do a physical examination in person. He had already announced the treatment report before. The case compiled by the doctors of the entire Pokemon Center did not have any loopholes, but these people might not understand this. After waiting for the results of the physical examination, various factors proved this point, and now there is only one question left, that is, what exactly is the mysterious element they use to treat platinum lead disease? Mr. Teasero, what is the purple liquid on Miss U's face during treatment? Is it the reason for your treatment of platinum lead disease? Ahem, that's just an experimental drug. We have made a more complete breakthrough. The next is the main topic of this time, the drug for treating platinum lead disease. Then a pile of ordinary white pills were taken out. After our experts' analysis, although carrying platinum lead and the like is harmless, long-term use of platinum lead products and platinum lead condiments may be affected. This drug is specifically used to treat platinum lead disease. The earlier the treatment, the better the effect. Each course of treatment only sells for 5 million Baileys, and 12 courses of treatment can cure the disease. 12 courses of treatment to cure the disease, this is not in line with profitability. The best drug is of course a special medicine that can cure the disease. There are such drugs, no matter which world, but such drugs are not popular with pharmaceutical companies. They will deliberately adjust the efficacy of the drug, because for them, suppression is more important than treatment. Just take the medicine, and the disease will relapse when you stop taking it. This kind of medicine is the most profitable. However, that is not Teasero's profit policy. If Stella is dead, he will never care about this method. As long as he can make money, it will be fine. But now it is different. He still has a conscience in his heart. There are many ways to make money. His goal is to use special medicines to make a name for himself, and then use long-term healthcare drugs to make money, such as special ingredients extracted from tree fruits. The effects of tree fruits are numerous. The special tree fruits that improve the quality of the body are naturally internal products. Even the drugs exported are inferior versions mixed with water, but there are many other effects. For example, beauty and hair care, making the skin smooth, etc. These are the money-making ideas of their medical department. Of course, 5 million Baileys and 12 courses of treatment are already sky-high prices for many people, and someone below has raised opinions. Mr. Teasero, don't you think this price is too high? High? Everyone, you all need to understand one thing. This is a difficulty that our people have spent a lot of effort to overcome. It was mainly because Quinn accidentally stained the paper when eating rice cake and red bean soup, and then burned it when drying it, so he had to stay up for 2 nights to rewrite it. We spent a lot of money on this. It mainly refers to when Diancie fused platinum and lead. I ate 2 pieces of Pokemon Pofen. We need more investment to research more effective drugs. Meaning to give Nakin some salary, and then she will combine some new herbs according to the characteristics of the tree fruit. However, these words of Teasero did make people present believe it, but his last sentence was a little bit heartbreaking. And you can think about it carefully, poor people, can you afford platinum lead? Will people who can afford platinum lead care about this little money? Of course, we are not robbing, you can choose not to buy it. Anyway, the probability of platinum lead disease is not 100%, but the mortality rate is as high as 100%. Although there is the case of Misu, the mortality rate of platinum lead disease is indeed very high, and there is no solution without this special medicine. Okay, everyone, today's press conference ends here. This drug has passed the approval of the world government and will start selling tomorrow. It's up to you whether to buy it or not. I have said everything that should be said, so naturally there is no intention to continue to open it. Moreover, this drug is also mixed with some tree fruit ingredients, which can make people's complexion better. It can be said to be a powerful health product. According to the daily living habits of those nobles, they will definitely get better after taking this medicine. It is also what Teezero hopes to see, that they take this medicine as a health product. This will make it easier to further promote their beauty masks and other things. The women in the Beast Pirates have already recognized the practicality of this item. After the press conference, the medical community has begun to circulate the paper wildly, and materials science has also launched a new study on platinum and lead. However, a large number of order information has been sent to the headquarters of the beast fruit. Those noble royal families who have used platinum and lead for a long time are afraid, and this time the news is so real that even the experts and scholars have not found any problems. These laymen naturally believe it. In this case, they all choose to spend money to keep safe. A huge flow of funds began to flow into the beast fruit. Because the people above have been fed, the actions of the beast fruit at this time are not disturbed, but a notice from the Public Relations Department of the world government has turned some people into rats that everyone shouts and beats. The royal family of Frevans concealed the truth, causing the world government to make a misjudgment, and Marijoa no longer provided them with asylum. Someone has to take the blame for this matter, and the royal family of Frevans who escaped in advance naturally became the one to take the blame. As for why they took the blame, if they took the blame honestly, they would still be condemned by everyone. With the huge assets they brought with them, they would not be in any trouble. But if they dared to break the window paper, CP0 would greet them at the bedside tonight. However, they were secretly going to buy medicine. Living in Frevans, they were still a little afraid of this matter. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 430, Quinn, who single-handedly leads the trend towards science. These people are really bold, terrible. What's the situation outside? It seems that someone is asking the pharmacy about similar drugs, and the price of platinum lead has also begun to rise, but the rise is limited. The action is really fast, the price should increase a little more, but it will definitely not return to the previous state. Prepare to contact the buyer. Even if the 100 beasts fruit breaks through the platinum lead disease, the fact that platinum lead is poisonous cannot be changed. It can be seen that the frequency of use of platinum lead will inevitably decrease in the future, and only the military industry still cannot do without it. But they can still make a lot of money by almost buying at the bottom. By the way, where's that kid? Are you talking about Law? He seemed to be watching a live broadcast just now. Call him over. Doflamingo was still somewhat interested in this kid who had just joined his pirate group, because he saw a very interesting look in Law's eyes at that time, a look that wanted to destroy the world. At this time, Law had already joined the Don Quixote pirates, but Rocinante had not communicated with him yet. At this time, Rocinante was still a mute in everyone's eyes. And Law was also cultivated by Doflamingo as a new generation. Although he only had 3 years left to live, if he was lucky, he might not be able to survive. This is what Doflamingo said when he joined. Not many people knew the inside story of Platinum Lead, but Doflamingo happened to be one of them. The main business of the Don Quixote pirates was black market trading, and reselling devil fruits was one of the main trading contents. Although the current trading range is only in the North Sea, they have begun to expand to the Grand Line. At the beginning, Doflamingo painted a big cake for Law that it was possible to find a devil fruit that could cure him. As the most experienced devil fruit deliveryman on the sea, he knew very well which fruit could heal Law, and that fruit was his target, the surgery fruit, a magical fruit that could perform immortality surgery on others. Dover, Law has it. The bruised and swollen Law was brought here. In this respect, the Don Quixote family and the beasts are a bit similar, both of them are cultivating a new generation. Rao.G teaches physical skills, Gladius teaches shooting, and Diamante teaches swordsmanship, but the effect is far worse than Kaido's training. Luo, you should have seen the news and live broadcast. I saw it. I'm sorry, I have to pour a basin of cold water on you, because that is not your life-saving straw. This thing is probably fake. He thinks this thing is fake because he knows the inside story of platinum lead disease, and he is not sure it is fake because he can't say it's a medical problem, but the way the beast's fruit makes money makes him feel very strange. If it is really effective, lower the price a little, so that the highest benefit is to buy medicine together with those who do porter work and change to long-term medication. But they obviously want to make a fortune and make a name for themselves. This cannot be used as evidence for him, but he can trust his intuition. How is it possible? Sister Misu obviously survived. Oh? Is that nun really from Frevans? Yes, she has been living in Frevans. When she escaped, I saw her fall in a pool of blood. At this point, Luo suddenly stopped. He briefly ignored this point because of his excitement. The nun in the newspaper said that she was not in Frevans, but he saw the nun who was shot with his own eyes. Oh no, Dover, those navy are catching up again. How can it be so fast? Never mind, retreat first. Because he was always disturbed by the navy, he had sent his own undercover to the navy some time ago, but the navy has always been able to track him down recently, which made him a little annoyed. At this time, he had not thought that his brother had become an undercover agent of the navy and was providing intelligence to the navy from time to time. Also in the North Sea, Long's career has achieved great success. With the accompaniment of the Frevans incident, the kings of the two nearby kingdoms lost a lot of popular support. With the leadership of two powerful people, Xiong and Long, the palace was quickly captured. This revolution was considered to have achieved a certain success, and Long also absorbed a lot of backbone members in this operation. The special medicine of the 100 Beasts fruit is selling well, and the new department has also improved, and many people are trying to crack that medicine. There is no patent protection law here, and there is also an omnipresent black market. The underground world doesn't care about that kind of thing at all. They do whatever makes money. It's just that they have never been able to crack the key ingredient, and this ingredient is also regarded as the key to cracking the drug. Not everyone can't crack it. In order to study new weapons, Caesar has been cracking that thing these days. Being able to work in the scientific forces of the world government, he naturally has his own abilities. He also analyzed what it is, but that's exactly what he doesn't understand. Why is the carbon element arranged like this? The carbon element arranged like this has this effect? This is fucking unscientific. The worldview he established in the past almost collapsed. Although the composition inside is very complicated, those ingredients can still find similar plants or Chinese herbal medicines. Only this crystal, he can't understand it at all. Not only him, many people who have studied to this point have some weird ideas. And this is what Quinn guided Diancie to make according to Arceus's requirements. Carbon elements are not only compressed into diamonds. Diancie's ability plus the unscientific power of Pokemon, this mysterious crystal was born. Quinn swore that if someone could crack this thing, he would never eat rice cake red bean soup in his life. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 431, World Conference and 7 Warlords of the Sea. The impact of the 100 Beasts fruit is still continuing. The scientific and medical communities have experienced a great earthquake because of this. Especially those who study carbon elements even think that they have discovered a unique secret treasure. Everyone wants to study the crystal, but the crystal is very unstable, so their research progress is very slow. But this matter is nothing to the world government, because this year's World Conference has begun. On the Red Earth continent, the huge cross symbol of the world government is very dazzling. This is Red Port, a place to legally cross the Red Earth continent. Most of the kings of countries eligible to participate in the World Conference have arrived here at this time. This is the most heavily guarded place of the Navy. Above is Marijoa, and on both sides of the Red Earth continent are Marineford and the G1 branch of the Navy. The admirals who stay at the headquarters can support Marijoa in a very short time in case of unexpected situations. In addition to the strong defense there, Marijoa has never had any problems in hundreds of years. The ship flying the Alabasta flag quickly approached the port under the escort of the Navy, and the reporters below quickly made way. King Cobra, please come this way. Nefertari Cobra, the king of the desert kingdom of Alabasta, is the most special one among the many kings participating in the World Conference. Because his ancestors were one of the original 20 kings, but they refused to move to Marijoa and stayed in Alabasta. 10. He could have become a celestial dragon, but his ancestors gave up this opportunity. This place is also within the influence of the Sabayati archipelago, so the coding technology can still be used. With the help of coding and ropes, a special elevator called the bubble cable car was built here, which is also a common way for people to cross the Red Earth continent. This is not the first time that Cobra has come here. Standing on the rising cable car, he has no fear at all, but when he turned his head to look at the Red Earth continent, he found that he seemed to be blind. Guard, do you see anything there? Nothing, King Cobra, what's wrong? Maybe I'm dazzled, I seem to see a snake made of stone. It's windy outside, you may be blinded, come here and rest for a while. When the bubble cable car disappeared, the stones on the rock wall fell, and a blue and black rock snake poked its head out, looked around, and then drilled back and blocked the original gap. Cobra was not dazzled. He saw the rock snakes digging here. They had found many locations of mineral deposits, but this time they dug too far without paying attention. After a long staircase, they came to the holy land of Marijoa. There was a fully automatic self-propelled road here, but in fact, such a thing did not exist at all. Under those automatic elevators were ragged people. The glory of Marijoa was built on their flesh and blood, but all this was unknown to the public. People could only see the bright and beautiful outer clothes here. King Hanberg of the Kingdom of Balewood has arrived. Queen Meng Lalong of the Kingdom of Taji has arrived. King Yumi Bing of the Kingdom of Shixia has arrived. In the King's Council of Marijoa, 50 kings took their seats one after another. This was the place where the King of the Kingdom of Woka had been trying his best to enter. Around the huge round table, they began to discuss things one by one. You people from the Kingdom of Flowers are very rude. That green pepper seems to be looking for something everywhere. That's not my order. It's just his own decision. The King of the Kingdom of Flowers was communicating with another king. This was the World Conference. The conflicts here might even lead to war after returning home, so even if they had opinions about each other's behavior, they were just discussing. Don't talk about those insignificant things. I heard that a rebellion broke out around Fervans. Those people called themselves the Revolutionary Army. It's just a rebellion. It's nothing. It's just a few small countries. Is it necessary to talk about it at this time? That's right. Let's move on to the next topic. The leader of the meeting skipped this topic. The 50 kings would take turns to be the leaders, and the topics discussed were also the proposals submitted by the kings in advance. To them, the Revolutionary Army today is just a bitter rebellion. At this time, they don't understand the word revolution, nor do they realize how much impact the Revolutionary Army will bring. There are more and more pirates these years. How are you doing? Fortunately, we haven't been affected. We are not doing well. Our location is too bad. The Navy's protection is not enough. I heard that Alabasta has a good environment because of the 7 warlords. At this time, Crocodile had come to Alabasta according to various news. As one of the 7 warlords, he has the right to stay in the territory of the member countries as long as he does not attack the member countries. And for his future goals, Crocodile is building his own reputation. He is now fighting pirates every day. The desert environment is his natural home ground. He has fought in the New World. Even if he has lost the power of his heart, he is not something that those rookies who have just entered the Grand Line can deal with. For a while, Alabasta was surprisingly calm, and Crocodile almost became a hero in the kingdom. Some kings even thought this was a good thing. While they were discussing this topic, the 5 elders were also discussing the same topic inside Marijoa. There are more and more pirates, but there is still only one of the 7 warlords of the sea. This organization should be completed. Beasts, Whitebeard, Big Mom, these guys are getting more and more influential, especially Beasts. Is it really okay to let them develop? It's just a company, it won't cause any trouble. Isn't it better for pirates to do business like this than to be in chaos? The incident with Fervans shows that these people know how to advance and retreat. They occupied Wano country, so the secret should be sealed down there. With them, other pirates can't get there. Several of the 5 elders talked about this matter one after another, but in their opinion, the so-called Sea Emperor was just making a fuss. The Navy seems to be a bit overextended, and the 3 natural ability users have caused some of their actions to cross the line. So I've said that the system of the 7 warlords of the sea should be completed. What do you think? Moonlight, Moria, who fought Kaido and escaped unscathed, I think he is a good choice and his ability is reasonable. The Navy Hunter, that guy made the Navy lose a lot of face, and I heard that his swordsmanship is very powerful. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 432, Blank Throne, Weird Smile. The 7 warlords of the sea had a plan a long time ago, but the situation on the sea was not so complicated at that time. Especially after Rox was just wiped out, the situation on the sea was exactly what they wanted to see. Chaos can divert contradictions and achieve the current goal of the world government. What they want is a special order under chaos, so that they can better distinguish their so-called classes. But with Roger's claim to the throne and the rise of monsters, the balance has been broken. The definition of the 7 warlords of the sea is to have fewer but not more. Although the Navy has the right to deploy them, the 7 warlords of the sea do not belong to the Navy, but are legal pirates with the world government's certification. They were selected to interfere with the order and balance of the sea, not to make people brush up their reputation. This is also the reason why the world government wanted to eliminate Moria after his defeat in the original timeline. Because he was too embarrassed for the world government to be alive. Crocodile did a good job. From this point of view, it is indeed necessary to speed up the search for personnel. After a brief discussion, 2 places were selected. Moria and Mihawk. Moria was because of his battle with Kaido. As Kaido's reputation becomes more and more powerful, Moria, who fought with him at the time, has also attracted some attention. However, Moria doesn't like this title very much. He once fought with Kaido, and this description is a permanent scar in his heart. As for Mihawk, his most famous name now is not Hawkeye or the world's greatest swordsman, but the Navy Hunter. As a lone ranger, he does things according to his preferences. A bad mood can be a reason for him to hunt others. However, there has always been a rumor that anyone who sees him rowing will be hunted by him. Although he has a lot of Navy blood on his hands, the world government does not care about this, because he has enough reputation to deter some pirates and can also ring a warning bell for the Navy to let them understand their status. After the discussion of these 5 people, the 2 bats left Marijoa with special letters. Just like Morgans trained a large number of news birds, the world government also has its own exclusive communication tool, message bats. This bat will send messages according to the address and search for its target. It has always been a good helper for them to transmit messages internally. The 7 warlords of the sea, which have a great influence on the outside world, are just a few words for these people, and they are also not concerned about the topics discussed by the kings about the future development of the world. That lord has not woken up. That's the best. The current situation is not what he wants to see. But whether to settle accounts is not up to us. Let's go. It's time to swear allegiance. The 5 of them walked towards the most mysterious flower room in Marijoa. They would do this every time the World Conference was held. Even other kings would have to do the same thing, because there is a blank throne in Marijoa, and no one has ever sat on it. The world government also said that no one can sit on it. Because this throne represents the philosophy that all kingdoms are equal and never have a dictatorial heart, and there are 20 weapons scattered around the throne, which are the weapons left by the original 20 kings. This throne is called a symbol of peace, and it also shows an idea of the world government. There is no unique king in this world. However, only the real power holders, the 5 elders, know that it is not that no one has ever sat on it, but that the owner of the throne is not here at this time. The World Conference will continue for a while. They will discuss many things once every 4 years, and some countries will even start marriages. Princesses and princes from many countries come here with their kings. Transportation and communication on the sea are not convenient. If they don't take advantage of this World Conference, they may not have the opportunity to communicate in the future. To be one of the participants in the World Conference, their country's national strength is also relatively strong among the member countries, so they naturally have to use this opportunity to reach some agreements. These agreements are likely to harm the interests of some countries that did not participate in the conference, but no one cares about this. Not to mention those countries, even the 50 countries participating in the World Conference are not static. The 50 participating countries in the World Conference, a total of more than 170 member countries, plus some countries that want to join and are waiting to be investigated, these countries together form the world government. The competition here is similar to the competition within the pirate group. If you want to get more benefits, you have to climb up. This is why the king of the Woka Kingdom wanted to participate in this conference. The Revolutionary Army is very dangerous. I think they should be wanted worldwide. This force is a contempt for the royal power. King Lucas, you are too cautious. It's just a rebellion. It's just that the outbreak of Platinum and Lead makes it difficult for them to deal with it. The Frevans incident will not happen again. There is no need to worry. Yes, even the special medicine has come out. What is there to be afraid of? Most kings think that there is nothing to be afraid of the Revolutionary Army, and they have missed the best time to nip them in the bud. As for the special medicine, from the launch of the 100 Beasts fruit to the World Conference, this medicine has been widely circulated. After layers of drug testing, this medicine has been confirmed to be harmless, and in vitro experiments are also effective. This medicine can indeed cause platinum and lead to change under certain circumstances, but this is not important, because the platinum and lead in the outside world are not complicated to smelt or remove, but the principle of this medicine to remove platinum and lead in the body has not been studied clearly. And the strange arrangement of carbon elements has become a new topic for many people. For example, Caesar, as a user of the gas fruit, is very interested in this structure, but the known scientific methods cannot explain this unscientific existence. In the end, Vegapunk even took some time to study it by the third body. Interesting idea. However, he did not give a conclusion, but just left such a comment. The progress of the World Conference and the pirates also have there is a certain relationship between the two. Many pirates are taking the opportunity to plan looting plans, and the Navy has also expanded the scale of patrols. If something happens to the king on the way to the World Conference, they will lose face. On a Nagashima, Yamato found a helmet from somewhere and put it on his head. There are holes for the horns on it, because something very unreasonable happened today. Her morning exercise was cancelled this morning, while others were training normally. This was too abnormal for her. She even saw Kaido, but Kaido just smiled meaningfully and did nothing. Just this one move has made her nerves tense for several hours. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 433, True Immersive Virtual Reality. According to common sense, a stick hit or a hot breath spray is a normal phenomenon. If you are in a good mood, it may also be the baptism of the domineering color, the air attack of the armed color, and Yamato will not find these things strange. Only Kaido did nothing, which made her unacceptable. Because according to her cognition, Kaido would never do such a thing. If everyone had a holiday, she would be fine if she was the only one in class, but how could she take a holiday by herself? Today is not my birthday, no one is sailing, the instructor didn't say there are new courses. Yamato's unique characteristics: when facing Kaido, his intelligence will be temporarily maxed out, and he will not miss any details. At this time, she was recalling the details, but she didn't find anything, which made her more panicked. This tension lasted until noon. When Maria and the others started their lunch break, she still looked around vigilantly. Hey, do you have to eat with your no 5? It's not number 5, it's Aegean no 6. In the face of Ultai's doubts, she first corrected the problem of the mace number. Aegean 5.0 did not die suddenly. It just became unsuitable for Yamato as he grew up. It was the second mace to retire smoothly besides number 1. As for number 6, who inherited the will of number 5, it was enhanced in size and weight. I have a bad feeling now. My father will never do nothing. Well, that pervert is definitely not a normal person. Ultai rarely refuted her, and they reached a consensus that Kaido was a pervert. Under the high pressure, her appetite was affected, and she only ate the food for 5 adults. Yamato? Why are you so nervous? Godfather, you don't know that my father actually let me have a day off alone today. This is too abnormal. There must be a conspiracy. It was not until Arceus appeared that her nervous state was relaxed, but she was still alert to her surroundings, and her own observation haki was also released at full strength, trying to capture the breath of Kaido who might appear at any time. But it was useless. Her haki was too different from Kaido's haki. Kaido could always use a stronger haki to evade Yamato's perception and then give her a surprise attack. I know, I asked him to tell you that today is a day off. I went to prepare something and didn't have time. Didn't he tell you? He went to prepare a special trial for Yamato. Because it was more time-consuming and he couldn't spare time for the time being, he asked Kaido to tell Yamato. Kaido did tell Arceus what he said, but only half of it, which eventually caused Yamato to be nervous for a whole morning. Needless to say, Kaido did it on purpose. He knew that Yamato was very wary of him, so he took advantage of this and gave an abnormal answer without any hint, which eventually led to this result. Why is it like this? So I wasted my vacation in vain. The vacation time is always short, especially after wasting your own vacation. The feeling of heartache is hard to describe. In terms of thinking, she may never be as good as Kaido in her life, but Alcins did not give her time to continue thinking. Don't think about it, come with me, this is a course specially prepared for you. This sentence is not pleasant for Yamato. Courses and training have completely different concepts, and she has no interest in the so-called courses at all. Godfather, I think it's better to let my father give me some extra training. Let's forget about the classes. Don't worry, this time will definitely be more fun for you than the classes, but you'd better be mentally prepared. After all, I made an agreement with your father. What? If you succeed this time, the rest of the year will be holidays, but if you fail, prepare for his hell training. There is not much time left this year, but this agreement has successfully aroused her interest. In the face of the holiday, she selectively ignored Kaido's hell training and left with Arceus excitedly. As for Arceus and Kaido's agreement with her future, she did not refute it. She has become accustomed to this kind of authoritarian state. Under the leadership of Arceus, she came to the top of Fujiyama, which is the highest point in Wano country. On weekdays, the top of Fujiyama is hidden in the clouds and mist, and the outside world can't see the situation above. Even Yamato is the first time to climb Fujiyama. "Godfather, why are you here?" She was not afraid of the cold in her true god state. The severe cold here was no different from normal temperature to her. "Because this is your new trial site." Following the direction of Arceus's gaze, she saw several stone slabs. In the past, those stone slabs were kept in the cave by Arceus. Unless he was making new Pokémon, they would not appear in the outside world. But at this time, several stone slabs were stuck in the snow. On the ground, there are 3 in the middle and 5 around, a total of 8 stone slabs are now outside. "Your big mouth true god is only a part of the force. I told you before that it is a carrier. Whether you can bear all the force depends on yourself. You should have some feelings after going out for such a trip. Now it's time for you to try it. Stand in the middle." Yamato came to the middle of the stone slab array according to Arceus's instructions and poked the stone slab curiously. "Don't move around, relax your mind, what you will see next is your trial." "Wait, Godfather, tell me what the trial is first." This time she didn't get a response, because the stone slabs around her were already flashing light, lightning, fire, dragon power. The 3 forces directly brought her consciousness to a special space. The outer stone slabs were also activated at the same time, and the power that merged the stone slabs was stabilized. This is the unknown trial that Yamato couldn't get the answer to, a test of her ideal and reality. At this time, her consciousness has come to a unique space. In short, her game has changed from dodgeball and battle royale to virtual reality. It is a big project to breed a complete power of the divine beast, but it is much simpler to breed the power at the consciousness level first. Since he transformed the Great Mouth God, he has been using the Dragon Slate to breed the consciousness of Zekrom and Lesharam. At this time, their consciousness is almost complete. Because it is the power of the divine beast, their power is not simply given, but fused like the tailed beasts. Even if they are given energy, they must be allowed to come to the world in full. This is a test for Yamato. If the state is suitable, he will split a part of the consciousness and let them establish a connection with Yamato first. If not, then continue to wait. When Yamato's consciousness opens his eyes, the surrounding environment has changed dramatically. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 434, Dragon Space, Double Dragon Trial. The surrounding snow disappeared completely, and Arceus disappeared. She found that she had left Fujiyama. There were ice crystals all around, and she seemed to appear in an ice cave. Following the flow of air, she walked out of the ice cave, and at this time she found herself in a brand new world. If she knew enough, she would understand that the name of this place should be Unova. "Ultai? Why are you here?" She seemed to see a familiar figure, but the only answer she got was a roar. It was not Ultai, but a real double-axe dragon. Roar. "Ah! I'm not an invader, don't get me wrong, I'll leave now." The power of Changpan made her understand what the double-axe dragon meant. She seemed to have invaded the other party's territory, and the double-axe dragon did not do anything, just watched her leave here. This is a special general consciousness space constructed by the power of the slate. All the operations in it are controlled by Arceus. This is also the reason why he didn't have time to inform Yamato before. This is a simulated virtual world. It is not only a test of strength, but also a test of the heart. Haki is the strength of the heart. It can be said that this trial has also enhanced her weak energy to a certain extent. Although she came to a completely unfamiliar environment, she was not afraid. After all, Arceus had told her that this was a trial. The only thing he didn't tell her was the type of trial. What kind of trial is this? My godfather is so stupid. He didn't even tell me. She walked aimlessly in the forest. She didn't see anything except some Pokémon. She did get some news from Pokémon, such as there was a human country outside and they were fighting. At this time, the strange phenomenon in the sky caught her attention. Flames and lightning appeared alternately, and it seemed that someone was fighting there. Her intuition told her that it was related to her trial, so she ran over there. When she climbed over a hill, she found that this was the city mentioned by those Pokémon, and the two sides of the battle also revealed their true appearance. The height of each of them was about 10 meters. One black and one white, two giant beasts were colliding fiercely. Roar! Roar! The white dragon spewed out a cross fireball, and the black dragon's body was wrapped in lightning, rushing straight towards the white dragon. The fireball was smashed, and the two dragons' bodies, each wrapped in their own energy, crashed into each other. There was no winner between the two, but the aftermath destroyed most of the city below. Yamato's appearance seemed to have triggered some kind of scene, and she seemed to hear someone talking to her. Reshiram and Zekrom were once one, and they assisted the brother heroes in establishing the Unova region, but because of the differences in the beliefs of the two heroes, the dragons were divided into two dragons. The two dragons were extremely disappointed that the two heroes had caused a war and wanted to destroy Unova. Girl, ideals and reality are opposite and unified, they are two sides of the same coin, choose the idea you agree with to prevent this tragedy. The topic like the background sound of the game appeared beside Yamato's ear, and a blonde woman appeared out of thin air beside her. Big sister, who are you? Do you know where my foster father is? Miss Yamato, you can call me Sarona. I am your novice guide. Please do not ask questions that are not related to the matter in front of you. Virtual reality games must have a novice guide. As for why Sarona appeared in the Unova region, it was simply because Arceus was more impressed by this face. No, but Yamato didn't know that the game guide could also lie. For example, the guidance she got at this time was to choose a camp, but in fact, that was not the best way to pass the level. Is this the trial you mentioned? At the top of Fujiyama Mountain, Kaido also appeared here. Looking at Yamato standing still on the snow, he didn't quite understand this kind of trial. Yes, but it won't be recognized for a while, but it's not without gain. That was the consciousness space he created. He himself was the administrator with the highest authority. Naturally, he knew what happened inside. He thought of many situations, but what happened now was different from what he expected. Zekrom believed that Yamato's idea was just naive, not ideal. Pure naivety could not build an ideal world. In the eyes of Reshiram, Yamato lived in an inner world and didn't understand what was real at all, so she was disliked by the two dragons at the same time. But while rejecting her, they all had a special emotion, because Yamato didn't listen to G, but directly triggered the hidden option, wanting the two dragons to coexist. If she wants to restore the existence of Daolong, she must find a balance between ideal and reality. Although she can't do this, she accidentally guessed the result. That flawless innocence reminded Xuanglong of everything at the beginning. When they first met the two brothers, they also had the same pure and simple concept. So she was in a stage where she was rejected by Xuanglong and examined by Xuanglong at the same time. We have known each other for so many years, don't beat around the bush. Did you win this time or did I win? You won, she didn't achieve the goal I said. Yamato's hard days will come in the remaining month, but she has more time to relax this year, so there is no difference overall. When Yamato was kicked out of that space, she saw Kaido's dangerous smile and understood something. Godfather, can I apply for a second try? Unfortunately, no. You can only rely on yourself from now on. The slate was taken back into his body again, and Yamato was taken away by Kaido, but she herself did not notice that there was a black lightning and a white flame symbol on the back of her hands, which were the inspection marks from the black and white dragons. But after a moment, the two marks disappeared. According to the agreement between Arceus and Kaido, she did fail, but she also succeeded in a special place. Kaido's figure flew to a deserted island outside Wano country, which was also a trial field for beasts. He felt that the venue of a Nagashima was a bit limited, so he planned to go out and have a big game. Many people in Wano country saw the figure of the giant dragon flying away from Wano country, but no one was afraid because they were used to it. In the past few years, everything in Wano country has been really good, and the country must be safe and the people are safe, but occasionally Kaido's laughter and some familiar screams can be heard. This custom was even regarded as a new tradition by the natives of Wano country, resulting in some strange variants of local dramas. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 435, The Strange Carbon Cycle of Wano Country. Xiaopei, I think someone is going to be unlucky. Looking at Kaido flying in the sky, Ultai had this intuition, because during the time when Yamato and the others were out, as long as Kaido transformed, she and Page 1 would be unlucky. This state was not relieved until Yamato returned to the country. She successfully attracted Kaido's attention. Since he came back, Ultai and Page 1 have not encountered Kaido's death training. However, the original training has left enough shadows, and now Kaido's stress syndrome has a tendency to spread within the beast group. Sister, do you think there is a possibility that I am the unlucky person? The way Peggy 1 addressed Ultai has changed a lot in the past year or so, from sister to elder sister, big sister, etc., which naturally made Ultai unhappy. Xiao Pei, you have changed. You used to stick to me, but now you don't even want to call me sister. But sister, do you think there will be a sister who steps on her brother every day? Since coming to the environment of the beast, he felt that Ultai had changed. Although the competition within the beast is fierce, in the current environment, life is guaranteed while the competition is fierce. Their training often wanders on the edge of death, but it will not really endanger their lives. In this case, Ultai's nature of brother control is exposed for the first time. Because she wants to be with Peggy 1 in everything, and she is also a bit rough, it leads to the current situation. The double-axe dragon is powerful in close combat, and the sharp axe teeth have surpassed most famous swords, but in many aspects she is not as good as Page 1's Garcomp. For example, she can't fly or burrow into the ground. But this doesn't have a big impact on her, because Page 1 can fly, and she can ride Page 1, so she can fly as well. This was the purpose of her taking care of Page 1, but now it has been achieved in advance. Under Kaido's death teaching, Page 1 has mastered flying. This is similar to riding a bicycle. Although it is very laborious to ride before learning, as long as you succeed once and remember the feeling, it will not be a problem later. After learning to fly, he started the second process, digging holes. As the name suggests, Garcomp is a shark on land. Compared with the sky, the earth is the home of Garcomp. An adult Garcomp can dig a cave underground at a very fast speed. Now Page 1 is training this ability. Hey, don't be lazy, you two. There's still a lot of land ahead. Quinn's companion's voice came from behind. Page 1 must not be trained on the roof of a Nagashima to dig holes. Asking him to dig holes is not asking him to demolish a building, so he was borrowed by Quinn. He just wanted to cultivate a winter plantation, but now the temperature in Wano country has begun to drop, the land has become a little hard, and it is very slow to cultivate it by manpower, so he targeted Page 1 who was training underground stealth. The crooked traces on the ground are the proof of Page 1's training. He still has some loopholes in his grasp of Garcomp's body, and he has not yet mastered the skills of distinguishing directions underground. At this time, Ultai's role is reflected. The weight plus the direction guidance, and the bag of seeds in her hand, are not sure whether it will help Page 1's training, but she really has a lot of fun. Towards the end of the year, the temperature in Wano country has also begun to drop, and even the trees in Kuri have begun to wither and turn yellow, not to mention Ling Hao, who was already covered with snow, but Wano country has changed a lot this year. In the past, they cut down trees to keep warm in winter, but now Wano country has reclaimed a lot of farmland and orchards. The remaining trees are green plants left for the environment and can no longer be mined at will, so there is another Pokemon on the streets of Wano country. Big Coal Cart, a coal Pokemon, is the evolution of Little Coal. Compared with Little Coal, Big Coal Cart can provide more coal, and compared with the more bulky Giant Coal Mountain, Big Coal Cart's body is more flexible. The appearance of Big Coal Cart looks like a small cart for transporting coal. A large amount of coal is concentrated on its back, and hot air will come out when its mouth opens. The whole body is made of rocks. As a Pokemon with fire and rock attributes, Big Coal Cart can make coal in its body. In the Galar region, people there used to live on the coal dropped from Big Coal Cart's body. It is the same in Wano country at this time. At this season, Big Coal Cart has appeared on the streets. They will stop in front of the yard that has paid the carbon tax, then shake their bodies, leave enough coal for them to use, and then continue to move forward. For the people of Wano country, this is the same as paying heating bills in winter. Sufficient jobs allow them to have extra money in their hands, so they can naturally take out this money. For example, Kentaro's family in Kuri has established a new family at this time, and he has become the owner of a purchasing station as he wished. Looking at the big charcoal truck that starts to deliver charcoal everywhere, Kentaro also starts to replace the new chimney. Pay attention to the ventilation of the house when burning charcoal. People in Wano country still know this, so you can see the reserved chimney position on their houses. In this season, even the activity range of Galar double bomb gas has expanded, They float in the air and filter the air of Wano country, maintaining the air quality here. In winter, the floating double bomb gas in the sky has become a unique landscape of Wano country. They do not object to this kind of work, because for Gular double bomb gas, it is just a change of restaurant, and the exhaust gas released after the coal dropped by the big charcoal truck is burned has always been one of their favorite foods. The coal delivery work of the big charcoal carts is still going on. Their legs are very special and can rotate like wheels. The fastest speed can reach 30 km per hour. The disadvantage is that their legs are relatively short. The snow behind them almost blocked their way forward. So the big charcoal carts also started their own road clearing work. Flames spewed out of their mouths, and the snow vaporized under the burning of flames, and soon the ground below was exposed. Then they started to deliver coal along the route they cleared. The exhaust gas discharged by the big charcoal carts themselves and the exhaust gas from the burning of coal became new food for the double bomb gas. After eating and drinking, the gas generated by the double bomb gas was turned into chemical agents by Quinn, and he extracted special perfume materials from them. These materials make new perfumes, which are sold through the white beast fruit in exchange for money. The money is used to purchase the food needed by the big charcoal carts. A circular project has thus appeared in the country of Wano. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 436, 8 million Pokemon Grass-Headed God. Double bomb gas and gas bombs are scattered in the air. Their feeding time is very irregular, but this is their unique rule, and they have a special status in Wano country. In summer, there are always people who drown when swimming in the wild, and in winter, there are often people who suffer from carbon monoxide poisoning. Even if there are repeated warnings, there will inevitably be problems. There will always be people who will try it with an indifferent attitude. For example, to be warmer, turn off the exhaust vent, thinking that nothing will happen if you open it immediately, but when something goes wrong, it's too late. However, the Gular double bomb gas that feeds on harmful gases can find the accident. For them, it's like a cooking kitchen inexplicably closed, so their foraging behavior also indirectly discovered some carbon monoxide poisoning behaviors. This has led to a completely new situation. Due to the national conditions of Wano country, there are many gods here. Not to mention mountain gods and river gods, even stools can become gods. The objects of worship in each household are sometimes different. Families that survived the disaster of the double bomb gas put the double bomb gas and gas bombs on the altar and worshipped them as some local gods. They appeared in the vision of Wano country residents almost at the same time as coal heating, and they achieved a good status in their first appearance. Similar situations happen from time to time. There is even a stone statue of Squirtle outside the fireworks workshop to ensure safety. They seem to think that this can reduce the frequency of fires, but this is just a psychological comfort. If you don't pay attention, it will still explode. From this, we can see that pragmatism is also prevalent in Wano country, which eventually led to the gradual deification of Pokemon with magical powers, and this also facilitated some of Misu's behaviors. After the press conference on Teezero, Misu had already returned to Nagashima by boat and opened an orphanage in Beiwu. Since the entrance to the harbor is in Beiwu, it has become an area that the beasts focus on, and various facilities are rapidly popularizing. In addition to taking care of Lamy, the most thing Misu did was to preach. She couldn't reach far places for the time being, but Wano country also has a huge population. So Misu's short-term goal is to convey the blessings of the gods at the feet of the gods, so that these people become believers of Arceus. As for the pirates and the beasts' pirates, they don't have to work hard to preach. Although there are few members like her who became fanatics in a short time, they have a sense of worship for Arceus himself in terms of status. Misu first preached to those who liked Pokemon, because in her cognition, Pokemon was the creation of gods. Since they were willing to worship those creations, they should naturally accept the creators behind them. This year, Wano country was colder than usual. Even the Flower City began to get colder. The streets were covered with snow overnight. Only the passage opened by the big charcoal truck could still see the road surface. Following these traces, nearby residents also began to clean up the snow. Now is the slack season for farming. They either go to work in factories or go to prosperous places like Flower City to find something to do. Hagora also took a broom and silently dealt with the snow at the door, but there was an envelope in the mailbox at his door. Who does so many things? His identity has become the former gangster boss of Flower City. It is not that he retired voluntarily, but that the current beasts do not allow gangs to appear under their order. Either they legalize, do some small business or join other beast organizations, or they refuse to repent and are sent to mine. In this case, Hyagoro will naturally not insist on making trouble. His men have become a civilian rescue organization in the flower capital under his leadership. Now many of the people sweeping snow on the streets are their people. It is a good thing that these people are willing to settle down, so part of the tax revenue in Wano country is allocated to Hyagoro, just as if he hired a property manager. Many people know his home address, so most people who come to him knock on the door directly. He doesn't know any distant relatives, so naturally no one writes to him. What's wrong, soldier? What are you reading? Someone wrote a letter. Is it Kojiro? His wife saw him standing at the door with a broom and asked in confusion. At this time, Hyagoro saw that the signature on the envelope was Kojiro. This kid hasn't been here for half a year, right? I thought you guys had a quarrel. What are you talking about? Didn't he come here before he left? He told you in person that he was going out to do something. What takes so long? Open it and see what he wrote. Her understanding is Wano country, because since she was born, she has never seen what is outside the barrier of Wano country. Kojiki Odin can use his identity to solve the guards along the port and try to go to sea by himself. But ordinary people don't have this ability. For her, Wano country is everything to her, and no matter how many things there are in Wano country, they can be done in 1 or 2 months. She doesn't understand how big this world is. Don't worry, it seems to be quite thick. Okay, don't worry, this kid is living a good life. After opening the envelope, he found something like a postcard inside, and the photo on the top was a photo of him and a group of mermaid shop assistants. There are so many mermaids. Is he going to the palace of the Dragon King? Are those strange people guards? Mermaids are the name for mermaids in Wano country. Before this, she always thought that they were just legendary creatures. The letter said that it was Fishman Island. It seems that there is nothing wrong with saying it is Dragon Palace. After all, the name of that country is the Kingdom of Dragon Palace. He said he will be back in a few months and will come to see us then. Not only here, the old servant in Kojiro's family also received Kojiro's letter. Although he still has things to do, it is still okay to send the letter back by borrowing someone else's ship. Those are the photos he took in Fishman Island during this period. Now it can be regarded as letting those who have never been out to see it. Nowadays, Wano country is no longer in a completely blocked state. Members who join the 100 Beasts have the opportunity to go abroad, but hundreds of years of blockade have made many people accustomed to the closed environment and do not want to easily set foot on the open sea. Just as Hagora and his partner continued to browse the things Kojiro had sent back, a group of samurai-looking people suddenly ran past on the street outside. They were the Shinzengamai, the security force inside Wano. The leader was an older man. He was originally a pirate of the beasts, but he was transferred to the inner circle after his poor health. A black wolfhound in front of him was looking for something. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 437, The Helplessness of Puppets, Using Super Magic to Fight Magic. Pokey, is it here? Woo. A big dog more than 1 meter tall sniffed the traces below and then gave an affirmative answer. It looked no different from an ordinary wolfhound, with grey and black colors, 2 unusually obvious black hairs on its back, and a pair of slightly ferocious red eyes. Biting Pokemon Great Wolfhound, now equipped with a large number of Pokemon in the domestic security forces, and they are now catching thieves. The weather is cold, not only more people go out to work, but some idle people also start to act. Human beings are a group, no matter how beautiful the place is, there will be stains, and there may be good people among the evil people. It's just a matter of probability. The probability of finding good people among the evil people is very slim. Following the pace of the Great Wolfhound, they continued to chase forward. There was only one Great Wolfhound in a group of 4 or 5 people, not because there were not enough Great Wolfhounds, but because only the leading pirate was recognized by a Great Wolfhound. The Great Wolfhounds are very wild, and it is not easy to tame them, but after taming, the Great Wolfhounds will strictly follow the orders of their trainers. At this time, they are tracking the target along the breath left by the other party. Although the heavy snow covered his footsteps, he still left his own breath. Starting from the flower capital, the wolfhound led them to the bridge leading to Linghao, and the footprints of other wolfhounds were left on the snow here. Awoo! The wolfhound called Pokey raised his head and howled, and there were responses from all around. The wolfhound species itself is a social animal like wolves, and 10 is the most ideal team number. This number can maximize the team's efficiency whether it is hunting or anything else. They act as the number of police dogs in the security team, and Poki is the captain of the police dogs. This howl is it to obtain information from its own kind. According to the information fed back by the call, Poki quickly led the security team to block the thief in a snow cave. This is a corner of the changes in public security in Wano now. These petty thieves will be caught soon. There are heavy guards along the harbor, and ordinary people can't get out at all. The giant carp under the waterfall is not a decoration. Because the environment in the outer sea of Wano country is too comfortable, the evolution speed of these magi carp is much slower than that of the outer sea. Their descendants have evolved into many gyarados, but they are still huge. In the limited area of Wano country, these people will be caught sooner or later. In the flower capital, Wano country General Hiri Kojiki also woke up from his sleep, dressed neatly with the service of many people, and started a new day. Jin followed his original words. In the palace, she is the pinnacle of power, but her orders cannot be heard in the flower capital at all. Except for acting as a mascot in the annual sacrificial activities, the influence of the Kojiki family in Wano country has reached the lowest level in history. Hiri-sama. Go down, I want to be alone for a while. Yes. The two maids retreated respectfully, leaving her alone in the room. She gained some power, but also lost her freedom. If she wanted to leave Gongyin, she needed Jin's approval. If she met him in a bad mood, then everyone in the palace would be scared. Jin had a bad reputation in the palace, and the concept that was established at the beginning was also slowly affecting her, why Momonosuke was sent to the future, and she could only stay here. Although Kojiki was worried about being killed in the same pot, she could not understand this at this time. While she was thinking about her life, the maid who left came to Jin and reported the situation of Kojiki Hiri in detail. There were more people in the palace in recent years. Although these people were respectful to Hiri on the surface, they only obeyed Jin's arrangements behind the scenes. And these people have one thing in common, their surname is Kurozumi. Kurozumi Orokai took a big pot, all the infamy was left in the blood of the Kurozumi family because of him, and the rebellion of the Kurozumi family at the beginning, the new and old accounts were turned over together, and Kurozumi was called for by everyone in Wano country. Even if some people are just distant branches, they will still be discriminated against, especially those old and young who are still loyal to Kojiki in their bones. The surname of Kuritan made it difficult for them to survive in Wano country. In this case, some people in the Kuritan family made a choice to surrender to the beasts completely in order to survive. Such people entered the palace of the flower capital and gradually disappeared from the sight of ordinary people in Wano country, and they tended to confront the old ministers loyal to the Kojiki family in the palace. The original Kojiki family retainers also lived nearby. According to the rules, they had to apply if they wanted to see Hiri. Although it was not necessary to apply for the form 3 days in advance and reply within a week, verbal consent was required. For example, the people who came here today were Kikunoho, Kawamatsu and Denjiro who were forced to perform tasks outside. Kaido gave them a chance to change the status quo as long as they chose to surrender, but they were unwilling to do so. This is also the case with Denjiro now. Because of many changes, Kyo's hero did not appear, and he had no chance to hide his identity, so he did not want to pretend to surrender. Zaiju, are you here today? Please stay away from me. Don't be so shy, my sister is not afraid of you, so why should you be afraid? If you don't come over like this, I won't report the news to you. Dad said that magic should be used to defeat magic. Transgenderists are such a product, and to deal with a transgenderist, you need to use more powerful magic, such as unreasonable female hooligans. There are many such people in the pirate group, such as the woman in front of Kikunoho, Jin's deputy, Drake. A girl with pink braids and a scar on her face, but she doesn't care about it at all, and is still acting like a hooligan to Kikunoho. His pretty face is still attractive to women. For example, Drake fell in love with him, but this is a little difficult for someone who thinks he is a woman. The deputy in the 100 Beasts, most of them are of the same gender, because it makes things easier, such as Emmeline who follows Shayna and Pierman who follows Mand Urfish. Yin is the only exception at present. The carefree Drake gets along with him very happily, and even exchanges some interrogation experiences with Yin. In a semi-coerced state, Kikunoho was taken advantage of by Drake to get the opportunity to meet Hiri, but for some reason, he feels that as Hiri grows up, the smile on his face has become less. At the same time, on the small sky island, several O'Hara scholars are excitedly looking at an egg in front of them. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spewin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 442, The Boy's Road is Wide and Narrow. Boom. Boom. The sudden bombardment from the side made Victarion unable to react. He hated such unplanned things. What's going on with that ship? Fighting between the navy and pirates is not uncommon. If it was another warship attacking them, Victarion would not find it strange, because it was the navy supporting friendly forces, which was normal. But now it was that warship that was attacked, and the pirate ship that appeared had never been heard of the flag, which was very strange. Under normal circumstances, other pirate groups would choose to stay away when they saw the navy fighting other pirate groups, for fear of getting into trouble. There were only a few pirates who dared to actively attack the navy, and even if they attacked, they mostly attacked escort ships. Because the things that need to be escorted by the navy are usually of high value, only the huge benefits can make them take risks, but today such an abnormal situation happened. Even the beasts couldn't figure out the situation, and Gumier was even less clear. Although the ship was fully loaded with navy soldiers to deal with emergencies, any ship led by a senior official under the Emperor of the Sea would not be afraid of a single warship. Unless it was full of strange people, such as the retired Sengoku, Crane and Fujitora. The battle at this time could only be said to be balanced, and Gumier couldn't free his hands at all. If it weren't for the smooth implementation of the Seven Warlords' plan, Olga would have been able to keep him here. He couldn't free his hands, and his adjutant was entangled by Elizabeth. The remaining navy didn't have much advantage in the battle. Usually, the navy had an advantage in the artillery battles against pirates. With the backing of the world government, their weapons and equipment is much stronger than that of the pirates. The advantage in firepower is the most important thing for ordinary soldiers in battle, but facing the beasts based in Wano country, they can't take advantage at all. The pirates who appeared behind at this time had a great impact on the battle situation. Olga was not happy to see this group of pirates who suddenly appeared, because that was not what she arranged. According to the script, she will evacuate directly after the battle. She has no interest in Gumier's life at all. To be precise, Gumier must not have any problems. His identity is the messenger of the Seven Warlords' letters. He died at the meeting place with the 9 Snakes pirates. This inevitably makes people think it is a conspiracy. The vice-admirals of the headquarters and G branch are the backbone of the navy. Such casualties are a great threat to the navy. The face of the army is greatly damaged, and the chain reaction triggered at that time will not be easy to deal with. However, this is not the most important problem. She can control the casualties in the battle. Except for her and Elizabeth, no one else has the ability to cause fatal injuries to a vice-admiral. The biggest problem is that the sudden intrusion of these outsiders is easy to mess up the existing plan. A black and purple energy spread out from Olga's feet, spreading like a tide, gradually wrapping the entire surface of the warship. Even the Shadow Fox and the ship that the Mew just approached were affected by her. Phantom territory. The black and purple energy is extremely illusory. After spreading, it suddenly disappeared, but after that, all the navy on the warship stopped their actions. Stop! Then Olga called her men to stop and ordered, Elizabeth, the pirates have been controlled. You take the ship to the sea area I told you about before. Olga put her right hand on her temple. At this time, her brain was performing large-scale calculations. The phantom was generated by her thoughts. The more she understood a thing, the more real the phantom was. As her strength grew, the distance she could control the phantom became wider. The position marked on the sea chart was the maximum distance for her phantom to last. Usually, she simulated more dead objects or environments, and such phantoms were the safest. But the more people were involved in the phantom, the easier it was to reveal flaws. It was not difficult to confuse the enemy and make them kill each other on the battlefield. It was enough to simulate the attack scene of swinging swords. This kind of retreat scene after defeat was more complicated. She could not move to maintain this realistic scene, so she could only leave these things to others. I understand. I'll do it as soon as possible. Elizabeth knew that this illusion would be exposed if it lasted too long, so she immediately spread her wing membrane and glided to the side. Hancock, this illusion will last for a while, so be careful then. Don't worry, Sister Olga, I know how to deal with it. Well, I'll leave it to you. See you next time. Then she returned to the Shadow Fox, and after the ship of the Gmu was driven to a place where Gumier could never see it, she also led people away from here. When she left, Gumir and others also returned to reality from the constraints of the illusion. He didn't have much doubt, after all, neither the dog nor the crane could keep Olga. He didn't think he had the ability to do so, but in the fake battle he saw, Hancock embodied the value of a Shishibukai, and that fighting power was indeed worthy of this position. Then Hancock had almost no response to Gumir's words, and was extremely arrogant. She knew that the more she said, the more flaws there would be, and maintaining this situation was the best result. Anyway, she had left such an extremely arrogant personality to the Navy, and it was not abnormal to continue to do so. On the other side, on the ship of Mew and others were confused. Their previous impression was that they were attacking the Navy, but in the blink of an eye they came to this unfamiliar sea area, and were pointed at their heads by the people of the beasts. "Tell me, who sent you here?" "No one assigned us, we volunteered to help." Looking at Olga who questioned, Mew was not panicked. Although he only liked Kaido, he also knew the people around Kaido. "Hey? Volunteering to help?" "Yes, joining the beasts has always been my dream. My name is Mew, and I'm a pirate who just went out to sea this year. I'm not interested in your identity. You almost ruined my big plan. And do you think anyone can join?" He should be grateful that it was Olga who came to do this. Now, she is the most easygoing one among the big bosses of the beasts pirates. If it was Jin or Quinn, even Shayna would sink their ship without saying a word. There are so many newcomers who want to join the beasts. According to a certain world, Bamu's self-assertion has committed a death sentence. But just as Olga was thinking about how to deal with these people, the word Slade appeared in her ears. "You mean the stone tablet?" "Yes, I found the stone tablet that Lord Kaido needs." Chapter 439, 9 Snakes Gift, Mew's Ambition. Love is like a storm, this is a widely circulated saying within Amazon Lily, and many emperors of Amazon Lily died of lovesickness. Giroliosa almost had an attack of the disease that year, but she did not stay in Amazon Lily. Although she is now just a hunchbacked old lady, she was also the strongest warrior of 9 Snakes generation when she was young. So she left 9 Snakes during her reign, which was part of her fault. From then on, she has been silently assisting the Emperor of 9 Snakes, and Xiaoqi has to call her a senior. 9 Snakes also need to breed offspring, so love is not prohibited within the organization. The love problem of each generation of emperors is a top priority. Now Hancock's situation is a good thing, at least her survival rate will be greatly increased. She still remembered Hancock's recent record. After several months of development, Hancock had mastered most of the abilities of the sweet fruit. Hard work is important, but talent is equally important. When two people make the same effort, the one with higher talent will surely make faster progress. Time is limited. Hard work can achieve qualitative change, but those with outstanding talents also have a higher upper limit, otherwise the various forces would not have to look for monsters with outstanding talents. When they were young, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were both favored by the world government and the Navy, but the result was not what they wanted. If Kaido was successfully sent to the Navy by the Kingdom of Woka, and he also joined the Navy, and Charlotte Linlin became an agent of the world government under the abduction of Carmelo, they would probably become the new twin walls. In the martial arts arena, she faced the elite warriors of Amazon Lily, who were formal members of the 9 Snakes Pirates. Hancock did not even let her 2 sisters assist her, and defeated everyone alone, and twice. One time she used the power of the fruit, and the other time she used her domineering and physical skills. The 2 battles convinced them, and she became the new emperor of the 9 Snakes. Then they began to hunt the 9 Snakes, and the target was the rising star near Shabayati. In the past few months, Fishman Island has become surprisingly peaceful, and few pirates have come, because 90% of the pirates have been turned into stone statues by her. That was a welcome gift for the Navy. In the original timeline, Luoneng could use the hearts of 100 big pirates to exchange for the position of Shishibukai. Although those big pirates were a bit watery, they were also worth tens of millions. Even in the era of exploding bounties, this number also showed his attitude. In this era, the implication of Hancock's actions is even more obvious. When those stone statues were sent to the Navy, they didn't believe it at first, and it was only after Hancock removed the ability that they confirmed this. And today Olga's appearance is to add fuel to the fire. The specific content is also very simple. When the Navy meets with the 9 Snakes, she will attack the Navy. As long as she does not encounter the Admiral and some Vice-Admirals of the headquarters, a single warship cannot do anything to her. At that time, she will retreat under the attack of the 9 snakes, and the matter will be over. Hancock, Hancock! Don't be dazed. Don't show your flaws in front of the Navy. Ah, it doesn't matter. If you are really discovered, won't the 9 snakes move away? No. This needs to be observed, Hancock, this is a matter for the whole country, and you can't be willful. Yes, yes, I know, come, take your mother-in-law away. Although her personality is slightly better now, she doesn't keep saying that I am too beautiful and will be forgiven for anything I do. This sentence is now used by her to the outside world, usually to highlight her status. But her nature is still here, and it is a great improvement to be able to listen to Girlios's nagging. Yes, Lord Snake. After she became the Emperor of the 9 Snakes, Snake Princess became her honorific title, and 9 Snakes was not a certain ninja village. As long as the new arrival passed the test and took office, it meant that she had obtained all the power. Even the previous emperors only had the right to make suggestions. If they could not convince the current emperor, their opinions would not be implemented. So at Hancock's request, Girliosa was quickly taken out by 2 warriors. Let's go. The perfume serpent headed towards the agreed location, which was the location they agreed with the Navy. A person who took the initiative to ask for the position of Shishibukai did arouse the interest of the Navy. In this era of pirates, what they need is a force that can strike other pirates like this. The 9 Snakes were also an old pirate group in the first half of the Grand Line, and they also had their own reputation. If the 9 Snakes Emperor of this generation is really strong enough, then this position can be given. The Vice Admiral on the Navy ship also had a hidden mission this time. If the other party really has that strength, then give the position of Shishibukai to the other party. If the other party's strength is not enough, then let the 9 Snakes pirates become history. The Vice Admiral leading the Navy this time is Vice Admiral Gumier, the highest commander of the G2 fortress. Gumier, who is not bald yet, is also a veteran Vice Admiral of the Navy. Compared with those newly promoted Vice Admirals, his strength is more stable. Put away everything on the deck and prepare for the bombardment. Be careful to avoid it and don't get hurt by mistake. The perfume serpent is making preparations in advance, otherwise Olga's appearance at the meeting place and the single attack on the Navy will easily cause some misunderstandings, which may lead to the failure of the plan. So when the time comes, it will be an indiscriminate attack. This is what has been discussed in advance, but there will only be a few rounds, and the subsequent shells will become phantom shells. At this time, they are making preparations. For example, change the paint of the ship to explain the specific location of the ammunition depot to prevent it from being missed. In the nearby sea, there is another pirate ship sailing. There is a pair of wings painted on the sails, which is also a new pirate this year. Captain, we're about to reach the Sabayati archipelago. The navigator on the ship looked at the fluctuations of the record pointer and gave an answer, and was also slightly excited about this. Very good, guys, hold on for a few more days, and we will definitely be able to join the beasts smoothly with this. Some people's goals were determined as early as when they sailed. For example, chose to become a pirate because he was attracted by Kaido. He wanted to join the other party's subordinates and become a member of the beasts. Originally, his goal was to become a subsidiary pirate group of the beasts, but not long ago, his ambition expanded because after defeating a group of pirates, he found a hexagonal stone slab in the treasure on the other party's ship. With the goal of joining the beasts, he naturally recognized what it was. Looking at the stone slab that was not left with any traces of knife and axe, he knew that his chance had come. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 440, Kaido's Fanatic Fan. Brother Mew, is this thing really useful? The younger brothers were a little skeptical about their captain's words, and were also looking at the irregular hexagonal stone, which was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. It looked ordinary, but Mew said that such a stone could be used as a meeting gift. Meeting gifts are an indispensable thing when pirates meet. According to the status difference of the two pirate groups, the specifications of meeting gifts are also different. The most common thing for pirates of the same level to meet is wine. People have different preferences, but there are almost no pirates who don't drink, so fine wines produced from all over the world have become the hard currency for pirates to meet. The situation is different for people like Mew who want to join the other party. Today's beasts is no longer the beasts of the past. The original beasts pirates only had Kaido as the commander. Quinn was met by chance in the laboratory, and Jin was also rescued from there. To be precise, most of the current high-level people of beasts have a lot to do with that laboratory, which was his initial base. The subsequent younger brothers were also recruited after he was defeated, and then the territory was expanded little by little, entering Wano country, and laying the foundation for the current beasts pirates. After that, except for some children brought back by various members on their way out, the way of recruiting members of the beasts pirates has changed. You can't just join if you want to. Becoming an affiliated pirate group is easy, but if you want to join directly, you either have a dazzling record or a very heavy gift. Dazzling record pirates in the first half basically no one can do it, even those so-called supernovas. The popularity of Haki in the first half of the Grand Line was very low. Before entering the New World for training, even if they offered a bounty of over 100 million, they were just ordinary fighters in the eyes of the great pirates in the New World. Even those from the worst generation were chased everywhere when they first entered the New World, and the unique climate of the New World almost killed some people. Mew knew that his strength would not be valued by the other party for the time being, so the gift was particularly important. Although his bounty was enough to become an affiliated pirate group, he was similar to Bartolomeo in one thing. Just like Bartolomeo was a fanatical fan of Luffy, Mew was a fan of Kaido, and he only liked Kaido. The information obtained from the newspaper gave him some understanding of some of Kaido's preferences, such as the wine he prepared in the cabin, and drinking with Kaido was what he wanted to do most. Of course, the beasts have always offered a bounty for this stone. I heard that it is used to create an indestructible armor. Anyway, this thing will make the beasts accept us as an exception. Let's speed up. I can't wait any longer. Wait a minute, Boss Mew, something's going on. The lookout on the flagpole suddenly shouted to Mew, as if he had discovered some incredible news. What's wrong? There are ships fighting ahead. One ship is flying the flag of the beasts. After hearing this, Mew quickly reached the top of the flagpole, and even his subordinates didn't notice how their captain got up. Give me the telescope. Grabbing the telescope from his subordinate, Mew's mouth corners rose even more. He was originally thinking about how to approach the other party without causing disgust. Having a suitable gift is one thing, and how to give a gift is another. Now, the opportunity has come. Start the foreign ship and rush over at full speed. Little guys, where you can sit in the future depends on today. Mew was born in the Seven Waters city of the Grand Line, which is a region with an extremely developed shipbuilding industry. Because of his admiration for Kaido, he embarked on the road of pirates, so the quality of his ships is much better than that of ordinary pirates. This is also the money he saved from buying ships when he was a pirate hunter. The Seven Waters city is not an ordinary shipyard. In addition to advanced shipbuilding technology, the shipbuilders there are also very capable. According to his order, the ship of the G-Wood began to speed up. Not long ago, the meeting between the Perfume Serpent and the Navy was not particularly pleasant. Hancock stepped on the body of the Serpent and came to the warship. In an instant, he was greeted by the eyes of a group of Navy, and at the same time, there was the sound of bullets being loaded. Sweet sweet wind. Boa. Hancock. What are you doing? Looking at the large number of Navy who turned into stone statues around him, Gumier questioned Hancock. There was a lot of coffee powder at the corners of his mouth. He had the habit of drinking coffee, but the specialty near the G2 branch was bitter coffee. He just stuffed a bag of concentrated bitter coffee powder into his mouth to divert his attention. Hancock's fruit has not been developed for enough time, and it is more difficult to petrify these strong people. Who let their eyes look around? I just taught them a lesson, and you will forgive me, right? Because I am so beautiful. The Navy wanted to test her strength, and she was also giving the Navy a warning. The Seven Warlords sounded like a good position, not to be wanted, and to be able to plunder legally, but this position is not that simple. Many pirates regard the Seven Warlords as running dogs of the world government, and the Navy also regards the Seven Warlords as scum and consumables. If they don't show their skills, they will have a hard time in the future. No problem. No. Change them back for me. The blade has been unsheathed, and Gumier's eyes have become dangerous. This fruit ability is particularly useful when facing a large number of enemies. Only a few people can rely on domineering to resist the influence of the fruit. If you are not strong enough, you can't resist the opponent's attack even if you know Haki. Gumier is a veteran vice admiral after all, so he won't lose his combat power directly. When I am in a good mood, for example, your blade makes me feel very uncomfortable. I advise you to calm down, Vice Admiral. If I really have any problems, even if you can find the fruit of regeneration, the next ability user will not be able to remove my petrification. Is this your attitude? You took the initiative to propose the deal with the 7 warlords of the sea, right? That being said, it is not etiquette to point a gun at someone. Where is the invitation letter of the 7 warlords of the sea? Hancock's strength also made Gumier have a deeper understanding, so he took out the invitation letter of the 7 warlords of the sea from the world government. Can we remove their petrification now? Snake Princess, Snake Princess. Hancock hasn't replied yet, but Girliosa behind her has jumped to signal her. Now that the plan has almost been achieved, she thinks it's better to end it quickly. At this time, the sound of cannonballs gliding in the air was heard, and everything was just as planned. To see the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 441, Why should I listen to you? Victarion, it's up to you. Don't worry, sister, I won't let you down. Victarion, who was rescued from the slave ship with Hancock and others, joined the beasts after that, and got his position on the Shadow Fox through his own talent. Currently in charge of the artillery command, according to the angle planned in advance, the artillery on the Shadow Fox started bombing. Be careful. Don't load the wrong shells. The white ones are for the 9 Snakes ship. Those shells are specially made low-quality shells, and they can only make a sound when fired, and the damage is very limited. Victorion's loud voice reminded the gunners on the ship. As a gunner, it is very important to have a loud voice, otherwise outsiders can't hear it at all. There was a lot of thunder and little rain on the 9 Snakes ship, but it was different on the Navy's ship. Hancock had just released them from petrification when the high explosive shells exploded. Pay attention to avoid, fight back, fight back. After all, they were regular troops, and they were directly under the command of the Vice Admiral. The sudden bombardment did not cause them to collapse. Under Gumier's command, they quickly entered the battle formation. It's the Beast Pirates. That ship Phantom disaster. Have those lunatics started again? It was rare for pirates to actively attack the Navy in the first half of the Grand Line. If the leader was someone else, Gumier might feel something was wrong, but if the leader was Olga, then many things would become reasonable. She is the one who has made the most noise outside in the past few years. Quinn is now famous within the intelligence system, while Olga is famous in the newspapers. In addition to the secret slave hunting team, she occasionally attacks the Navy's warships. This is her revenge. Sometimes she is very narrow-minded. Akainu and Crane chased her for several months. Although they didn't catch her, they also made her bear a grudge. However, most of these attacks occurred in the New World, which is the territory of the pirates, and most of the attacks were on surveillance ships. As for the frequency, it was completely random. This is also the attitude of the Navy towards the big pirate groups such as the Beasts and Whitebeard. They can stay still, but they must monitor them and cannot be completely ignorant of their movements. In most cases, pirates will also selectively ignore the surveillance ships in the distance. Because even if 1 or 2 surveillance ships are sunk, the Navy will soon send a more secret team, and there will be retaliatory actions at the same time, which will be more troublesome. The Navy is constantly eliminating pirates, but for these big pirates who have become a climate in the New World and can cause huge threats, it is an attitude of no big friction, but constant small friction. If Blackbeard hadn't offered Ace, giving the Navy a chance to wait and see, they wouldn't have rashly launched this annihilation war. Increase the intensity of the bombardment. Keep your distance, that guy can create an illusion, and it will be troublesome if she comes close. The Navy's intelligence department is also somewhat useful, at least they are not completely ignorant of the enemy's abilities. For example, their understanding of Olga is that she creates illusions and deceives people's perceptions within a certain distance. Keeping a certain distance at least prevents perception from being deceived and falling into a state of cannibalism. Sister Crane is not here. According to the intelligence known within the Navy, Crane's ability can restrain the opponent's illusion, but Crane has been chasing Doflamingo all this time. That was an order issued by the world government. After all, Doflamingo's identity is different. Boa Hancock. As a Shishibukai, I now ask you to join us in solving the enemy. I refuse. The agreement states that I must accept the mandatory call-up of the world government and pay a certain amount of income to the government. I can move freely at ordinary times and will not be interfered with by the government. You cannot represent the world government, so I can ignore your request. What are you kidding? You are also their target. From the point where the shells landed, it can be seen that you are the main target. These may be stray bullets. Now it is the best choice to stay away from you. Hancock did not directly agree to Gumire's request. The previous bounty criminals had already expressed their attitudes. Showing goodwill and obeying orders are not synonymous. If you obey the Navy's request, you will definitely be ordered around more in the future. The Navy can also be regarded as a company. The most diligent person in the company may not be promoted, but he is definitely the busiest. Besides, the Shishibukai is not a department affiliated with the Navy. At most, they are outsourced to the Navy. Gumire is not the big boss yet, but just a manager of another department. His words cannot command Hancock at all. When he said this, Hancock was already standing on the head of the serpent and preparing to return to the perfume serpent. I am now representing the world government. Your receipt has not been sent back yet. I have the right to think that you are not suitable for this position. Although it is a basic condition for the admiral to use haki, his soldiers do not have the ability to see and hear. According to the intelligence of the Navy, people without the ability to see and hear will become tools when facing Olga, so he needs Hancock's military support. Although Hancock, who is only 15 years old, is far from the peak strength of 30 years old, she has also reached the strength that she should have at the age of 18, and her combat effectiveness is very strong. In Gumire's view, the ability to petrify will definitely cause great trouble to the opponent. He did not expect Hancock to be so uncooperative. You send the receipt back first, and I will join this battle. Finally, under this bargaining situation, Hancock participated in this battle, but she was the only one who participated in the battle. Gumire knew that ordinary people were meaningless in such a battle, and too many people would only be used by the other side. So the perfume serpent left the battlefield first, leaving only this warship and the shadow fox to engage in a boarding battle. No matter how sophisticated the phantom was, it was just a phantom. In order to be realistic, most of this battle was real, and it was also a test for new members such as Victorian. Be careful, that guy's ability can confuse vision and hearing. Compared with vision and hearing, it multi-phases what he perceives with his domineering power. The Navy has a certain understanding of Olga's ability, but it is not comprehensive. At present, they believe that as long as Olga is unable to split herself in the battle, her ability will not affect others. Gumire believes that he and Hancock are still able to fight Olga. The vice admirals of the Navy headquarters are the backbone of the Navy, and even the literary admirals have some military power. In order to prevent accidents, he also reminded Hancock, but this was not a comradeship. He was afraid that an accident would cause Hancock to regard him as an enemy. However, he didn't know that this matter was a big drama. From the beginning, he had already joined the game. They didn't know the relationship between the 9 snakes and the beasts at all. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 442, The Young Man's Road is Wide and Narrow. Boom! Boom! The sudden bombardment from the side made Victorian unable to react. He hated such unplanned things. What's the matter with that ship? Fighting between the Navy and pirates is not uncommon. If another warship attacked them, Victorian would not find it strange. That was the situation of the Navy supporting friendly forces. It's normal. But now it's that warship that is being attacked, and the pirate ship that appears has never been heard of the flag, which is very strange. Under normal circumstances, other pirate groups will choose to stay away when they see the Navy fighting with other pirate groups, for fear of getting burned. There are only a few pirates who dare to attack the Navy, and even if they attack, they mostly attack the escort ship. Because the things that need to be escorted by the Navy are usually very valuable, only the huge benefits can make them take risks, but today such an abnormal situation happened. The beasts can't figure out the situation, and Gumire is even less clear. Although the Navy soldiers on this ship are fully loaded in order to deal with emergencies, any ship led by a senior cadre under the Emperor of the Sea will not be afraid of a single warship. Unless it's full of strange people, such as the retired Sengoku, Crane and Fujitora. At this time, the battle can only be said to be balanced, and Gumire can't spare his hands at all. If it weren't for the smooth implementation of the 7 Warlords of the Sea plan, Olga would have the ability to keep him here. He couldn't free his hands, his adjutant was entangled by Elizabeth, and the remaining Navy did not have much advantage in the battle. Usually, the Navy had an advantage in the artillery battles against pirates. With the backing of the world government, their weapons and equipment were much stronger than those of pirates. The advantage in firepower was the most important thing for ordinary soldiers in battle, but they could not take advantage of the beasts based on Wano country. The pirates who appeared behind them at this time had a great impact on the battle situation. Olga was not happy to see this group of pirates who suddenly appeared, because that was not what she arranged. According to the script, she would evacuate directly after the battle. She had no interest in Gumir's life at all. To be precise, Gumir could not have any problems. His identity was the messenger of the 7 warlords' letters. He died at the meeting place with the 9 snakes pirates, which inevitably made people feel that it was a conspiracy. The vice-admirals of the headquarters and G branch were the backbone of the navy. The death and injury of such generals would greatly damage the face of the navy, and the chain reaction triggered at that time would not be easy to deal with. But this is not the main problem. She can control the casualties in the battle. Apart from her and Elizabeth, no one else has the ability to cause fatal injuries to a vice-admiral. The biggest problem is that the sudden intrusion of these outsiders can easily mess up the existing plan. A black-purple energy spread out from Olga's feet, spreading like a tide, gradually enveloping the entire surface of the warship. Even the Shadow Fox and the ship that had just approached were affected by her phantom territory. The black-purple energy was extremely illusory. After spreading, it suddenly disappeared, but after that, all the navy on the warship stopped their actions. Stop! Then Olga called her men to stop and ordered, Elizabeth, the pirates have been controlled. You take the ship to the sea area I told you about before. Olga pressed her right hand on her temple. At this time, her brain was performing large-scale calculations. The phantom was generated by her thoughts. The more she understood a thing, the more real the phantom was. As her strength grows, the distance she can control the phantom becomes wider. The position marked on the sea chart is the maximum distance of her phantom. Usually, she simulates more dead objects or environments, and such phantoms are the safest. However, the more people are involved in the phantom, the easier it is to reveal flaws. It is not difficult to disrupt the sight and sound on the battlefield and let the enemy kill each other. It is enough to simulate attack scenes such as swinging swords. This kind of retreat after defeat is more complicated. To maintain this realistic scene, she cannot move, so she can only leave these things to others. I understand. I will do it as soon as possible. Elizabeth knew that this phantom would reveal flaws if it lasted too long, so she immediately spread her wing membrane and glided to the side. Hancock, this illusion will last for a while, so be careful then. Don't worry, Sister Olga, I know how to deal with it. Well, I'll leave it to you. See you next time. Then she returned to the Shadow Fox, and after the ship of the Mew was driven to a place where Gumir could never see it, she also led people away from here. When she left, Gumir and others also returned to reality from the constraints of the illusion. He didn't have too much doubt, after all, Akainu and Crane failed to keep Olga, and he didn't think he had the ability, but in the fake battle he saw, Hancock embodied the value of a Shishibukai, and that combat power was indeed worthy of this position. Then Hancock had almost no response to Gumir's words, and acted extremely arrogantly. She knew that the more she said, the more flaws there would be, and maintaining this situation would be the best result. Anyway, she has left such an extremely arrogant personality to the Navy, and it is not abnormal to continue to do so. On the other side, on the ship of the 18th, the faces of the 18th and the others were confused. Their previous impression was that they were attacking the Navy, but in the blink of an eye, they came to this unfamiliar sea area, and the people of the beasts pointed guns at their heads. Tell me, who sent you here? No one assigned us, we volunteered to help. Looking at Olga who asked the question, the 18th did not panic. Although he only liked Kaido, he also knew the people around Kaido. Hey? Volunteered to help? Yes, joining the beasts has always been my dream. My name is 18th, and I am a pirate who just went to sea this year. I am not interested in your identity. You almost ruined my plan. Do you think anyone can join? He should be grateful that it was Olga who came to do this. Now she is the most easygoing one among the big bosses of the beasts pirates. If it was Jin or Quinn, even Shayna would sink their ship without saying a word. There are so many newcomers who want to join the beasts. According to a certain world, Bamu's self-assertion has committed a death sentence. But just as Olga was thinking about how to deal with these people, the word slate appeared in her ears. You mean the slate? Yes, the slate that Lord Kaido needs. I found that thing. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 443, The Fig Leaf of the Navy, The Request of Mew. Looking at the slate on the Mew ship, Olga realized that the situation was different. According to the familiar tradition, Olga punched the slate, and it can be basically determined that it is the real thing. What a lucky boy! Yeah, Arceus's stuff was actually found by a newcomer. Looking at the stone slab, several people behind Olga began to whisper. After all, this was the greatest achievement within the beasts. Except for some special military exploits, nothing could be compared with this. With this achievement here, the things that almost ruined their plans before can be turned over. After all, the final result of the 7 warlords of the sea was not affected, but this stone slab is real. This is the gift I prepared for Lord Kaido, and it is also my pledge of allegiance. Is this enough? No problem, with this, you are enough to join the beasts, and you can also get great rewards. Come with me. Due to the stone slab, Olga also changed her itinerary and prepared to leave early to return to Onigashima, which also caused Mew to be on the blacklist of some people. Olga would have stayed nearby for a while, and Hancock invited her to sit with the 9 snakes. Although the 9 snakes were also xenophobic, Hancock was now in power, and Girliosa would not refute her on such a small matter. Originally, the 9 snakes were celebrating on their ship because they had obtained the position of Shishibukai, which meant that the 9 snakes had another umbrella of protection. With the status of Shishibukai, the calm belt, and Hancock's current strength, Amazon Lily was basically in an absolutely safe state in the first half of the Grand Line. But when Olga called, Hancock's face sank. Hancock, what's wrong with you? Granny, do you recognize this flag? This flag, let me think, it seems to be a newcomer this year, Mansi Mew, with a bounty of 88 million Baileys. What's the matter? Nothing, I just remembered him. By the way, Granny, you are always knowledgeable, right? Girliosa felt something was wrong as soon as she said this. Hancock started to complain about her nagging less than half a month after returning to Amazon Lily, and it was almost impossible to use honorifics for her. What are you going to do? Nothing, I just want to ask you, Granny, if you have seen a kind of stone, hexagonal, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, during the time you left Amazon Lily. She has lived on Ghost Island for 3 years, and of course she has heard of this kind of thing. A passerby pirate like Mew can make such a big fuss with this, and she thinks she can do the same. No, I have never seen such a thing. Tisk, what a waste of time, let's go back home. Yes, Lady Snake. Hancock showed what it means to change her face at the speed of light, and directly returned to Amazon Lily with the 9 snakes pirates. Olga is still on the way back to Wano country with G, and some people in the Navy headquarters are not calm. In the Marshal's office, looking at the information handed to him by Sora, Sengoku's heart is very complicated. The responses from the pirates came one after another, including Hancock, who took the initiative to ask for the position, and Gecko Mariah and Joricole Mihawk, who were invited by the government. The information sent back by Gumier has verified Hancock's identity as a Shishibukai. Although he is unruly, his strength is enough. Moria simply did not refuse. Facing the invitation of the Shishibukai of the world government, he readily agreed. Even though he is becoming more and more otaku, he still has endless hatred for Kaido. However, he was able to become a Shishibukai thanks to Kaido. The world government did not assess his strength, but he got this position because of his record with Kaido. Sengoku did not care about these 2 people. Hancock, who went to sea for the first time, and Moria, who had been silent for a long time, were not enough to shake him, but the last Mihawk was different. Brother Kong, this guy attacked many colleagues. Can he, who is called the Navy Hunter, become a Shishibukai? Hancock's debut used other pirates, Moria was a past record, but Hawkeye was the corpse of the Navy. The term Navy Hunter is not a joke. Such a guy can be called Shishibukai, then what about our face? This is the choice of the 5 elders. They reached an agreement with that guy. From now on, the title of Navy Hunter will be hidden, and there will only be Hawkeye Joricole Mihawk. Kong said the above decision, which is also the fig leaf left by the world government to the Navy. The Navy is a violent agency, but it is not the only violent agency of the world government. The decisions they make will not consider the feelings of the Navy. This is true for both Hawkeye and White 2 in the original timeline. In the eyes of those people, the former admiral who had fought for the Navy all his life was not worth mentioning. Even erasing the title of Navy Hunter was empty. It was only after arguing with reason that it was obtained. The result. Sengoku, you have to understand that the Navy today is no longer the original Navy. The original Navy was just a tool of the world government, but with the development of time, although the essence of this tool has not changed, there are more and more navy with personality, and sometimes some navy's choices are even contrary to the world government. The current navy has a certain degree of independence, but this independence is still within the tolerance of the world government. I understand. When you sit in my position, you will understand that the position of the Navy Admiral is not so easy to be. The opposition within the Navy did not have any effect. Even if some people withdrew from the Navy, Jorah Mihawk still became a member of the 7 warlords of the sea with the reputation of the great swordsman Hawkeye. In the newspaper the next day, the names of Gecko Mariah, Pirate Queen Boa Hancock, and Hawkeye Jorah Mihawk once again occupied the front page. After a period of sailing, Olga also brought Lucky and others to Onigashima. Generally, newcomers who have just joined are not qualified to come here, but the exception is Lu Mu, who brought back the stone tablet. He even got the opportunity to meet with the Emperor. Lord Arceus, I brought the people and your things as well. Very good, Lu Mu, you did a good job. According to the rules we set, you are worthy of the reward. Wait, Lord Arceus. Lu Mu interrupted Arceus. After all, he brought a stone tablet, so he didn't care about such a small matter. What? I want to be received by Lord Kaido, and I hope to get a reward from that lord. After all, he is an outsider who doesn't know the truth inside the Beast's pirates, and he is also a fanatical fan of Kaido. Compared with Arceus, the apparent second-in-command, he wants to see Kaido more. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 444, Smart, but not much. Kitaki insisted on meeting Kaido. This was just a fan meeting for him. It would be difficult to be satisfied if he couldn't see the real owner. Although the fanatical worship of Kaido is definitely not wrong in the Beast's pirates, his attitude is bound to displease some people. For example, Shayna's first impression of Kitaki has become very bad. Originally, she felt good about Kitaki who brought back the stone tablet, but this attitude has consumed her impression points. In the end, Kitaki's request was met. Kaido ended his training ahead of schedule, completed the handover with Arceus, and came here. Is it you? What do you want? Can you tell me now? Yes, Lord Kaido, I want to join the Beast's pirates. Please let me follow you. At this time, his attitude was much more respectful than just now. Hehe, interesting newcomer, I heard that you found that thing, right? In that case, there is no problem for you to join here. From today on, your pirate group can fly my flag. No, Lord Kaido, I mean I want to join the Beasts completely. I have decided to give up my position as captain. Is that what you want? If I can, I want to drink with you alone, other than the wine of the adopted son. The wine of the Sworn Brotherhood is the wine that is drunk when leading the troops to join the other pirate group and become an affiliated pirate group. It is a unique wine culture in the pirate world. Even if Mu intends to give up his previous position and join the other party directly, this process will not be missed. But he wants to drink with Kaido alone more. Are the newcomers so brave now? Yes, I actually want to drink alone with Kaido. It's not difficult to drink with Kaido. He will not refuse to toast him at the banquet. Although it is not difficult, the process is very dangerous. Once Kaido is drunk and there are no coders with sufficient strength around him, the ordinary members will become very dangerous. When he is drunk, even Yamato will choose to hide. So listening to the request of Mu, some pirates around him couldn't help but show admiration for him. Okay, little guys, bring the wine up. Lord Kaido, I brought some specialties this time. Please use the wine I brought. After getting Kaido's permission, Mu asked his crew to bring the wine, which is a specialty of the Seven Water City called ship wine. They will bury the sealed wine in the ground next to some cultivated seedlings, and when the trees grow big enough to be used as the keel of the ship, the workers will cut down the trees and the wine buried in the ground will be dug out. Such drinks are usually 2 jars, one is drunk at the start of the voyage, and the other is drunk before the ship is retired. At this time, the request of the magistrate is basically half fulfilled, but he said something that made Kaido laugh. You said you want to be my right-hand man. Yes, Lord Kaido, I heard that you can get a reward for bringing back the stone tablet. I hope this reward is the qualification to challenge the position of the big boss. Hehe, interesting, I haven't seen such an interesting newcomer like you for a long time. Your reward remains unchanged. The qualification for this challenge is given to you extra. So who do you want to challenge? In theory, He has to challenge those numbered people first, and only after he gets a single-digit number can he be qualified to challenge the big boss, but Kaido himself is also one of the rule makers, and he can naturally change the rules of such things. I want to challenge the position of Epidemic Quinn. It is normal for young people to be arrogant. Many newcomers think they can also reach the bounty of those monsters, but they just lack the chance. He had experienced Olga's ability before. Jin rarely appeared, but they were all fighting against strong people. Quinn was different. Although his bounty was high, he seemed to be a scientific researcher in the information revealed. He wanted a position closer to Kaido, so he wanted to seize this opportunity. Okay, I promise you, take a good rest today, and arrange your challenge tomorrow. If you succeed, you will be my new big boss. If you fail, I will personally help you become stronger. Kaido moved his wrists. Several cotters have grown up. They usually fight outside, which gives him few opportunities to train. Now he can only fight every day. It's a bit boring for him to only train children, and he always has to stop when he fights with children. It seems good to have a new training sandbag. In a sense, Mu's judgment is correct. Among the cotters at the big boss level, Quinn's strength is indeed the bottom one, but the bottom depends on who he is compared with. Even if he couldn't beat monsters like Jin and Shayna, he wouldn't lose to ordinary pirates below. The news of a Nagashima soon reached Quinn's ears. Hearing that a new pirate wanted to challenge him, Quinn scratched his ears with a little disdain. Nowadays, newcomers are getting more and more rampant. Let Uncle Quinn tell him what the gold content of a billion bounty is. But why are you here to deliver the news? Do you need to come for such a thing? Looking at Shayna leaning against the door, Quinn showed a puzzled look. Although Quinn had a laboratory on a Nagashima, some experiments were conducted in Rabbit Bowl due to safety issues. He was in Rabbit Bowl just now. Obviously, a phone call could solve it, but Shayna chose to come in person. It's nothing. I just came to tell you that if you dare to give him a chance to fight back tomorrow, I will help you with intensive training. Quinn was confused. He hadn't been beaten for a long time. He thought he had figured out Shayna's temper, but trouble came to him. Wait, big sister, what does this have to do with me? Originally, it didn't matter, but who made him choose to challenge you? That guy lacks a little respect for the holy beast. Let him understand what the difference in power is. You okay, I understand. He originally wanted to show off his heroic fighting style, but it seems that there is no chance. At the same time, he mourned for Mu. His unintentional behavior seems to have made some people unhappy. As for why he did such things as helping the evil and suppressing newcomers, let alone for his current position, he had to do it even for his own good luck. He would rather die than die with his friends. He is not interested in Shayna's intensive training. Few people would be interested in being beaten unilaterally. At the same time, Arceus's 11th stone tablet also successfully returned to his body. The Jade Insect Stone Tablet with the attribute of insects, although the resistance provided by the Jade Insect Stone Tablet is not outstanding in the pirate world, it is still part of his power. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 445, City Guardian Dragon and Red Lock. After receiving the news, Quinn stopped the experiment at hand and started his warm-up activities. He didn't want to poison himself. At this time, Teezero also brought Stella to Ghost Island, and the healthcare medicine department of the Beast Fruit achieved great success. Since Olga met Mu and returned to Ghost Island, the time has come to January 1507. In the past time, the Beast Fruit has successfully opened up a new path. A large number of royal families and nobles have used the medicine for treating platinum lead disease. Now their platinum lead disease has indeed not occurred, and many people feel that their physical condition has improved. That is the effect of the medicine mixed in it. Later, the Beast Fruit took the opportunity to launch things like facial masks and hair care soups, thereby gaining a certain market share. After the new department got on track, his goal was to look at the mining department that was still being planned. This time he came to a Nagashima to take Swampert and Manafi to Fishman Island. There were two reasons why Stella accompanied him. One was to take her to appreciate the scenery of Fishman Island, and the other was to shoot a promotional video. The fact that those masks were sold successfully at the beginning had something to do with Stella's advertising effect. She is now a popular new star, and the skincare products she uses will naturally attract the interest of others. As for the promotional video, it is about the seabed mud mask. If it goes well, he also wants to invite a few mermaids. Although some people discriminate against this race, the world recognizes the beauty of mermaids. However, not long after arriving at Onigashima, they heard about the new challenge. This is the first time that someone has challenged the big boss since the challenge system of the beasts came out. It's not that no one has such ambitions in the past, but they couldn't even pass the first level. The top 10 numberers are all old people. They know the strength of the big boss, and no one wants to abuse him. It can be said that the warrior Bamo has aroused the interest of many people. Quinn! 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 On the surrounding viewing platforms, the pirates of the beasts excitedly shouted Quinn's name. As a senior banquet host, Quinn's reputation within the beasts was not low, especially after his concept of viewing ordinary pirates as consumables and experimental products was restrained by the rules. At least he would not be so ruthless to his own people now. Compared with Mew, an outsider who challenged the big boss right away, they naturally hoped that Quinn would win. Boy, get ready. I don't want to waste time with you. Of course. As he said that, the body of the magistrate began to change. His skin gradually became rough, and 3 sharp horns appeared on his head and nose. He was a Triceratops type ability user of the ancient dragon fruit. He got this fruit by chance shortly after sailing. Because of this fruit, he was more convinced that he could join the beasts' pirates and become one of them. After all, among the current cotters of the beasts, all humans show animal-type abilities. However, Quinn did not give him any other time. Waiting for him to transform was already the biggest concession. The transformation of animal-type ability users takes a certain amount of time, and the more skilled the ability user is, the faster the transformation speed will be. Although Quinn was the last to act, he completed his transformation in advance. Quinn's tropical dragon inherited the huge size of the original Brachiosaurus. The weight of the original Brachiosaurus was several times that of the Triceratops. In addition to the size difference between Quinn and Magistrate, the gap became even larger. Before Mew was ready to attack, Quinn had already jumped into the air, and then stepped on him with a domineering foot. Fall down, kid, Quinn bomb. With his huge weight and the power provided by his wings, Quinn did not hold back in this attack. After all, if Mew did not take the poison, he would be in trouble. Bang! With a loud bang, Mew was stepped on the top of his head by Quinn. The huge vibration made even the pirate next to him unable to keep his balance. Mew, who was hit on the head by Quinn, also staggered and fell to the ground, and his eyes were white and he had lost consciousness. The people below fell into silence for a while. They all thought that Mew would lose, but no one thought that Quinn would win so easily. However, the silence was only temporary. Soon, the wave of cheers covered up the shock just now, and Quinn also enjoyed the cheers. He defeated the enemy with one blow. He also did what Shayna asked. No matter how he looked at it, the other party had no chance to trouble him. Ugh, Quinn, you're too harsh on the newcomer. There's nothing I can do, Boss Kaido. After all, he took the initiative to challenge me. If I don't do this, I won't be able to save my face. Quinn defended his position and life safety with an overwhelming advantage, but Mew still got what he deserved. Although it was a little rude, it was only because he was shallow-minded. Recovering the stone slab is a great achievement. He will still get what he deserves, but he may suffer a little in the future during intensive training. After all, his ability is just that of a sandbag. The shield Pokémon modified based on Triceratops, Fortress Dragon. The most notable feature of Fortress Dragon is the thick facial bone. Although it is a face, it can protect its offspring like a city wall. Its hardness comparable to that of diamond is its greatest reliance. On this basis, Arceus also retained the sharp horns of Triceratops for him, which is considered to be an additional means of attack. Sir, that guy is not worthy of your ability at all. He is too arrogant. After all, he is a surrenderer, and he seems to be a die-hard fan of Kaido. Some of his behavior can be understood, but his story also reminded me. Shayna, this is something for you. A red chain appeared in Shayna's hand, and she felt a very special breath from it. Sir, this is a set of chains, a chain that specifically restrains the ability users I have given it, but it will not affect you, so you don't have to worry about anything. The number of people in the 100 beasts is increasing, and the abilities allocated are increasing. It is impossible for everyone to be a diehard like Shayna. It is okay for people like Mew who are only loyal to Kaido. If there is any accident in the future, such as the betrayal he hates the most, it will not be fun. The red chain is a special chain condensed from his power. The restraining effect on Pokemon ability users is like the restraint of Sea Stone on ordinary ability users. In addition to the mythical beasts he created, Shayna is still his most trustworthy subordinate. This chain is a recognition of her, and its hardness exceeds the existing materials. Whether it is external or internal, this chain can play a miraculous role. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 446, The Illusion of Workplace Bullying. The ability is given by him, and he naturally has the ability to take it back, but there is no need to do many things personally. The significance of the chain is that Shayna has absolute ability to suppress other gods, so even if there is any problem, it is not worth doing it personally. The red chain is based on 2 slabs of rock and steel, and is a special metal that incorporates his original power. It is a special product that does not belong to any material in the world. That is the red chain that even Dialga and Pocky can use to bind them. For ordinary Pokemon, the red chain means absolute upper suppression. In addition to its own hardness and ductility, its shape can also change. One end of the chain is in the shape of a Qianzhou wrist, which can be used as a special gun head, switching between the chain gun and the long gun, and can be extended and retracted within a certain range. If necessary, this chain can also be used as a short stick, boxing gloves, whip, and other weapons. Although Shayna is good at kicking and Jin is more likely to use a knife, they are both good at using guns. They have learned gun skills from their parents for a period of time since they were young, which can be regarded as the ancestral kung fu of the Lunaria clan. However, guns are unpopular weapons in the world of pirates, and the iconic moves in them are too obvious, plus they are also good at other things. Xi, and then gave up the gun. When the red chain is in Shayna's hands, it is estimated that she will use it as a soft whip most of the time. According to her personality, she will never use this thing unless it is a special situation. I understand. I will not let you down. By the way, Lord Saint Beast, do you want to take a look at this thing? Shayna took out a small book, which seemed to be dozens of pages thick. The outside was a very delicate packaging and book cover. You can tell from the pattern that it is customized. Outsiders will never use the Qianzhou wrist icon. With a grey background and gold edges, plus the strong religious atmosphere around, it is self-evident what this is. Is this made by Miss Hu? Yes, I think she is very talented, especially in appreciating your glory. She is much better than that Mew. This is the doctrine she compiled during this period. I have read it. Although I personally think there is no big problem, it is better for you to take a look. Arceus thought that the doctrine was just a piece of paper. After all, in his opinion, this was a transaction under the temptation of power. There was a reward for finding the stone tablet, which was very concise and clear. But such an ordinary sentence could be expanded into the shape of a book, which was something he did not expect. How did you write so much? Although the number of words on the booklet was not very dense, there was no repetitive repetition of a sentence. At first glance, it seemed to be really telling the truth. I told her some things from the past, and then she expanded and slightly revised it, and it turned out like this. This is just a draft, and Miss Hu thinks it's not perfect enough. It's almost there, don't worry too much about it. It doesn't matter, Miss Hu is very talented in this area, it won't take up much time, and the children in the new monastery also like to listen to this kind of story. The new monastery is also one of the new buildings that appeared in Wano. The children in it are not orphans, but the descendants of pirates in the Beast Pirates. Although those pirates have started families and established careers, few of them are good at educating their children. The first line pirates often go out to sea, and even if they retreat to the second line, they still have their own work to do during the day, so when faced with a monastery that provides food, accommodation, and classes, they are very happy to send their children in, and most of these people are also the new generation of the beasts. The stronger the person, the less affected by age. Those grassroots cotters don't have the ability to be strong and healthy in their 60s and 70s, so the children raised by these pirates have taken on the responsibility of succession. It's up to you. Where's Tizero? He should go and hand over to Kojiro. Kojiro is on a field trip, not settled in Fishman Island. Now most of the investigation work there has been completed, and he is just waiting for Tizero to hand over. I'll go find him now. They continued to discuss the next things here, while, who had just joined the Beasts Pirates, was still in the stage of doubting his life. Is the gap so big? He thought that he might fail. After all, Quinn was also the big boss of the Beasts. It was impossible for him to be a waste if he could get more attention and get this position, but he never thought that he would lose so thoroughly. One move, just one move beat him without any chance to fight back. Captain! Don't call me Captain! The original pirate group has been disbanded. Now you are all members of the beasts. As he said that, S arm changed. Looking at the silver-grey arm, he realized one thing at this time. The rumors in the outside world were true. The grace of the gods that allowed the animal type to evolve into the mythical beasts. No wonder the pirates of the beasts are so fanatical, but it's really worthy of being Lord Kaido, who can win over such a person. Only by joining the beasts and becoming a member of a Nagashima can you understand these things, such as the strange system of dual leaders within the beasts. At this time, Mew still felt incredible when recalling the past, but this transfer order made him confused. Quarry guard. Because of the failure to challenge the big boss, his internal position became a state of waiting for assignment, but he was a person who got the ability of the castle dragon after all. Although he had just entered the new world, it was not difficult to mix with a grassroots coder. However, he was assigned to the quarry and asked to temporarily serve as the guard there. According to Kaido's words, he was too far away from being his right-hand man now, so he should go and hone it first. There happened to be a sparring partner for him in the quarry. Because it was Kaido's request, he did not raise any objections, but when he came to the quarry, he found that the so-called sparring partner was not a human at all, but the original Boscodora. Even if the triangle is retained, the fortress dragon is still a Pokémon that relies on defense, and the hardest part of its body is the facial bone. For Lucius, using his face to receive skills will become a normal thing in the future. Boscodora's main fighting method relies on his body. The prisoners in the mining field can see Boscodora hitting the mountain with his head and shoulders every day, and Lucius's training requires being beaten, so he was assigned to this position. He will be transferred to another position after he is familiar with the situation inside the beast. Looking at the steel behemoth in front of him, Lucius suddenly felt that he was being targeted, but in order to successfully become Kaido's right-hand man, he still resolutely embarked on the path of abuse. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spewin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 447, War Machine Genesect. Lucius welcomed the beast in the quarry, the first step of his career. He is now in a very strange and special situation. He chose to join this company out of his admiration for the chairman, but he ignored a problem: the chairman may not be in charge of things in normal times. Due to his blind admiration for the chairman, he ignored the second largest shareholder of the group, and this shareholder is the one who usually manages the affairs of the group, which indirectly led to the poor first impression of him by the internal CEO and department manager when he joined the company. Although he did not lose what he deserved, he would inevitably have to wear a pair of shoes during the probation period of regularization. On the other hand, Tizero is ready, Manafi and Swampert are ready to go, but before they set off, there is another thing to prepare. The beasts have no plan to station a coder on Fishman Island. Monderfesh, who is responsible for the handover between the Sabayati archipelago and the New World, does this job part-time, and Monderfesh is also preparing a plan for a land mermaid paradise. The beasts never forbid their subordinates to do some private things during official business. As long as the reasons are sufficient and the benefits are sufficient, Kaido can also come forward to solve some bigger troubles. The word peaceful has never been associated with Kaido. He is the most peaceful when he does not take the initiative to attack others. Not planning to add coders does not mean not to increase the force. Manafi has proved one thing through the test. Although he cannot command all the Sea Kings like the Sea King, he can persuade the Sea Kings in some areas to leave. At least mining safety is not a problem. In addition, there are some Gyarados living in the waters near the Sabayati archipelago. Those Gyarados are the objects that Manafi can control. These are the forces in the ocean. At the same time, some weapons on the ship need to be increased. For example, a certain ancient Pokémon, Genesect. The attributes of insect and steel make it resistant to attack. Although it is weaker in resistance to fire, it depends on what kind of fire it is. In addition, the main range of activities is near Fishman Island. The marine environment can minimize the impact of fire. There is a limit to fear of fire. Groudon is weak to water in theory, but ordinary water will only be evaporated by it, and the restraint of attributes is never absolute. Including the skill of one hit near death. In the game, the guillotine of the big armor can make Groudon near death with one hit, but in reality, it can only trim the opponent's toenails, and Groudon can also show that even if you can fly, my cliff sword can stab you down. The humanoid robot made by Quinn according to the requirements was also sent over. It is much easier to have a carrier than to make it out of thin air, but it is limited to Pokemon like Genesect that are similar to artificial robots. The body is not important. The most important thing is the cannon on the back. The original Genesect does not have a laser cannon on the back. It is an additional tool installed by the Plasma team when resurrecting Genesect. Although Genesect is still the most powerful hunter in the ancient times without the laser cannon, it is not a bad thing to have one more weapon. They are not having a coming-of-age ceremony, so there is no need to use their high-tech weapons like the Predator and use melee equipment for melee combat. The scientific research technology of the Plasma team is extremely high. The cannons installed by those researchers on Genesect can even switch cartridges to change their attack attributes. Elemental attacks are not a secret in the MADS research team. Judge, who has studied bloodline factors, has integrated special powers into the combat system of his children through combat suits, and Quinn has also added those abilities to his human body transformation. And because of the ability of Tropical Dragon and the power of Pokemon to launch skills, Quinn has transformed a new weapon energy source. The special weapon that he was asked to make was this kind. The reason why he was asked to make a sample was not because Arceus' ability was not as good as technology, but that technology was too low level for him. Switching the attributes of the attack was just a thought for him. With this ability, of course he would not study how to simulate his ability with technology. In a sense, this kind of power is too low level for him, so he didn't study that kind of thing. Instead of spending energy to figure out how to transform, it is better to transform it according to Quinn's existing research results and his own power, which saves time and effort without affecting the results. Quinn made 3 prototypes in total, all of which are about 5 meters tall, much taller than the original Genesect. At this time, the 2 stone slabs of Steel and Jade Bug are playing their own functions. The Jade Bug stone slab gives life to the soul, and the Steel stone slab perfects the external shell and the weapons behind it. With the influx of power, the appearance of the test machine made by Quinn is also changing. The legs and arms gradually change into a segmented structure similar to that of insects, and there are slightly upward curved claws at the end of the legs. The head gradually changes into the shape of a flying saucer, and as the position of the eyes flashes with a red light, Genesect descends into this world. My lord! A slightly mechanical tone came out of Genesect's mouth. Although the number is not unique, Genesect is also a member of the mythical beast. The Arceus family has added another member, or this time it is a triplet. You will be their leader in the future, and your brothers and sisters will be born soon. There is actually no difference between the 3 machines, but this one is closer to the front, so he naturally became the boss of the triplets. Soon after, the 3 Genesects all had their own consciousness, but now they are still not truly complete Genesects. Arceus's power is still continuing to condense, and 33 small cards of different colors appear in the sky. The card slot next to the light cannon behind Genesect also opened, and those small cards like cassettes were integrated into the body. That is the power representing the existing Slate attributes: fire, normal, evil, water, grass, electricity, fairy, rock, dragon, steel, and bug. Although they cannot switch attributes, they can choose the attack mode of the light cannon. Yamato's Tutu dog next to him is numbering the Genesects. The leader is red, the other 2 are purple, and they all have numbers from GTO to GT2 on their chests. GTO is the leader, and the remaining 2 are his younger brothers and sisters. At this time, according to Arceus's request, he planned to take his younger brothers and sisters to the shooting range to test the power of the weapons. The bodies of the 3 Genesects twisted and folded, and soon turned into a floating gun-like shape. That is their high-speed flying form, and also the posture of chasing prey, but in the eyes of ordinary people, this is a transformable robot. And transformable robots have a strong appeal to many pirates. So cool, Godfather, they are so cool, I want one too, can I? For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 448, Quinn's ominous premonition, Tiger on the Rock Wall. Who can refuse a robot that can transform? It's true that she likes cute things, but she won't refuse such a handsome thing. Germa 60 SIXS combat uniforms have a large number of fans in the North Sea because of the comics, and a mechanical Pokemon like Genesect that can actually transform is easier to attract fans. Okay, I'll prepare a smaller one for you in a few days. The original intention of Genesect's appearance was to guard some islands and war mechas. Their positioning in the Beast Pirates is the pirate version of pacifists, so they are made slightly larger in size. This size is very suitable on the battlefield, but it is too big as a playmate. Since Yamato has become interested, it will be better to make a slightly smaller size after a while. Okay, but Godfather, what are they going to do? Weapons testing, they should be at Quinn's place now. Genesect flew very fast, and soon arrived at the shooting range of the Rabbit Bowl area where the beasts were testing new weapons. Not far away was Quinn's weapons laboratory, so he naturally saw what the robots he had originally made had become. Boom! 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 Genesect's attack hit the target accurately, and the place where the target was originally placed had turned into 3 large pits. The light cannon behind Genesect became extremely powerful after being strengthened by Arceus, but for some reason, Quinn didn't feel happy at all. The number on Genesect's chest was very obvious. Although he didn't know what GT meant, he understood another truth. The style of modern weapons like Genesect and the number on the chest were telling others that these were mass-produced machines. The appearance of the insect-shaped robot would definitely cause that kind of misunderstanding, plus the energy cannon similar to the bloodline factor. Quinn had a hunch that his bounty would increase again sooner or later. Looking at Genesect's weapons, Quinn had some special ideas. Since the prototypes of those light cannons were weapons made by himself, the weapons in his body should also be able to be transformed. He felt it necessary to apply to Arceus for a second transformation. For example, upgrading the weapons in his body, in order to deal with the possible crisis, he felt that this was a very necessary thing. Then Genesect conducted a series of tests. After binding the data, Genesect left here. These data plus the design drawings in his room were really easy for outsiders to misunderstand. Tizero did not stay in Onigashima for too long this time. He soon went to Fishman Island with the prepared supplies and Pokemon. Starting a mining company and exchanging Kojiro back was his mission this time. If Jack had learned enough, he would return to Onigashima with Kojiro. Sailing is a boring and long process. The route from Wano country to Sabaody archipelago is a route that the pirates of the beasts often sail. Many people are tired of the scenery on the road. Moreover, this voyage was even simpler than before. The Manafi swimming freely in the sea water made them not worry about the harassment of sea beasts. Some common marine creatures were still dancing around the ship under the control of Mana, which added some different fun to the voyage. The beasts still followed the traces of the stone tablets they usually looked for on the sea, and different situations occurred in different parts of the world. For example, after the Revolutionary Army made a name for itself near Fervans, it gained a large number of followers. Based on these people, Long began to develop the Revolutionary Army in the Four Seas. It was too reluctant for these people to enter the Grand Line now. At the same time, Bartholomew Big Bear returned to the Kingdom of Sobel due to trivial matters, and Long's friend, Queen Ambryo Ivankov of the Kingdom of Kamabaka, also joined the Revolutionary Army. Although the Revolutionary Army has not yet entered the Grand Line, the Kingdom of Kamabaka can be regarded as a stepping stone for the Revolutionary Army, because it is located on the peach-color island of the Grand Line, but many people are reluctant to set foot on this island. It's not because the island environment is dangerous, but because the residents are strange. The Kamabaka Kingdom, known as the Kingdom of Demons, is a nightmare for some people. In the North Sea, although the Don Quixote family will be chased by cranes from time to time, Luo still proved his worth. He robbed a wealthy businessman in the new station with Baby 5 and Buffalo, and thus got the medicine he needed. After taking the medicine for several months, he also understood one thing, that is, this medicine is not platinum lead at all. The specific medicine for the disease, although it can enhance people's resistance, with this medicine he can probably hold on for a few more months, but it is not a cure at all. And many doubts also appeared in his mind. He wanted to find the nun to ask her face to face, but now there is no chance at all. And on the Red Earth continent, a big event is happening. The Red Earth continent under the night seemed extremely quiet. Although the bubble cable car in Red Harbor was still in operation, Fisher Tiger was climbing hard in the shadow far away from there. There is no realm around the Red Earth continent. The world government cannot build fences and install sentries for the entire Red Earth continent. Besides, they don't think anyone can climb the Red Earth continent. That height has already deterred countless people. But tonight, something abnormal happened. The climber did not have any safety equipment in his hand. At this time, he was climbing the Red Earth continent with his bare hands. There were some protrusions on the huge rock wall, which allowed him to find some leverage points, but many of these rocks were weathered by the wind and sun. The stone under his feet suddenly broke, and he lost his balance and hung on the rock wall with one hand. His chest can see the sun-like mark on his chest. Originally, there was the seal of the Sky Dragon, which belonged to the celestial dragons and was also the most shameful thing for Tiger, so soon after escaping, he used this pattern to cover up the original mark. Although the seal of the sky dragon was just a tattoo mark, it was mixed with some kind of potion, which could not be removed by ordinary means, so it could only be covered up, and this was also the most puzzling behavior of the three Hancock sisters in the original timeline. Compared with the psychological trauma, the pain of the branding was nothing, but they did not choose to cover it with the mark of the 9 snakes after several years. Tiger, who was hanging on the rock wall with one hand, struggled to find a new leverage point, but he encountered an unexpected surprise. He actually found a cave on the rock wall. Although the interior has collapsed and sealed, the remaining space is enough for him to rest temporarily, and this is exactly the trace left by the rock snakes. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spewin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 449, The Attack on Marijoa. At the beginning, the rock snakes dug holes everywhere. Although they filled the tunnels again after digging the wrong holes, the dug places were no longer complete rocks, so naturally such small depressions were left, which gave Tiger a chance to breathe. After a short rest, he continued to climb up. He didn't have much time. If it was dawn, he would be discovered soon. He had to take advantage of the cover of night to complete his goal. Although this was an almost impossible goal, the torture of those years gave him faith in his heart, and he finally succeeded in getting up there. Relying on his familiarity with Marijoa, he sneaked into Marijoa from the sewer. In order to show their uniqueness, the celestial dragons even built the sewers to be extremely spacious, which just gave Tiger an opportunity. He had been preparing for today's action for a long time. The props he prepared were in his backpack. The department store opened by Kojiro helped him a lot, such as the water storage shell he was holding now. These were just containers for storing liquids on Sky Island, and they were now filled with strong fuel oil. They set fire to attract attention and then rescued the slaves who were imprisoned together. He also chose the day for today's action, because today was a mass gathering among the celestial dragons. In their opinion, lowly slaves were not worthy of appearing on such occasions, so the slaves were all imprisoned together. There was the slave bank of the celestial dragons. For the celestial dragons, slaves were no different from currency but equivalents and consumables. He heard from Otohim that Kojiro had asked Otohim if she needed an arms order, so he got a lot of good things from him, and sometime fuses were installed by him at this time. As time passed, the fuses were detonated on time, and a fire swept across the entire Marijoa in an instant, and the entire Marijoa was completely in chaos. All the manpower was involved in the operation of transferring the celestial dragons and rescuing the celestial dragons' assets. Saving the property was entirely the celestial dragons' own request. Although the house was on fire, in the eyes of the celestial dragons, human life was far less important than their favorite toys. Under the threat of guns, some people who worked for the celestial dragons had to risk their lives to enter the sea of fire. The purpose of this fire was to attract the attention of most people at first, but anyway, Tiger had achieved this goal and escorted the celestial dragons to a safe location to tie up a large number of people. Most of the guards had been led away by the fire, and Tiger's opportunity had come. He was also a strong man among the fishmen, and the remaining guards were not his opponents. After defeating those people, he successfully got the key he needed. You are free. But you are not safe yet. This is Marijoa. You all know what the consequences of staying here are. If you don't want to be put on the corpse transporter and pushed out, then follow me. Holding the sword and gun snatched from the guards, Tiger began to liberate the slaves, giving priority to adult males with fighting ability. The guards outside surrounded him after noticing the movement here, and he needed people to resist those guards. The celestial dragons have many slaves, including the giants, and the 2 giants have become the most powerful force now. With the CP0 agents guarding the celestial dragons, these people can't stop the giants at all. Tiger, who appeared here like a savior, became their backbone. Most of the people who were at a loss were follow his orders, especially those fishmen and mermaid slaves. Brother Tiger, the chains are all open, what should we do next? Target Red Port, grab the bubble cable car and evacuate from there. Although he can climb up alone, it does not mean that everyone can return the same way as him. Even he himself may not be able to do it. It is easier to go up the mountain than to go down the mountain. It is much more difficult to leave here than to go up. There must be garrisons in Red Port, but for freedom and survival, they have to fight to the death like this. After the accident in Marijoa, it will definitely notify the nearest Marineford. At this time, the warships that received the order have begun to send reinforcements to Red Port. The World Conference has already ended, and the admirals stationed here have naturally evacuated. On both sides of Marijoa are the two strongest branches of the Navy, plus their own armed forces. There is no need to keep an admiral here. It will not take long for the reinforcements to arrive in Marijoa, but before that, the garrison there can only rely on themselves to hold on. Major General, according to intelligence, a group of slaves have taken the bubble cable car, and they are about to come down. And there are giants, Major General, they are already in sight. This is the information sent to them by the people above. They cannot destroy the bubble cable car directly, because that will cause the transportation here to stagnate. It will cause great losses to the world government, and the Celestial Dragon's request is not to kill these slaves, but to capture them back. So the few defenders above did not resist at all, but let them go, because the people there did not want to take this responsibility. They knew that even if they let the slaves go, they would still have to face the defenders of Qigong, so they made this decision. Facing the approaching bubble cable car, the soldiers guarding here did not know what to do. Raise the gun, lower the muzzle, and shoot freely. Lower. The bubble cable car still has a certain height, and it is naturally impossible to hit the target if it is raised horizontally. Execute the order. Yes. The gunshots continued, but no slave fell. This was the decision made by the Navy. As the guard here, he naturally knew what was going on above. He had no ability to interfere with the Celestial Dragons, but he could make his own choice at this time. However, after they landed, he still held his weapon in front of Tiger. Human, get out of the way. We just want freedom. Impossible, this is my duty. I won't tell you that the two warships in the east have sufficient supplies and can set sail at any time. I won't tell you that the ammunition depot is behind me. As long as it is detonated, it will cause trouble here and there will be no time to take care of you. I won't tell you that the support from the headquarters will arrive in 5 minutes at most. Do it. Under the help of the Red Port defenders, Fisher Tiger successfully escaped with Mary Joa's slaves. When the reinforcements arrived, they only saw the burning Red Port. The next day, Tiger became a wanted criminal with a reward of 230 million berries, and his name was known by all the major forces. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 450, one is stingy, the other has no money. With the help of the local garrison, the slaves of Marijoa successfully escaped from here with few casualties. The withdrawal of all members was an overly idealistic result. Even if the Celestial Dragons asked to capture these escaped slaves alive as much as possible, there would still be deaths in the battle. Slaves are not just vases for the Celestial Dragons to enjoy. There are also some war slaves in the arena, and most of the slaves who died and were injured are from this part. Ahem, this guy is really cruel. In the ruins, the Major General stationed here climbed up. Tiger suddenly punched him before retreating. The man who could defeat the Fishman Street and let Jinbei willingly call him the boss is not a weakling among the fishmen. During this period, Tiger was the strongest among the fishmen on the sea, and the innate strength of fishmen was 10 times that of humans. That punch made the Major General realize that even if he really fought, he would not be the opponent. At this time, he felt some blood surging in his body, which was the effect of Fishman Karate. Fishman Karate can not only use water as a means of attack, but also attack the water in the enemy's body, making the attack cause greater damage. Fishmen who are proficient in Fishman Karate can even cause damage to natural ability users by punching without domineering. Major General, those guys have already escaped. What are you doing after escaping? Go chase them. He didn't hate this punch, otherwise he might not be able to explain it. Major General, the other ships have been pierced by fishmen. The most common tactic used by fishmen on the sea, their priority target is generally not people, but ships. If they lose their foothold, even non-ability users will not be able to get any good results on the sea. Then there's nothing we can do. Let's wait for support from the headquarters. Where's the medic? Find him here. He began to pat his chest and even coughed up some blood, but his confidants always thought that he had done it himself. The explosion of the arsenal made them look shabby, but no one thought there was anything wrong. After dawn, they did not question the faults of the defenders, but Sora still replaced the defenders here, and the original people stayed in the headquarters to temporarily carry out logistics work. Fisher Tiger's bounty order also spread across the sea with the waving of the newsbird's wings, and even some people with special identities appeared in the kingdom of Ryugu for the first time in a long time, messengers from the world government. From Marijoa to Hong Kong, Bodhi archipelago was very fast. He came with an urgent order from the world government. At this time, they finally remembered that the Kingdom of Dragon Palace was still a member of the world government. And their purpose of coming here was also very simple, asking the Kingdom of Dragon Palace to hand over Fisher Tiger. Neptune did not refuse this, saying that as long as Tiger was caught, he would be handed over to them, but whether to send someone to catch him was another matter. Tiger discussed many things with Neptune and Otohim before the operation. They were also the only ones who knew what Tiger had experienced. Moreover, Tiger said before the operation that he would not return to Fishman Island in the near future, whether successful or not. The status of a member country is still very important for Fishman Island. Without this identity, their situation will only get worse. At the same time, the fishmen who knew about Tiger were also excited. The predecessor of Fishman Street was a large orphanage, and somehow it became what it is now. There are a large number of unemployed vagrants from Fishman Island living in it, and Tiger is very famous among them. Now they all plan to go to Tiger. For example, Aaron has begun to gather his brothers. Even the fishmen who had followed Mander Fish had the same idea, and they were saying goodbye to Mander Fish at this time. Brother Mander Fish, we go, it's not like we'll never see each other again. If it doesn't work, just report my name. This name is still somewhat useful on the sea. In fact, it's not somewhat useful, but quite useful, because the name Kaido 2 plus his similar abilities, some people on the sea really regard him as Kaido's son, and even some places have spread that he is Kaido's successor. I knew you guys were going, this is a parting gift for you. As he said this, Mander Fish threw over a box, which was the sample of arms that Kojiro brought over at the beginning. Because the kingdom of Ryugu refused to purchase in this regard, the batch of goods had been stored here, and now it just happened to be useful. Although it was just a sample, they were also high-quality weapons. Mander Fish only brought a little bit, and Kojiro now found an opportunity to sell the remaining part. Although there are many fishmen, except for Tiger, they basically listen to the orders of Arlong and Jinbei. As for the traffickers of the Marco Luo trio who resell their own people, Kojiro doesn't like them at all. Because of Tiger's matter, Xiao Bie, who originally sold takoyaki, also planned to close the shop and go to sea, so he gave a small part of the weapons and asked him to talk to Arlong. This time it was not a friendly aid. Mand Fesh was because of the friendship between him and those little brothers, and Kojiro was just doing business purely. Aaron was very satisfied with the weapons brought by Xiao Bie, but he didn't buy any of them, because in his opinion, these weapons were too expensive, and at least 10 times the amount of arms could be bought elsewhere. Although Arlong was pretty good to his own people, he was greedy and stingy. In his opinion, it was completely unnecessary to spend such a sum of money. The physique of the fishman didn't need to rely on such weapons. Although there was no order opened here from Arlong, Jinbei became interested in these weapons, but he had an equally embarrassing problem. He was willing to buy this batch of arms, but his situation was the opposite of Arlong. One has money but is unwilling to spend it, and the other wants to buy it but has no money. The captain of the Dragon Palace King has a lot of salary, but he also has a lot of places to spend money. The money saved is not enough to buy these weapons. Can it really not be cheaper? Mr. Jinbei, I have already given you a 20% discount. These weapons are much more accurate than ordinary weapons, and they are waterproof and moisture-proof. Even if you raid underwater, it will not affect their use. The special bullets can even allow you to fire underwater. This price is already very cheap. Although he is now like Arlong, he doesn't like humans very much, but he is not as extreme as Arlong and will not hate everyone, especially people like Kojiro who get along well with fish people. But this can I write an IOU? I'm sorry, Mr. Jinbei, we don't support loans, but if you're willing to help a little, it's okay. Do you remember those people who were imprisoned for kidnapping Rusalka not long ago? For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey,